I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs blown. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's ITBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And thank you all so much for being here early tonight. I'm sorry it is an early live and I don't have a lot of time before I want to have my guest on. So I don't want to, belabor the point or anything, but there has been some bullshit going on today again with the picture that came from Justin from Clutch Them Pearls' team that I made a video into. And no one else made the video. I made the video. And no, I did not send it to Nancy Grace. I do not have Nancy Grace's contact information. I've never spoken with her producers at all. At all. It's some bullshit over here. And it's ridiculous. And I was not planning on even addressing it, but then it started to occur to me that maybe I should, and that maybe I need to take some control over the situation in my own way. So, with that being said, we're making so many changes to the channel. The channel is not the same channel as it was at the time that we put that photo out of Justin's and, showed how we thought, or I thought, it changed as you put the filters on, right? It changes the picture, but then certain aspects stay the same. I've always said the same thing. I've covered it enough to fill up 2 barf bags because I'm so sick of it. And it's ridiculous. It came from when the lights tripped off the motion sensor lights across the street. It came from a local person. And a lot of my mods, right? So if you guys want to be a mod, and I get it, if you guys don't want to do like the links and stuff like that, I totally understand. No one's getting paid to do it. But here's the thing, I need your help. And I'm going to need your help on bigger things in the future, not just little things like for the channel, like links. I'm going to need you guys to write to your local leaders about issues that are very important. The caliber of this show is not of the ones that I'm talking about right now. And again, I try to just be very humble and human about situations, but it gets real difficult when I have people lying on me constantly because they're jealous or something is wrong with them mentally. And J is for Justice is a lying sack of shit for brains, in my opinion, for putting out the information and the misinformation to 700 people today. So good job. I hope you're tired. Maybe you can sleep good tonight. But I'm here to tell you, I'm not going to put up with that bullshit and the bullying and you saying that someone else made a video that I made, or even saying that it was sent to Nancy Grace. And I'm here to tell you, to the best of my knowledge, no one of us in the group that knew about this photo that we were working with at all, that it was sent over to me, any of that was sent to Nancy Grace. Bullhorn Betty played it on her channel, which was very nice of her, right? And that's when Gracie had a wild hair up her ass and decided she wasn't getting enough credit for sending me the photo, but I made the video. And Star Lambert was the one that was talking back and forth with me all night about it, telling me what her thoughts were and theorizing about Sebastian's case. So why should anybody besides maybe her get any kind of credit? Kiss my backside. Period. I'm not going to stand for it anymore. So I need people that are going to help with that. There should be no reason why I'm being, slandered on the streets for any reason. Oh, Freedom Fraud did this. Really? Oh, felony Freedom Lady. No. First of all, I don't have a felony. Second of all, I'm not a fraud. I took a photo that was screenshot and that was sent over to me, and I made a video about it. It's not like anything else that anybody has done, and the best and most recent explanation or example I can give for that would be in Nancy Guthrie's case when they had the picture of the guy from the Ring doorbell camera footage. It was very up close, and you could see a lot of detail in it. This photo was different than that. That's not my problem. I'm sorry that so many people are so butthurt about it still. And when you want to talk about people coming to your house, J is for Justice, but you're best friends with my stalkers, and you go ahead and condone the behavior that was done to me, talk about doxing, you're a snake. And your braids stink. And I'm tired of your bullshit. So stop spreading lies about stuff you don't understand or know about. You weren't around for it. You weren't there. You didn't ask anybody that was involved to give you their side of the story. You just want to jabber on and on about it as if you know something about it. It's ridiculous. And I'm tired of talking about it and saying the same fucking thing over and over like I'm a broken record. And then you want to get up in your chat when there's 700 people in there and lie your ass off and act like it ain't no thing. But you're lying on me and you're lying on a situation in my video specifically. I never even gave anyone permission to send it over to Nancy Grace, if we're being quite honest. No one asked me, if we're being fucking honest. And this be kind behind me, guys, is not for you. It's for me. It's so I can look at that and remember that I need to simmer down a little bit because I'm fucking livid. I did not want to do this tonight, and I didn't want to do it during the show. But then again, we are going to be talking about some concepts later that fit quite perfectly with it. Stephanie Williams, thank you. You know, thanks, Libra. Yeah, it's bullshit, guys. And look, I hate focusing on this. This is something that took up time away from me making a video or going live with you guys. Because I have to listen to see what they're saying. Thanks, Love Mama Love. Love you too. Hey, Bo. Hey, guys, welcome in. I'm sorry. I just want to get right into it because I do want to give our guest time to speak on the subjects that we had already planned on speaking on. You know, I'm having a very kind and generous person come up on panel tonight who has written a book that is going to help a lot of people. Not just one. I'll guarantee you it's going to help way more than one person, you know, and that's all we hope for when we do something like that, is that we could at least help one person. It's going to help way more than one person. Hey, Laura Arnold, you know, so we're doing something important. Hey, little Miss Sharon. And that's what's important to me, is giving the time to this, because it's a very passionate subject for me because of what I went through, because of what other people are currently going through that I survived. Some people might not understand that type of guilt that people can carry with them, knowing that if they have empathy for someone else's situation, then they can identify and say, wow, maybe I'm here for a purpose. Maybe I should be making a difference. And that translates over to the missing kids who need exposure. Why isn't every single major national news organization talking about the little girl who was found in the way she was in North Carolina, Charlotte, and her name is Juliana Ziti. So tell me why a little girl that has connections even out of the country all the way as far as Africa, not being talked about on a global level, found the way that she was found. We have proof and evidence and pictures of it, but no one wants to talk about it. Unfriggin' believable. It's unacceptable. But we'll have 700 people in there listening to some bitch, in my opinion. Yeah, you're being a real bitch, lying her ass off. That's more important to some people. Well, I'm here to tell you, it lit a fire under my ass today because I'm not accepting it. You guys can accept it. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you the choice. But I refuse to continue on dealing with that bullshit trauma stuff. It has no purpose here. It will never get the spotlight here. It's like a little blip on the radar, coming back like a bad VD. It's scummy, it's scuzzy, it's scandalous, it's gross. And then they want to talk about who's doing what wrong. Yet they're doing the exact same thing and have friends that have multiple restraining orders for harassment on others, 2 of which that are women. And I'll be damned if anybody is going to blackball me or ruin my channel. Oh, the only person that can ruin my channel is me. So you're wasting your time. And if you guys want to watch the videos that I've put out, feel free to do it. Oh, Seth, I'm having a real fun time watching them eat their own, but then again, they want to bring me into it. So here we go. Vroom, vroom. How are you, Seth? You know, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's entertaining to a certain degree to watch them do that to each other and just rip each other apart. Oh, well, I don't like this one and this one. I guess. But at the end of the day, it's fucking boring as hell to me. And I would rather try to solve something or help something, figure something out, offer up a solution if I can. Maybe I just enjoy thinking too much. But these people are freaking insane. And they really need to get help for whatever it is. Hello, Miss Anne. For whatever it is. And I'm not hating. I'm not saying that's a horrible thing. If you need help, get it. But don't go around like a shit fairy and bestow your shit upon everyone who comes in contact with you. J is for justice. Well, yeah, I understand. I know. I know I know the focus is mostly on trauma. I understand that there's a lot of addiction, there's a lot of propaganda floating around, and people will absolutely flock to that. You know what I mean? And a lot of it, I believe, is because of, like the reality TV shows where people love to watch each other fight and stuff like that. I get the allure of it. It's just, I guess I'm just getting too old for it. And it's not something that interests me. I know, Seth, exactly. I know. And it's like, it's a long time coming, and they're deciding to pull other people into it when they're the ones that welcome these sick individuals into their community. And I tried to warn them about it. Like, I'll be the bad guy all day long. If I'm warning people about a situation, then you can find out on your own, but at least you could say, well, at least, Trish tried to, you know, give me a heads up. I would appreciate that. If one of my friends knew something horrible was going to happen, could you please give me a little bit of a heads up? Yeah. Unless it's Jen, because she gets too real over there. I'm a little scared when she tells me stuff. I'm like, don't tell me. You know what I mean? But she is for jackass. Well, she is. And the thing is that I used to watch her, Lisa. I followed her with the laundry case, and that's when I started like realizing that there was a whole chat and stuff going on. Like before that, I didn't know. We were talking about that too, Seth, about YouTube being like for music videos is what I'd watch. I didn't realize it was like a whole thing where you could make videos and all that. I mean, I knew that part, I guess, but it wasn't something that I was interested in chatting with people, and I started to. I'm brand new to all of this. Video making, all of it, really. But yeah, when I thought about making a YouTube channel, I would watch other creators, right, that I liked in order to kind of get a feel for what they were doing, right, or what they were talking about, or how they executed their discussions, or how people enjoyed things. I mean, it's called market research, and I'm not an idiot. And I didn't just come on here, even though I was very naive in the beginning, to fail. I came on here to be successful and to hopefully build a community and the things that I was seeing that I liked about YouTube. I didn't know there was this disgusting underbelly that existed, that you have women trying to claw each other's eyes out because they're so jealous they can't see straight themselves. It's disgusting. I lift up all the new creators and smaller creators than myself. I haven't stopped doing that. I've threatened to rage quit and quit doing that. I have. But for some reason, when I see somebody that's working really hard and they're putting the time and effort in, I can't help but boost them up a little bit because it makes me feel good. It makes me feel good. You know, it doesn't make me feel good to push somebody down, especially if I'm way bigger than them. Jay, I've said this before, but again, you don't listen. You just think you know everything. And you think it's fun to get up there and spit your bullshit at people and see if it sticks. Mindless little minion and sheep. Ridiculous. No, they need to stop. I mean, it's just like, if you don't know the facts, why are you talking about it? For one, why don't you ask somebody who was directly involved, like the person who made the video? I'd respect her a whole lot more if she'd at least ask me my side of things, but she never has. And she sat there and reviewed all of us. Oh, look at this lady. What is her name? Oh, look at her. Oh, look at the way her camera angle is. Oh, well, nah. Look, I'm never going to have a camera angle where you guys are staring at my nose. I think that's disgusting. And if a creator does that, I can't watch them. I might be able to listen to them with my phone away from my eyesight, but I cannot sit there and watch somebody who's talking with their face in the camera. I hate it. And I'm not going to do that to you guys. Awkward, too much eye contact, the whole 9 yards. So, I mean, but instead of, maybe sending me an email and saying, hey, I know you're a new creator and everything, but, your camera angle would be better this way. Okay, thank you for that. It's not constructive criticism. It's little bitch mean girl behavior. And I'm setting a fucking strict boundary on it right now. It's not going to exist in my community. And I'm not okay with it. If it happens to anyone, I don't like it. It's not just me. I see it happening to people every single day. And people just sit in there and cheer about it. Ooh, oh, yay. Oh, you're awesome. No, you're not. You're a loser because you can't do anything on your own without taking someone else's content and beating them down about it. You're not special. You're anything but. You're common as fuck. All right. Mic drop, because I feel better now. But again, the community is not going to be a free-for-all of wrenches and stuff like that. We have got to spread awareness. It's very important. We are doing something far more important than any of that. And here's the kicker. Here's the hell of it. They could be doing the same thing. They could be doing the same. They could be doing the same thing. Seth, don't make me laugh. Damn it. That's funny as shit, though. Reminders. The camera up nose. I don't want to count your nose hairs while I'm trying to listen to you talk about true crime or any other subject. Okay. It's a distraction. All right. So, Stephanie, but yeah, and we have a lot of mods because who I had modding for me before, and no hard feelings, everything but the best for this person. But they gave wrenches to people that I don't even barely know, and they're never here to participate. And again, I'm not gonna be like, the wrench Nazi or anything, like, no, you can't have a wrench if you're gonna, I'm not trying to be that way. But what I'm trying to do is I want people to participate. I don't want it only being like Witchy and Holly and Chuchi doing the links and stuff. Please drop the links. Who cares if anybody gives a shit about the cash apps being dropped? I get it. If you don't feel comfortable with it, just tell us. It's not going to change anything. It's just going to let us know that you have a boundary. But guys, let's keep the communication open. Because I understand it's kind of a scary climate when you have a bunch of people that are so hateful and so deranged and unhinged that they legitimately hate each other and everyone else. They're eating their own again. So, again, we have to stay focused over here. We're not going to be like those people, So, I know, Witchy, and then if they don't have any nose hair, I'm like, what's why they don't have any nose hairs? Wonder what kind of trimmers they use. I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, for real, guys, it really does. It needs to stop. There's no reason for hating each other. If you dislike someone or don't watch them. But if they're talking shit about you, stand up for yourself. Hey, Holly, stand up for yourself. Crybaby Crabtree. Libra. But, I mean, stand up for yourself. And that's another one. SF, you can bite my ass too with your bullshit and spreading around misinformation about me. He's another one. Oh, Lady Freedom has this huge warrant. Really? Okay, I'm pretty sure they would have taken me in on that one. But, okay, in multiple places too. That was another one. Aw, thank you, Holly. I appreciate you being here. But yeah, I appreciate you mods. I do. I appreciate you guys so much. I just didn't want it to come off like that, but I also was like, okay, I need to set boundaries. Also been talking to my friend Jennifer, Erin, about boundaries, and so I was also fueled by that conversation because boundaries are very important. So is communication, and so is, setting expectations for each other. And if there's something that you guys want to do in the community, we can always do those things and discuss that also. I'm very open to making everything more fun and better for people. If the topics we talk about are not fun ones, there's always humor in everything, I suppose. But Seth, well, I mean, there's a lot of good people too. So I try to, but yeah, 89% is about right. It's about right, but Stephen A. That is funny. Boundaries, right? But then I'm the type of person where I'm like, oh, damn, I feel bad now. You know what I mean, little Miss Sharon? But then I can't feel bad. So anyway, I'm going to text our guest because I've gone on too long about this. And I think that's a good segue for her to come up here and talk to us about that. So, oh, hold on. Let me email her. Okay, sorry about that, Jennifer. I can definitely email you the link. Let me see. Let me go. I'll just do it on my other phone. I have had a lot of trouble, guys, with Seth, with all of the technology today because my storage is very full. And so I transfer a lot of stuff to my other phone, which has all the apps on it because the apps are what takes up a lot of room. So, because I wanted to make a couple of videos today, I was able to get one up, and I did find a website for Mecklenburg Police in order to obtain a copy of the police report, because there's a part that I can't really highlight because they've been really hard on me about these videos about Juliana, but I don't care. I want to put these up. These are important to have up, right? And they're very important. So I've been tweaking them a little bit to take some of this stuff out, but there was a part where it looked like there was some sort of homicide, right, with an H, that was on one of the lines that wasn't fully shown. There was something covering it up, right? And a big shout out to NC Beat, right, who has been putting out a lot of information, has tried to reach out to the family, the whole 9 yards. So I also wanted to put that in. If you could check out my video that I just posted also. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just going to send over the link. I'm sorry. I'm a horrible multitasker. And let's see, link. All right. So our friend Jennifer Erin, who is going to be joining us here. If I could paste the link. Oh, it is pasting. Okay. Sorry. I guess this one's low on storage too. My goodness. She was on was it a week ago Friday Oh my gosh, this has been like the craziest week. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, Gerald. Yeah. And thank you, Chuchi. So, and he's the one that obtained the footage and the picture, and he saw the picture before it was blurred out. He was the one that blurred it out. Okay, just to kind of put it into perspective of who we're talking about, a really great journalist that seems like he works really, really hard at what he does and cares a heck of a lot about putting out the facts of the story with receipts. And he did that with the police report. Okay, so thank you, Chuchi, for that. And okay, so our guest that's about to come up has gone through different types of situations in her life with domestic violence, and she wrote a book. And her book is called Villain Syndrome, right? And it explores a lot of topics. Thank you guys so much. That people can really relate to, but they're also topics that are not generally discussed all the time, right? Like some of the topics that we discuss in domestic violence are topics that are discussed over and over and over and over, and certain depictions that we're used to seeing again over and over again. With villain syndrome, it's interesting because she does bring in some concepts about the aftermath of abuse and things like that. And it also has like a workbook. It is interactive, so it's a very good way to help heal yourself. Um, so, because that is a big one. And thank you, Witchy Mama. Thank you so much for posting that too. Um, we probably should have been posting links for the mental health earlier. I'm just teasing. Hello, show poodles. Hey, I know we've had a rainy day here too. It's been raining a lot, and I'm like, oh, but we needed it. So okay, so he's done Shanquila Robinson's case and Cabo 5. Yes, and he also mentioned another case and did a quick comparison, which I thought was really cool in the video too. Gerald did from North Carolina Upbeat. So yeah, Upbeat. North Carolina Beat. Um Okay. Oh, we do have our guest here. Hold on one second. Let me go ahead and add you to the stage. All right. Oh, what happened here? Hold on one second. Hello.
Hey,
Jennifer, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound good. Can you guys all hear in the chat? Does it sound good? I'm going to change the background really quick. So if you can hear, just put a 1 in the chat if you can hear everybody, both of us. How are you today?
I'm good. I think I came in at the right time, huh?
Yes, I'm I'm glad. I'm sorry that we had to delay the show a little bit, but I knew that my brain would not be completely here if I didn't discuss that.
No,
So, okay, oh, good. We sound good. We sound good, Jennifer. So great. Well,
yeah,
welcome back to the show, and thank you so much for being here.
yeah, I'm glad to be back.
Great, great. So I know that we left off last time talking about a couple of different concepts, but I wanted you to be able to kind of just tell us about your book and, just kind of do the introduction this time since you're here again.
Yeah, so I'm Jennifer Erin. I am the author of Villain Syndrome, which is not only a memoir of things that I have been through with domestic violence and a lot of other things in my life that were very challenging to get through since a young age up until now. And villain syndrome is a word that I like to claim as, now it's not a real term in psychology, but I made it up. And it's where a lot of people empathize with the actual villain. And so a lot of people tend to choose the side of the villain instead of the person who's actually being harmed or going through abuse. And this book is to help people of all backgrounds, all religious, beliefs. And I let you journal throughout it, so you get the healing process as well. And so I just really want this book to help a lot of people.
I think it's going to help a lot of people, like I said earlier, and I don't know if you were here for that because it was part of my rant, but it is going to help tons of people because, again, like you said, with the journaling part of it, what made you put the journaling part in there? Like what I mean, not that there had to be some epiphany or anything, but I'm just curious because I think that's brilliant, and I think that it will help a lot of people heal.
Yeah, because I didn't want the book to just be about me and my story. For me going through what I've gone through my entire life, I wish there was somebody out there who would have given me the resources and the ability to understand what I was going through, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. And so I wanted to have sections throughout the book to, kind of teach people the psychology of it and how to get through all of that and to help healing in that process as well, so they can journal and write down their feelings and really kind of understand what they're going through.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did some journaling like that, and I found it to be very helpful. And it was initiated through, the domestic violence center that I was going to, and for help, for counseling and services. But that was one part that I was really that I enjoyed doing, and then kind of looking back on it, you can really see how much you've grown when you do that.
Yeah, you really do. Because, I'm not the same person now that I was many years ago. I didn't know how to handle things many years ago that I know how to handle now.
Yeah. Do you care to elaborate on that? Because I feel that, and I think a lot of people do too.
Yeah, so, when you're younger, there's multiple factors of how you handle certain things. And I think when you're younger, you're more vulnerable and you don't understand and grasp and cope the way that you can when, your brain matures as you get older. And so, when you go through the types of abuses that I went through throughout my whole life, it almost made me, I don't want to say weak, but I technically was weak. And I didn't have anybody around me to really tell me, hey, this is what's going on. You need to get out of this. Hey, this is what this other person's doing to you. You don't know how to listen. You don't know how to take that information. And so you're blind. But the more that I grew, not just in my faith, but I grew seeing the reality and my brain maturing more, I became a stronger person, and I was able to kind of understand the signs of what was abnormal in a relationship or a marriage and how to get out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's so well put too, because it's like you have blinders on because of the situation and you being in it, right? Like being in the fire as opposed to being standing outside of it is a whole different ball game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I just love that you put all those in there. And then also there was like some I don't know what we would call them, so help me out, but like, like the little parts where you would put in like the Darvo information and things like that, like breaking down with like just good information and topics and ways to identify different circumstances or situations.
Yeah, so it's really important that people understand the psychology behind abuse, not just on the, what the abuser is doing to somebody, but for you yourself to understand the psychology of what's happening with your brain and your emotions, all of that. That's really important because that information is essentially what's going to help you get out of those situations alive and heal you and hopefully help the next person that you see going through that.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing too. And I think identifying it, or when you can see it in like written word and you're like, wow, well, that's not a concept that is just unique to me. Like obviously other people have gone through this. So, they've come up with ways of coping with it or identifying certain things. And I think that was helpful for me to understand, even though there was a time where I did have some guilt and felt kind of like sheepish, like stupid, like, oh gosh, how could I not have, like this is so textbook and how did I not see it? Like you said, I had the blinders on too.
Yeah. And I think, there is information out there. There is a lot of information, but again, I think sometimes when you're in these situations, you hear that, but you're not fully grasping what, is being given to you. And you don't know how to take that information and really apply it to, hey, that's going on in my life. Maybe I need to get out. But for me,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, for me, part of my healing process was journaling, writing. And I think it would help other people as well. So learning the psychology and journaling is essential for healing, in my opinion. So that's why I wanted to give other people those resources as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad you did too. Like I said, that was another part that I just thought was so awesome and interactive and just, right on board, like you said, with the healing process, because it is a process. It's not anything that really, I hate to say it because it sounds like a prison sentence or something, like life, in prison or something, but really it's not something that's ever going to go away, but there's definitely ways that you can work through certain things. And then also like a support system is really important. And like you said, becoming aware of that there's other people that you can lean on and talk to is really important for healing.
Yeah, but not a lot of people have that village to help them through this. There are so many people out there who, even if they had that village to help them, people tend to see this stuff going on and they kind of leave that person because they don't want to deal with it or they don't know how to deal with it. So then, the person who's stuck in the situation, they don't have anybody and they get lonely and they feel defeated. And so with my book, I'm hoping if somebody is like that, they could get their hands on that and they will have somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and two, working through it on your own is really important, but because you're right. You, unfortunately, in a lot of situations, and no, this is something nobody talks about. We talked about this last time, um, also, because it's like people will be like, well, just get out and everything's going to be great. And your whole life is going to be so wonderful and it's rainbows and everything's great after. No, it's not. Actually, there's an aftermath, right? And I don't, like I said, I don't know technical terms either. So, but I think villain syndrome hits the nail on the head, just all of the concepts involved. And then also when you have friends and family that it just hurts so bad that they don't understand you, but it's not always malicious. Most of the time it's not malicious. They just don't know how to handle it, like you said.
Yeah, they don't, or they just don't. They don't want that in their lives. You know, they just want rainbows and sunshine, and so yeah, not everybody has that person or the people in their life to, especially family, and that could be extremely hard when it's your family. Friends are one thing. Friends can come and go in life. You meet new ones, you get some good ones that stay, that's great. But your family is supposed to be that unit that helps you, your rock. And a lot of them end up doing the opposite. And so,
Well, and that's another thing that I love about your book, because you were also keeping in mind that there would be some people that may be reading your book that don't understand, or that are trying to find some understanding. And so I think, like, keeping that in mind was really, again, a good idea, because sometimes it's difficult. And just to kind of share a personal thing that I said to you the other day, is that I'm not an easy, woman to be with, because of what I went through, and I recognize that. And I do try to work on it, but I understand that I'm not. And then you're like, but wait a minute, you have to put up those boundaries. And I'm like, you're right. So I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, but I thought that that was like a really good takeaway too, that even if you're feeling the guilt, about setting the boundaries, they do have to be set at a certain point for you to feel like you're being heard and seen, and then also for your own sanity kind of thing, or, self-worth.
yeah, so when you bring that up, I actually kind of want to tell you a little bit of the story behind, how I thought of this title. And this fits in line with the whole family ordeal. I love my family more than anything in this world. But a lot of them, not all of them, but, a good amount of them made it pretty hard for me through life, because they just weren't hearing me. They weren't understanding me. They weren't understanding what I was going through. And for years, many years, even up to a few months ago, I just didn't know how to process that, because for so many years, I just wanted my family to just maybe even ask the simple question of, let's sit down, let's talk about what you've been through, let me hear your side of the story, what can I do? But it wasn't like that. And so, they kind of made me feel like the villain in things in life sometimes, even though, like, I knew I wasn't, and I knew the things that were truth. They just made it hard. And it became so frustrating that I ended up, even though I've been writing this book since 2018, I didn't have a title for it. And I procrastinated for so many years, thinking, should I or shouldn't I put this out? And so one day, I want to say this was probably about 5 months ago, my brother, that doesn't really get along with me, we've never really gotten along, decided to add me on social media. And I thought, okay, that's kind of odd, because you don't like me. We've never gotten along. We've always batted heads. We're so different. You've always been really nasty and mean to me in my life, and bullied me, and said some really awful things that were not true about my character and my integrity. And he had came on my Facebook, and my daughter had posted a video of her and her troop and her accomplishments in that troop. And my brother just came on and just started ranting the most awful things and lies about my past abuse. And,
Oh my. Ugh,
and let's
I'm
just
so
add
sorry.
that, oh, well, no, it's okay. But, let's just add that this, he was never there, never there to see what was going on. we never even talked. Like we didn't have any connection whatsoever. If we'd see each other, we'd pass each other, not even looking at one another. I mean, it was just the craziest thing. But, you know, when he says things like that, it was just so hurtful. And I'm just sitting there and I just can't understand. Why would you say that? Why do you even dislike me so much? And why are some of my family members treating me like the villain? Why are they doing this to me? Why are they saying this stuff about me? Why? And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, villain syndrome. They have villain syndrome. And that's how I got the title for this. And that's why I'm saying, you know, family members can be, you know, the number one harsh culprit of victims sitting there and not knowing how to cope or to deal with any of it and starting to feel lonely and just worthless. They can really, really tear you down.
Yeah,
So
and when it's public, it's even harder to deal with because that's a horrible thing to have to deal with, like publicly or otherwise, but especially to do something like that, in my opinion. But I feel that I didn't realize, like, I think that that's awesome the way that you came to that title because I always kind of felt like criminalized, you know, like I'm like, why am I always the bad guy? I'm the criminal always, like, you know, and I did feel that. I
Mhm.
absolutely felt that. You know, I didn't really share that with people or, you know, because I'd be like, oh, I can't get down on myself. And you know what I mean? Like, but, and you second guess it, but it's definitely a feeling and it's there and you experience it if you've gone through it, you know, just like
Mhm.
Libra's saying, you know, with OCD, you know, it's a struggle. And if you know, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's pretty sad, but it happens more than people know. And for me, thankfully, I'm older and I see these things and I can handle those kind of situations a lot better. And, you know, what he thought would probably crush me to death. I mean, it was hurtful, of course, and quite annoying and frustrating, but I actually like sit here and thank him because he gave me the fuel to actually, you know, put the book out and finish the book because I had procrastinated on this for so many years. And he finalized it for me and he gave me the title. So thank you very much.
Special thanks, right, to brother. And that, you know, and I mean, I have to admit that I dealt with similar situations because mine I think was a lot to do with our age and how we all kind of grew up together. I mean, my brother only a couple years apart, and then when everything goes down, it's like, oh, bro code over, you know, your blood sister sort of thing almost. Or that's the way I interpreted it anyway, when I think back about it. But you know, it's like, why would you be even Facebook friends with somebody that did that to your sister? That's how I felt, right? So like, I've definitely took it to heart, and it made me feel betrayed.
Mhm.
Just to be, you know, blunt.
Well, yeah, it is betrayal though. You know, it's betrayal. Somebody is meaning to betray you and make you feel worthless and bad about yourself and to tear you down. And it's actually abusive in its own way. So, in a way, you know, family can be abusive even if they don't know they're doing it, right? They might think they're being righteous and telling you off and you need to see this and you need to learn that and you need to get with the you know, I for me personally those were not the kind of things that I needed to hear at that time, but it happens so much. And I just wish more people, especially family members, when people go through this kind of stuff, would use grace and understanding and love instead of judgment and scolding, because it would be so much better if family would just do that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, because it really brings on a lot of shame, and I will say that's how I found Brene Brown also. When I was doing the part of my healing when I had a great counselor, and that was doing the journaling with me and, giving me subjects to journal on and things to think about and even going back to my childhood and going over that kind of stuff as well. So it was kind of almost like some psychotherapy in there too. Because I think that's important also, like remembering and then getting back to who we were before we were manipulated, or any of that. Because it is when you're young and vulnerable and, going through your first relationships are tough. It's a learning experience for everybody. But yeah, Brene Brown was like someone who came in and I was like, wow, this lady actually really knows a lot about the aftermath, and
Mhm.
great tools. But the shame part of it is a doozy, and it's present most of the time. I could safely say that at least. So,
Yeah, I think even when you get out of those situations, you do go through life every once in a while where you feel guilt inside or you ask yourself, did I do something wrong? Was I part of the problem? Could have I done better? But, you know, I think you also come to a point in life where you learn once you're out of those situations, you're not blinded anymore. You kind of learn to forgive yourself and you start seeing, like I said, the reality that those people can't hurt you no more. If you let them, they
exactly.
will. If you let them, they will. But, there's, I think somebody said it earlier to you that you can't control what others feel, but you can control how you respond. And that's
Yeah.
something that I had to learn like recently. So like this whole time I've been saying, like I'm not responsible, but I'm responsible for my reaction. And it makes sense because I can choose to let somebody make me mad and make me feel a certain way, or I have the choice to respond in a way where I say, no, that's not true about me, but I'm not going to entertain that. I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to come at them. I'm not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, because I resist the urge all the time on YouTube, and I never like realized that it would be like an issue. But I'm like, a lot of things you just have to pick your battles on, and if it's not that important, and don't dwell on it. That's the hard. That it is hard. I mean, I definitely work on that all the time. But
Yeah,
I mean,
it's,
especially when it's personal, like, it's different when but it can happen in work environments or however we want to put it. But yeah, no, it's spot on because it does it, especially if it's like a relationship with a close family member or someone, a friend, and, you
yeah.
know,
I mean, it's
yeah,
still hard for me to not react sometimes. It's human. It's human nature. That if somebody says something to you that's really offensive or really hurtful, you want to react, right? You want to, you know, just start screaming at them or, whatever it is. But once I learn that my response is my own decision and my own consequence, I try to think before I speak and react.
well,
Do you
yeah,
know what
and I
I
mean,
mean?
I think it does take a lot of self-reflection too, because yeah, I mean, it's best not to like do it when you're mad or do it when you haven't thought it out either, because like you said, yeah, you bear the weight of the consequences after, for sure.
You do, and I think a lot of people just by nature, they don't think before they speak in a lot of situations. And I think if they started to learn that and how to connect with people properly, you'd have a lot of different situations. You won't have people so mad at each other and angry and just attacking one another. When you respond in a way that is graceful and, instead of like, hey man, listen to me, you're a butthole. Don't say that about me. Well, you did this and you did that to me, and you start getting all fired up with each other, right? This could be friend, spouse, whoever.
Yeah.
Instead of like reacting that way, react and respond in a way of, hey, listen, that kind of hurt my feelings. And I understand that might be the way you think of me or the way you're feeling, but let's talk about this. Let's sit down. In my relationships, whether it's my friends or something, and if I'm upset with them, I use a timer. We use timers. Like, I know that sounds weird, okay? But it really works. So, like, you set a timer to like 2 minutes. Let that person speak and don't interrupt them. Just listen. And then once their time is up, it's your time to respond. And when you're responding in your 2 minutes, be calm and try to understand one another, because what the other person might be going through or thinking about might not even be the reality of what's going on. So I'm an empathetic person. So that's the way I think. But I know it's hard for some other people to do that. But really, if that's how you respond from now on, you'd be surprised at how much that works. It's the connection between two people, right? And so you need to connect on a level that is calm. And you have to understand to not respond in an angry or defensive way.
Yeah, and that's difficult too. It's very difficult. I think the timer is a good tool to use because it's bringing in an element that's very fair, and it's giving both people enough time to be heard. I know sometimes it's difficult too because a lot of times people will not be listening. They'll just be waiting for the timer to go off, right? Like they're like thinking about what they're going to say next rather than listening. But listening is a huge part of communication and, getting somewhere in the conversation, because if there's a disconnect, it's going to be tough. So,
Yeah. Well, what I've learned in my therapy is you don't use absolutes. So you don't absolutely accuse that person or point your finger and say, you're this or you've done that. You don't. You ask questions of, how does that make you feel? How can I make that better for you? What can we do to compromise on making this better? Because I think as human beings, when we're angry, our first initial response is to be angry. But if we just take a deep breath, breathe in, breathe out, and we don't react with anger towards that person, and we just respond in a calm way, it's going to be a better outcome for anybody.
I agree, because the chaos does bring in, it fuels things. It definitely fuels the situation. I, again, have gone down that path and then still working on it. Because yeah, it's difficult when you're angry, right? And you're fired up, like you said, taking that step back, because like in therapy, I'd be like, I am breathing, I did breathe. Okay, it didn't help, but I mean it does though. Like once you realize like how to get yourself from 0 to bitch back down to about 50%, and then you can kind of get you back down, also learning assertiveness, because sometimes for me it would be just so frustrating. Like I wasn't mad at the situation or the person. I was more pissed off that I couldn't like articulate what I, you know what I mean? Because I felt like almost dumb in the situation. Like, oh my gosh, how do I communicate all of a sudden, like, how did I get along so long with this? Well, it's because I was agreeing with everything and people pleasing and just doing everything everybody wanted me to do. So people were they loved that. They loved me. Oh, we just, here's our doormat, here she is. Oh, we might need a punching bag, let's go get her, and then you realize, like, that's not working for me. I'm not getting the respect that I deserve, right? I'm giving all of the respect out, but I'm not getting anything back on it. And that's frustrating too, which can make you, lose your cool as well. So I think, like, even going through that process and understanding that is super difficult, you know,
No,
cognitive reasoning.
no doubt, but I think we live in a world where we don't know how to properly connect with people anymore. We just, like, emotionally, psychologically, we don't know how to do it anymore. We don't know how to agree to disagree. We don't know how to still love people who don't agree with our beliefs or our, even our political backgrounds. And it's so bad, but if people just came back to the terms of understanding that when you connect with people as people, it's really hard. I know what you're saying. It's really, really hard when somebody makes you angry. It really is. And it's really hard when you feel like a doormat, like you said. It's really hard when you're a people pleaser, because, like I said the other day, or what was it, last week that I was on here, I was a big people pleaser. But
Yeah,
at some
me
point,
too. Me too. Yeah.
yeah, at some point, you get to, like, where you just said, it's not getting you anything. It's not getting you anywhere. And I think we live in a society where if we set boundaries, that's shined upon as bad. We went from telling people having boundaries is healthy and you need boundaries is healthy, to now saying if somebody sets a boundary, that person is bad and controlling and manipulative. And it's absolutely not true.
Or mean or hateful, or mean.
Yeah.
Like, that's another thing that I used to, I'm like, I'm not hateful, I'm not mean, like, I'm definitely not trying to be mean, then I feel bad. Like, that's what that was, like, be my cycle, it's like, God, you're mean, how could you be so mean? And I'm like, I'm not mean, am I? And then you start thinking, well, maybe I am mean, or did I say, you do second guess, or I did for sure.
No, because if you don't put your foot down and say, hey, enough is enough, I mean, you're just going to get trampled on the rest of your life, and that's just no way to live. You're going to be so miserable because you're putting yourself last and you're allowing all these other people to just use you in a way. And so when you do put your foot down and you do set those boundaries, they go, wait a minute, whoa, I didn't think she or he would do that. And it makes them angry because they're losing a part of their control on you. And they see that, and that's what's so frustrating, is because they've gotten so immune that you're going to do everything for them. You're going to say everything that they want you to say. And when you're finally coming out and you're like, hey, I'm putting myself first. I'm going to tell you what I think and what I feel, and here's how it's going to be. You can like it, you can hate it, or you can just leave. That's the way it is. If, hey,
Right,
you want
but
to
everybody has their own choice, everybody gets to choose that and deal with whatever comes with it. And, like, also Stephanie Williams says, or say, they'll say you're crazy. And I thought, oh yeah, that's spot on.
let them say you're crazy. Let them think you're crazy. I really like that movement, Let Them. Have you ever heard of that? I think it's recent. It's like a little movement called Let Them. Let them think bad of you. Let them disown you. Let them.
Oh, I never
It's
even heard of that, but I like it.
I love it because it's like, I've spent so many years, like I said, people pleasing and feeling like, hey, I this type of person for this person to, respect me or love me or honor me or even like me. But, you point where you're like, hey, that's not how it should be. They should just like me for who I am and me for who I am. And so, hey, like I said, you control what others feel, but you can control how you respond. And your response should be let them. Let them think bad of me. Let them say the most nastiest things about anybody they want to. Just let them. That's not on you, it's on them.
Right, exactly. And
Right?
sometimes it's exhausting convincing people, because I would also do that too. I would like try to convince people, and I'm sitting there going, why am I convincing somebody when I know that I'm not A, B, and C, or just as an example. But yeah, like
Mhm.
I'd be like, why am I even over explaining and stuff? Like, did you ever experience that? Or I know that's something that's kind of common too sometimes. I mean, not everybody's going to deal with the same things, but I
Um,
did with that. Like, I struggled with that part where I was like, you know, trying to find that sweet spot, so to speak.
maybe, but you know, I don't know. I just think eventually I've just become a person who's like, oh, I don't like cussing, but I just, to hell with them, I guess. Because you can spend all day trying to figure out how you can make yourself feel better and, make all these excuses but they're not going to change. So why even tear yourself down like that? Why even question yourself? Why even, you know, people are
Yeah.
not supposed to change you. They're not supposed to want to change you and who you are. And I think that's why most relationships fail, is because one person or even both people are constantly trying to change who that person is instead of just accepting them for who they are.
Right. And I think that's a big one, especially when we're young, too, with girls, because we always think like, oh, I could just fix him, because there's like, love will find the way, and all of that kind of stuff. I know I was like very naive at first too, because I was like, oh yeah, it's okay, because, but then you realize that, yeah, you're kind of, you know,
You can't change somebody. You can inspire somebody to change, but initially, at the end of the day, it has to be them that changes themselves. They're gonna have to want that. They're gonna have to actually see that maybe they have the problem and it's not everybody else around them. And that's very hard too, because a lot of people just don't want to take accountability. And so
right.
you can't, I know what you're meaning, because I had spent a lot of years thinking that I could change the men I was with, even other people, friends
Yeah, and
that,
I think it does come from a place of love a lot of times, where you're thinking like, I love this person so much and I just want to see them do well and, be successful at whatever it is they want to do. But and you try to
Mhm.
support that and stuff like that, but then you realize like, wow, this is not working for anybody, because it's like you could become like an enabler in that position as well, which is tough.
Absolutely. That's actually what you're doing. You're enabling the bad behavior. You're enabling um, them making poor decisions, and you're enabling them to think that you're always going to allow them to take it out on you, and that you're always going to be there. And you should be there for people and help them and inspire them, but you should also give the room for them to change themselves, because you're not responsible for what they do.
Right. Yeah, and that's a huge one. That's a really big one. Um And I think this is really important too, what Stephanie's saying here. They don't
Mhm.
change, but it changes us in every way. Like it's almost because I was pretty unrecognizable. Like I went from being very confident, like, in dance and cheer and all of these things. And I had no problem doing that in front of anybody or, no kind of like voice in my head. But then I did get for a long time, like very shy and reserved and like, oh my god, no. And it was like, that's not even me though. Like I lost my who I am, which was weird. And it does change you in every way, and it takes a long time to kind of even get that confidence back up and all of that.
Yeah, it does. You I think I said this the last time. You you slowly lose a piece of you, and I lost a lot of pieces of myself year after year that I just had the delusion to think that I could just change somebody. If I could just take him and tell him what he's doing wrong, or maybe somebody else, like a third party coming in and saying, hey, this is not right, that's not going to happen, because sometimes people don't want to see what they're doing wrong.
I think that's so important to realize too, because yeah, like even when you've gone through like all this counseling and stuff, or you try to bring them along and you realize that you're like the only one doing the work and they're not wanting to like do the extra, or they're not listening, or they want to blame or whatever. Like it can't just only be one-sided. And that was another thing that was hard for me to learn, because I thought, well, I'll just, be the example, and they'll just fall in line. But it's like sometimes, especially if you're dealing with a narcissist, they don't
Mhm.
mind giving you all the rocks that they're carrying and watching you go uphill with them. They don't give a shit, I mean, sorry, but
No,
they
no, no,
don't.
no. I was just thinking the same thing. I was gonna say actually like the same thing. Is a narcissist, they will never take accountability whatsoever. They won't say sorry. They don't even care to see what they're doing to you, because they like doing what they're doing to you. They like to see you broken down because it's a form of control. Narcissists love control, and they will do everything in their power to control you and to keep you controlled. And if they lose that, even even a even an ounce of control, if they lose it, they lose their mind. Have you
They
ever seen
do.
have you seen that? Have you seen a narcissist when they lose control?
Oh, yes, it's narcissistic rage, like, amplified. Look out,
Yeah, it is almost like seeing a 2-year-old having a crazy outburst tantrum, and
Right. Their
it can
face
be
turns red.
scary.
Was it that was in your book, wasn't it, that you were saying about his face turning red? And I thought, "Oh boy, that's why I call my ex-husband Big Red," because that's how I got through a lot of it, was humor, and I would be like, "Oh, Big Red's gonna lose it again," I mean, but it was, like,
Yeah,
almost to the
it's
point of
scary though.
ridiculousness, and I had been with him for so long that I just kinda, "Oh, here he goes again."
Yeah. I mean, we laugh now, right? But when you're in those moments, it's so terrifying, because
It's
they literally,
terrifying.
some of them look like they're literally ready to pop and kill you. And maybe
Mhm.
some of them are capable of killing you, in that moment. And that's what's so scary is,
Oh, yes.
it's so scary to leave a narcissist. You want to leave, but it's so hard to let go of it because you're scared and terrified, because they literally look like they're going to kill somebody when they lose an ounce of control. So
Right.
what do you do? So you end up staying, right? You end up thinking, okay, I can't say this. You walk on eggshells because you're terrified that they might kill you or beat you up or do something crazy, because they are crazy.
Well, they'll come find you too. Like that was another thing
Mhm.
that a lot of people don't really realize too, and I don't talk a lot about it, but I did leave a bunch of times. Like there was so many times that I left, and I started also, like, there'd be times where I would just stay with a friend or something like that because I was scared, and I knew that things were bubbling up. And then that's the thing, you never know when it's going to boil over. And so you're just kind of like always, like you said, walking on eggshells. And um, yeah, it's like you can leave, but they're also going to, most likely, if they're that strong of a personality like that, is they will be driving past your house. They'll be looking in your windows. They'll be still
Mhm.
looking through phone records if you're married, and just separated and things like that. Like there's a lot to be said about that control factor, that if they lose that supply, it's like pure rage.
Yeah, it's. I'd say the only way that you avoid um, getting in any relationship with a narcissist, from what I've experienced, is it's essential that you just don't date somebody who shows the first red flag. Flee it. Don't do any red flags. I know it's hard, but I think that's the only solution of how to prevent anybody from getting into abusive situations to begin with. Because if you
Yeah, like
notice,
what are some of the red flags that we should be looking out for? Because I think that's a really important topic that a lot of times people don't talk about it because, I don't know if it's just taboo or what.
um, well, first off, a red flag that is very common would be when a person is acting almost like it's too good to be true, like very early on. Like you barely know each other, but they're like wanting to talk about already getting married and kids. And, you know, that to me is kind of a red flag because often narcissists love to jump really quick into relationships.
Yes.
They're
Like they
very, very,
don't even wait, like to see, like they don't give it time or, any type of like courtship. No, they want to move in, they want to do all the whole bang, 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 which is scary for somebody who's been out of a relationship that's controlling before, because I think that does stand out as a huge red flag. Hey Andrea. And really quick, couponing says beware if you journal and still in the relationship with an abuser. I had my journals shared by my abuser with his family without my permission. And it is dangerous too.
Mhm.
Um I'd recommend like hiding. I know that sounds like, because this is another thing that caused me great guilt, was that I am a type of a person that I am transparent, especially with a person I love. I want to tell them, you know, and be honest with them. I want to have a good track record with them, so to speak, because I want them to trust me, obviously, and things like that. I want it to be healthy. But then when it's not healthy and you have to be more guarded, it's not your fault, and it's actually, you're going to be surviving, and that's how you're going to survive, is
Mhm.
implementing those secretive behaviors, even though you know that deep down inside you're a good person, and you know that that's not always, good to be deceptive towards people. But again, it's a fine line, because it can be very dangerous when you are expressing feelings of getting out. And I know that you understand that because of the article that your ex found in your purse, and he was not pleased, right?
Oh, yeah. I was kind of stupid though. I totally forgot I had put it in the purse and that he goes in there and often takes money and stuff like that. But yeah,
Oh,
it well, actually, when I just read her comment, I do have to say this though. Um, Depending on what state you live in, I think that could be considered a crime actually because that's your property.
I would
So,
think so.
I mean, because some states consider like cell phones, even when you're married, if like the other spouse grabs it out of your hand or does something to it, Like, it's an actual crime. And it could be considered assault, so because it's your property. Like, even if that spouse bought that phone for you, or that partner bought the phone for you, that's a given property. Like, that's your property now. So, if that ever happens to anybody in this chat, if that were to happen to you, I would probably immediately call the cops, because I do believe that a lot of states consider that a crime of personal property and invasion of privacy. So, yeah.
Well, and I'll tell you, Chuchi said that when she looked up, we were looking up something for one of the cases, and she's like, "Yeah, if you take a phone in this area, you will be charged with kidnapping because if someone can't like use their phone to get out of a situation." And I think that goes for, like you said, even if it's not, you didn't pay for the phone. So,
Well, no, it's like it's considered a gift. And so
yeah.
then that gift becomes your property. Like, even if you're married, that's your property. Like,
Yeah, yeah, it's kidnapping, Chuchi says, and I'm like, "Oh, wow."
kidnapping. But I'm so sorry that she had to go through that, because it's awful. Because depending on what you had written in there, that's terrible. That's just awful.
Well, yeah, it's your innermost thoughts and feelings, and you're doing it to get those things out. Because a lot of times, I think the one thing that really helped me with journaling is like getting it out there. And I read something interesting. I don't know how true it is, but that Abraham Lincoln used to do the same thing. Like he would write out,
Mhm.
like if he was mad at somebody, say he was mad at whoever, I don't know, probably one of the other politicians or something. But he would he would write, everything out, like, but he would be brutally honest and just let it all fly, right? But then he would go ahead and like throw it away or burn it or whatever he did with it. He never sent
Mhm.
it out, is the point. And so I was like, that's actually smart, right? But I mean, a journal kind of
Yeah,
doubles like that.
I
Like you're
think
putting it out,
I
you
read
know.
something about that recently, what you're talking about with Abe Lincoln, and that they actually found one letter that was a love letter to his wife that was never burned, but like everything else was burned. I think I read that.
Yeah, like it's like he just wanted to get it out, and then he realized like afterwards he had a clear head, and then he could reflect on it again, and then he'd write like another letter or whatever, or handle the situation. But I think the journal does do that, and then sometimes you're like embarrassed because you're like, well, I didn't want everybody to know how I was feeling about that, and I was being kind
Hmm.
of brutally honest. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes with that. I mean,
Yeah, I guess the safest journal would be your mind, right? Your memory. But
yeah.
yeah,
And
it's
documenting things also is smart because that
mhm.
way you have it, and it also brings a person peace of mind when they're going through stuff like that, because it really does reinforce things, and then you could also look back and find patterns of what's going on too.
Yeah, just the investigator in my heart, my mind automatically goes to, if you're gonna, you know, build a report on somebody, make sure that you can prove it in a court physically, not just like hearsay, like writing down, oh, he said this or she said that, because if you take that, you can't prove that they said that, and you won't be listened to. So I would advise, well, depending on what state you live in, it might be against the law to video record, but you need some form of physical evidence if you end up in a court.
Absolutely, that is so important. That is so very important. And I will tell you that I didn't pursue charges ever, and I should have. And I did have proof of it, but because I didn't like to see myself that way, I deleted it. But I have a lot of proof otherwise. But
Mhm.
that's one thing that I wish that I would have followed through on because, you know, um,
Mhm.
at least there would have been more of a paper trail involved because, another part that I found a great connection with in your book is when you see that your ex has this person that they're with and you almost just want to help them out because you're like, he's dangerous and
Mhm.
there's nothing that you could really do though. And it's hard because again, you're taking a big risk of not being believed and then also looking vindictive or like you still want that and you don't. And so it's just that's a tough situation to be in also. So I mean, when there's a documentation of it, at least they can do their own due diligence. But when there's not, it's kind of like your word against theirs.
Yeah, I would highly advise that if you're ever in a situation where that person's so extremely abusive that you fear your life or you're literally getting physical, that you call the police and make a police report right away. Anytime anything like that happens, a police report, even if that person's not arrested in that moment, you have to have some form of police report to prove what was happening and statements and testimony because you can't just go into a court. I know the TV and movies and stuff like that portray the courtrooms as, you know, if you've done nothing wrong, you're definitely going to be seen as somebody who's done nothing wrong. But it is
Right.
completely the opposite, and it is so damaging to even go into the courts with anything at all. Um, but the police reports are going to be the number one thing that a courtroom asks from you. Because if you go up there and you just come out as, well, he did this to me, and there was this one time that he came in and he punched me and he did that, they're going to just tell you, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear what he said, or what you
Right.
think he said. I need the actual evidence. Do you have any evidence of photography? Do you have pictures of what he did to you? Do you have some form of physical evidence or a witness? And so many people, they go in and they aren't prepared, even when they have attorneys. They're so unprepared with that, and so then they get bamboozled. And the other person, the abuser, is let go scot free because you're not prepared. You have to have
Exactly.
you have to have a police report. You have to have physical evidence. You can't just go in there and tell your story.
Yeah, I agree with that. I will say also, in my situation, there were times where I didn't press charges, but the state picked up the charges, and it probably would have been a little bit easier for me then, but I still didn't follow through with it. I still went back or, was shamed by the family. Like, I can't believe you're going to do that my birthday and stuff like that. Like really bad, like shaming me. Like if you do this, it's going to be your fault. And, again, it goes back to villain syndrome where these people just aren't getting it. Like I was even told things like, well, he never beat up any of his other girlfriends. And I'm like, I'm his first girlfriend. Like serious girlfriend. You know what I mean? Because we got together so young. But it's like, yeah, just it just blew my mind, because then I started feeling like, well, you don't give a crap about me at all. You just care about your son and his reputation and your reputation and him getting in trouble when he deserves it, like it could have done him some good maybe because not a whole lot's changed. The attitude, the grandiosity, the narcissism is at an all-time high at this moment, still to this day, in my opinion.
Yeah. uh, narcissists, they just, man, they are definitely a force, not the force that you want to be around. It, but I tell you,
Right.
they have such an excessive need for validation, and you know, self-importance. They exaggerate everything. Um, they think they're superior. They expect special treatment, right?
Oh, they do. They love it. They think they're like well, it's the entitlement, I think. Um, that comes along with that. Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, they
And
love it.
yeah, you're the witchy mama says that it can be girls too. Yes, yes, absolutely. So when I talk
Oh,
about
yes.
anything, I'm not automatically saying that men are the only narcissists or the only abusers in this world. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm actually pretty fair when it comes to both men and women. Justice has to be served naturally, no matter who it is. And it's not a man issue or a woman issue. It's a worldly issue. It's just a human issue.
Yeah, because it's a personality disorder. So it's not anything that would like only occur in a man or a woman, like you said, because we're just human. We're the human race, right? I mean, like I've seen some very vindictive, narcissistic females, and again, a lot of times too, you don't really have to look far in the family tree, so to speak, meaning mom or dad, who was, and mostly mom. Hate to say it, but if you're dealing with a man and you're looking at your husband and you're like finding out that he's a narcissist with antisocial personality disorder, then it clicks for you and you're like, oh, and then you read things and then you understand that their mothers have a big role in it. A big role. Typically. Sometimes it's, and a lot of times, like we were talking about it also, an absent father is a really big
Yeah.
common thread, right? But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing about narcissism for me, and it's so hard because don't feel sorry for these people, guys. Please get away from them. Um, but it's because they've been through such horrible trauma themselves. This is a coping mechanism that they've developed in a personality disorder because of trauma. It all goes back to trauma.
Yeah, I think a lot of people grow up narcissistic because either the mom or dad had a wound that was not attended to. And so that wound affects the child as they grow. And then, when you're a child, you're not fully developed in your mind and maturity, and it could damage the brain. It could damage the way that that child grows up to know how to communicate, and they don't know how to respect boundaries. They don't know how to have empathy because a lot of the times the parents or one parent doesn't show that empathy. And so I think that they grow up and that's just how they get wired, and they don't know how to get help for it. And I don't even know if there is help for narcissism, like if that ever goes away or if that, you know what I mean? Or
I just don't think I'll tell you, I know of one self-aware narcissist that is on YouTube, and his name is Lee Hammond, and he is just one of those people that will come out and just tell you, like, he's the one that says don't feel bad for us, like you said earlier. We know what we're doing and we know how to be the perfect person for you. We're just never going to do that because we enjoy and get supply off of basically pissing you off and manipulating you and taking advantage of your kindness and, any of it, your vulnerability, they get off on it because their egos are so fragile. Like you said, they're always seeking that validation, but they have to feel like the top dog, and they have to feel like they're in control, because if they let their guard down and they get hurt, it's like a 10 times greater blow for them, because their ego is so inflated that it's and fragile, that they just can't take it. They're the biggest babies on the planet, yet they rage out like they're, the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. They definitely have like this rage. They react with anger or hostility when they're challenged or criticized, or even denied attention. And there's just so many red flags to know when somebody is probably a narcissist, and you should probably not even get into it if at all possible. Because when you start falling in love with a narcissist, oh my goodness, bless your heart. I don't even know if I would categorize a narcissist as the same exact thing as somebody who is abusive. I think they could be considered two different personalities, but there definitely are abusers that have the abuse and they are a narcissist. And that's what's really hard, is when you get into a relationship with not just a narcissist, but a narcissist who is abusive. That's hell on earth. You are
Yeah.
entering hell. And
Yeah, I
you
would
better
have to
pray to
agree. I
that
just
you
didn't
better
know,
pray
like,
to
I
God.
knew about the abuse far before I knew about the narcissism diagnosis, because that didn't come until, family court. And then they were like, we need you both evaluated. And then that's when that came out. So that's when I understood it. So, but for so long, I didn't understand at all.
I think it's something I don't even 100% understand still to this day. I don't know everything about it. And that's the thing. That's what's so dangerous, is like I've talked about before, you could spend 7 years with a narcissist before they even remotely show the signs of being narcissistic.
Right. And that's the mask.
So,
Well, they call it the mask dropping, right? And it takes like
mhm,
forever for that to happen sometimes. And they can also be like super charismatic as well. So
yeah,
not only are they, like they can be so awesome too. Like they know exactly what we want. And that's what's crazy is that they will be that sometimes to hoover us. Like that's one of the terms with narcissism. So they'll hoover you back. And it's like, oh, it's masking the fact that they're not changing, but they're acting like they're going to change, right? Because they know exactly what they're doing. And that's the hardest part, because it is confusing and it's ultra manipulative. So you're sitting there going, I thought he changed, right? And like you said, when they're abusive, physically and mentally, um, I mean, obviously with narcissism, it's a lot of mental abuse. But yeah, it's so dangerous because they have no remorse. They could definitely take your life and not bat an eyelash.
well, they can show that in the beginning, but it's like a tactic. It's it's to wheel you in and to get you there, to make you believe that they're charming, and you know it's love bombing. And you know I would just say, if you know the signs from the very start and you educate yourself of what kind of early on red flags or personality traits, behaviors of narcissism, then I think that you can avoid it. But I think what's hard is not everybody knows what those are. they don't know anything about narcissism. So they go on a date with somebody with narcissism and they think, oh, okay, this is so great. Like, this is the person that I think has everything that I want in a person. And so they're drug into it. And
Definitely.
so, like I said, for me, the number one red flag that I've seen is when they push for fast intimacy or commitment.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they want that so bad, right? They want to control somebody. They want to find somebody who's vulnerable to control. But if you recognize that pattern early, I think you can help protect your emotional health and avoid a long-term psychological harmful relationship with somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And the controlling behaviors like, yeah, hiding keys or not liking your pets, like that's kind of a deal breaker, I would think, right? I mean, you have to list what your deal breakers are. That's what's boundaries, right? But also, it's like if if you if you meet a guy or girl and you're like, yeah, I think they're cute, I think they're nice, I want to start dating this person, getting to know them more, building a relationship, right? And then you're like,
Mhm.
but they have a cat and I despise cats. I mean, you really got to understand that at some point that's going to become a deal breaker, because you hate cats, but they love their cat. And to make somebody give up their animal or whatever, I'm just using a cat as an example, is showing that you don't have any regard for someone else's feelings or like you said who they are. You want to change that person and control their life, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I tell you right now, I'm not giving up my cats or any animals for anybody.
Exactly.
I
Me
don't care.
neither. I'd be like, oh my God, you're gonna have to deal and you better not be mean to them. But then you got to think about it. Like, I see, this is where my brain automatically goes, is the worst place. I'm like, I catastrophize the situation right away. Oh my God, 10 years from now, my cat's gonna be, I'm gonna be doing forensics trying to figure out who hurt my cat, and it's my
Mhm.
significant other, whatever. I think about those things long term, which is, I guess, not a bad thing always, but um, you start thinking, well, are they going to hurt my cat? And then, even further than that, if they're not loving and caring towards your kids, that's another big red flag, right? Like that they're just only all about you, or there
Oh,
has to be that good balance where they care
you
about your kids,
you can't.
you know.
You can't be with somebody who does not accept your kids. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't. You just
Mm-mm.
can't. And you're not gonna change that person and make them later on down the road look at your kids and have this epiphany of loving them and accepting them. It's not going to happen. If they don't like something from the start, that's who they are. They're telling you that's who they are. So,
Yeah, yes, you have to listen, like, that is so true though, Jennifer, because sometimes we can get, I mean, I think especially women, and I won't try to just stereotype because I'm sure guys do too, but I mean, just as a woman, sometimes we're like, oh, we're all in love and everything. We're like, it's okay, I just love him, he's so cute. And then like you don't really like realize, or like Libra saying, what an amazing person, and then they start their shit and it's like, oh wait.
yeah, what did you get yourself into? Like, oh
Exactly.
boy.
I'm in too deep now, but sometimes they don't show that until later, like you were saying earlier, that they keep that mask on really good and then, it'll slip every now and then. You might get a little bit of a, taste of it, but then, they shift
Yeah, but
back.
see, there's the sign. So, me going through what I went through for so many years, I was just blind and vulnerable. But, if people like me or you come on and talk about these experiences and the red flags that we've been through, I can save somebody else from getting into these situations. And That's what we need more of, is more transparency. You know, we sit here, we laugh about situations we've been through, but in reality, like right now, somewhere in this world right now, there's a woman or a man going through terrible situations, and they don't have the resources. They don't know of this podcast. They don't know anything out there of how to get away from it. So again, we have to be transparent about the red flags from the very beginning. And I'd also say that if you have children, you need to teach your children the truth about these things, so when they get old enough to start getting interested in marriage or relationships, that they have the resources and the knowledge to see and know what red flags are. Because, you know,
Yeah.
when I was in school, you know, in health class, they would tell you, oh, what red flags are, but they don't really spend a lot of time talking about those red flags and giving examples of what the red flags are. So kids don't really listen to it. They're just like, oh, okay, it's a red flag. Whatever. I just want to pass this class, so I'm just going to pay attention.
Right.
But then they go and they don't really look at those red flags because they really don't know anything about the red flags.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
not enough people talk about the red flags from the very beginning. They talk about red flags during an abusive relationship or after the relationship, but they never talk about red flags to begin with and how to
Right. And what
avoid
do
these
I
red
how do I identify them, right? Like yeah. And when you're
Yeah,
first
like
going at it, you don't know anything. You're like just like, "Oh, okay. I want to hold this person's hand, whatever, something like very innocent." So, yeah.
yeah, and I mean, there are so many of them. You could spend you could actually write a whole book about all the red flags.
Oh,
But
definitely. Well, and it's about following your intuition too. So if you have like, a little inkling or, it's hard to explain an intuition to somebody or, but maybe just a feeling that you're a little uncomfortable or something just, hits you that it was a little uncomfortable, that is a sign that there's a red flag. Maybe you might not know what it is, but it's also about like trusting yourself and how you're feeling in the moment. Like, what was that about? Because a lot of times I would ignore my intuition about things and say, oh, well, it's just this, or explain it away in a different, it had nothing to do with that. I was completely off. But my gut instincts was right on, but explaining it away was the wrong way to handle it.
yeah, it's natural, but I think if you listen to your gut, a majority of the time your gut is right, because it's technically your immune system triggering your brain to signal that something isn't right. So I think that's why people often say, your gut, follow your gut, because your gut isn't wrong. That's your natural, ability to understand something's not right.
Exactly. Yeah, and we all
Mhm.
have it. Like, I think everybody knows what that is, when you just felt off or you've been with somebody and, it's like you really care for them, but the actions that they're doing or whatever it is not right. And it feels, completely wrong, even though, and I think too, a lot of it is loving somebody from a distance. Like you could still care for somebody and be sad about, breaking up and stuff, but you could also um, have so much of a better experience in life and more of a fulfilling life if you're not with somebody that's just always giving you that ick feeling. Um, and that's hard,
Yeah.
especially for young people. I think it's harder. I think as you get older, you have like a lower tolerance for BS, but when you're young, I think,
Yeah.
you're right. We need to teach them young about the red flags for sure. I wish I would have known.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like when I was younger, people would talk about it, schools would talk about it, but it wasn't something that was extremely transparent. So it just blew over my head, like every other young person let it blow over their head. And I think it's also the fear of being alone. We settle for less because we fear of being alone. And if you don't have the ability to be independent, it's scary. So I'm a very independent person. So, but I also don't want to be alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
So
do. I know exactly what you mean.
it's
I
a
know
bit of a
exactly what you mean.
challenge.
I'm fully capable of taking care of myself and being fully independent. Um, but
Mhm.
then again, I also enjoy having that company of people, or of a person. So yeah, it's I completely understand. That makes total sense to me. Without being
Yeah.
codependent, because I've been through that crap too. But you learn not to be like that. Like you're like, hey, you have to stand on your own 2 feet, right? You have to. But again, like when I was younger and stuff, like through high school, I always worked. I always did well in school. I mean, I took AP psychology in school. So I'm like, how did I miss the chapter on narcissism? We must not have like learned it, or I spaced it out or
Mhm.
something, because and again, when you're in it and you have fallen for this person, because they never show you who they are until they know you, they got you. That's another highly manipulative tactic that's used, and strategy that they use, and it's absolutely intentional.
But
It
yeah,
is
it's the
100% intentional.
they start with intense admiration, so you start to feel like almost like you're in a movie. It's so intense, and that's the tactic I think you're speaking of. Is they make you believe like they are just like holy and the best thing that's ever come into your life, and it gets you high, literally like a dopamine.
Yes,
And
yes.
so well, what is a dopamine? It's a drug, right? Kind of. And they know how to achieve that intense admiration. So like you have this intense relationship from the very beginning, like almost
Oh yeah.
instantly. And I think for me that was like the number 2 red flag for me, because even though like in the back of my mind I found it very weird that my ex-husband, when we first started seeing each other, like it was so fast and intense, and I was like, is this normal to fall this fast for somebody, for a man to come and be that intensely in love with me so quickly when they don't even know me, really? And
I
so
don't even
that
think that occurred. I don't think that occurred to me until much later. I mean, I have to be honest, because again, just being so naive, that I was just like love struck, but I did feel that after effect, like where it was like no other relationship met that intensity for me. So for me, I was like so in love and so like, "Ooh," bleh. And
Mhm,
I wasn't thinking clearly at all. It was just like a whirlwind swept me off my feet. I'm on a pedestal. I'm the best ever. I'm talking me up to everybody behind closed doors. It was not like that, but it's this adoration, like you said. And and it is something that makes you feel really good, right? Because anybody likes to be treated nicely and treated great, right? But yeah, like I didn't realize that intensity. So I would be like searching for that when I realized it's so fucking oops, sorry. It's so effing toxic.
you're
Sorry.
okay.
It is though. It is like the most like you said, that is a huge red flag, like blinking with lights around it and everything, the whole 9 yards. Because yeah, I didn't realize it until way later though.
Yeah, like, I thought it was weird at some, points, but I just like you, I was just naive, like, really naive, and I thought, "Okay, maybe I'm just overthinking it. It's weird, but I'm probably overreacting," and just I think they know that, you know, they know that they can make you feel like the only person in the world to them.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And then I took that, like, also not realizing it was possessive behavior. I was like, oh, he just always wants to be with me and just wants to be alone with me, nobody else. Like, I explained it away and like normalized it, which it's anything but normal.
Yeah, I don't know
The
if
love
it was.
bombing.
Yes, it is. It's love bombing and the charm and the making you feel like you found a gentleman, a true gentleman, and a prince charming. They know it all. But I was going to ask you something, and I forgot what I was going to ask you. Oh, I think it was, so in your situation, in your past relationship with the narcissist, did you go from feeling like the only person in the world to them, and then all of a sudden you were just crap to them?
Yeah, that's the discard. Yeah,
But then,
yeah.
but
Yes.
then,
Oh,
but then,
absolutely.
but then what they do is they eventually start acting like they don't want to spend any time with you, and they want to just go out and spend time with other people. You know that.
Yeah, and like then you're vying for their attention and they love it.
Mm-hmm. I think they want to make you jealous, because in my past relationships, it was always like, oh, it's just you and me for the longest time. We do life together. We go everywhere together, you know?
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden it was like, I'm going out with my buddies, or I'm going out to the bar, or I'm going to do this, and I really don't care if you come. I'd rather go alone.
When that happened to me, when I didn't realize it obviously, and again I had real good excuses for him, but when I was pregnant, because he knew then that like I was stuck at the apartment, like where am I what am I gonna do? Where am I gonna go? Especially when I was on bed rest at the end there, last couple months and stuff. And so like yeah, and then I just chalked it up to like we're also 19 and he's not pregnant, so he should be able to go out and do that. And maybe if I let him just do whatever, it's not gonna, he's not gonna resent me. I don't want him to resent me. There was all these feelings and again, excuses that I was
Mhm.
making for his bad behavior. And really before that it was all about, oh, I just want to be alone with you and around you. And even my best friend, like me and my best friend that I talked about even a couple nights ago on the show, um it was like there was a huge wedge between us because he didn't want her around. Like it was like, scram, I want to be with just only Trish. But like yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. What butthole, right? What a butthole.
Yeah,
Libra.
but
Libra.
I didn't notice it till then, and then I explained it away, and I'm like, oh, it's just because he doesn't, like he should be able to at least do his thing, right? Like for a little while. It's not, and I was like guilty, like, well, just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean he shouldn't be able to go have fun, that type of a
Yeah.
thing too. So I put
I
myself
felt
on the
the
back
same way.
burner.
I've dealt with the same exact thing, so I can empathize with that tremendously. But Libra Loyal, he said he noticed that in my book that I watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And the thing about that is, okay, in my book, what I'm using that in reference of, have you ever watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
I liked the movie version, but I didn't watch the one with, is
Oh, I
it
love both
Sarah
of them.
Michelle
Yeah. Oh my
Gellar?
gosh.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I was so obsessed with that show and the movie. I loved the movie.
I love the movie, yeah.
But
I don't know why I didn't get into the show. I don't know.
oh my gosh, when we were kids, we couldn't miss an episode. We'd always make sure that we were there right at like 8 o'clock or whatever time it was, on the dock with our dinner. Couldn't miss an episode. Loved it. That and Angel. But here's the thing in my book that I'm talking about with the Buffy the Vampire Slayer is she's got this neck for two vampires, right? She's in this like love triangle with um what's his name, Spike, and the other one is Angel. And when you're young and you're watching TV shows like that, it's romantic in a sense that this woman is fighting over these two vampires. You know, they got Spike, who's a little bit edgy and he's bad, but he's good. And then you got Angel, who's like this vampire that's like a sweetheart. And I'm sitting there crushing on Spike.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, yeah.
But
Yeah,
then I'm
it
like,
is alluring, right? It's like the mysterious factor, I suppose, maybe, or something.
but then I'm like looking at Angel, and I'm like, oh, he's pretty fine looking too. What is going on here? Why do I like the vampires? Like, what is up with me? They're supposed to be, well, I don't know. They're bad but good, if that makes any sense. They're vampires, so obviously they're, you know, but that's the perception of Hollywood where, you know, you grow up watching stuff like that. And so I think you struggle at some point to like not like the bad boy at some point, you know, because they make that seem so normal that you should love the bad boy, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, yeah. Yeah, I do. I agree with that.
And I fell for it.
I think I did too, though, because I mean that definitely translates over. Um, and you know, I mean, when you're young, especially, you know, I mean, when we're young, we have a lot more options too. So like when we're
Yeah.
really young, like if we think back, like I could think of like a couple of guys that I probably should have dated instead of my ex-husband, although I would never take that back because of my daughter. But in the same way, yeah, totally. Like there's a lot of nicer guys that would probably not have done any of the things, you know what I mean, that I've been through. So
Yeah, but here's the
no,
thing.
but you're right though. Yeah, you're right.
Spike was so mean to Buffy sometimes. And it was just like she still sat there and like was crushing on him and making out with him. And it's like, girlfriend, what are you doing? Angel seems sweeter, okay? I'm not gonna lie, Angel seems sweeter. But I'm like, girl, what are you doing? It's sending me feelings over here that I shouldn't have. It's a TV show, for gosh sakes. Making me
Well, and I'll tell you, like, even I guess I'm even thinking back now, you guys are making me think because then I'm like, oh yeah, because I do like Johnny Depp and he's very edgy and
oh my
like
gosh.
rock star or whatever, you know what I mean? Like my choices. Now I'm thinking about my choices.
Well, I'm not over here thinking the choices anymore. I'm a married woman. I'm talking about the past here, girlfriend.
No, me too though. I'm serious because like he's been my favorite for a very long time and he's, you know, an edgier guy. So I mean, I guess the bad boy image is a bit appealing to me and I didn't really think of it like that until you just said that.
Well, yeah, see? And I think Hollywood really damages us women and men to like the bad
Mm,
girls and the bad boys. Like that's supposed to be, you know,
yes.
romantic.
Yes.
And in reality, it's not. So like I'm over here making jokes and everything, but it's kind of wrong because it's brainwashing.
Well, and it's quite the predicament to be in because they do like romanticize
Um,
like loving two people or not knowing who to choose is very like in my opinion would be really stressful. Like I wouldn't want to have to, you know, go through that, but or, you know,
mhm.
be on, you know, on the end of in the situation like that. But um yeah, they romanticize it as if it's like exciting, which I guess it would be. Um
I don't know if that's so exciting now. I think when you're younger and you see that stuff, you don't portray it
true.
as like abusive behavior because it's, you know, really what it is abusive. Like it's normalizing toxic relationships.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
And I
I
think,
agree. I agree.
you
Which
know, they
I
bring it
didn't
up.
think about that. That's really interesting.
So that's what I was talking about in my book is, you know, you get brainwashed sort of into, you know, Hollywood really, really puts that out there. They still do. And me now, being through what I've been through, it's not normal. And it's actually kind of weird to me that Hollywood does that.
See, and now I did watch True Blood. I absolutely
Never.
watched True Blood.
I've never seen True
Yeah.
Blood, but I've
Oh,
watched
it's
the
good.
Bones. I watched Bones. I used to love that one. He was,
Yeah.
oh yeah, he was like the romantic guy in Bones. He
Yeah,
wasn't.
but I even remember people talking like about Disney movies and how they would signal a lot and, kind of put very strange ideas in our heads about, how things were going to be in life in general. Like, like the fairy tale thing and everything. And it's like you rarely, see that, but the real fairy tale is when you're with someone, forever, or a long time and, you have that mutual love and respect for each other. Like to me, that's what we should be striving for instead of um, constantly striving for
Looks.
yeah, and just the fairy tale, because like at the end of the day, like life is very stressful and messy. And if you could like stand with somebody and be with somebody through that and you have that strong bonding connection, like that is something that should be um, wanted or sought after rather than, just the very, like you said, the shallow part of things.
Yeah, but Hollywood is shallow, so you
And
know.
with that, I just wanted to play this really quick, sorry, Jennifer, not to cut you off, but I wanted to play this because it made me think about like the pictures that you had sent me over. So I wanted to play that quick short that I made of the slideshow of the slideshow because I do want to talk about Darvo too. Like I'm excited about that. And of course, we could just go on and on.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you made.
Okay, thank you. Great. Hold on one second. I'm just gonna I'm sorry it's kind of small, guys. I tried to mess with like the size and stuff, but it didn't work very well. So, but here we go. Okay, guys, so I just made that really quick short video, but I wanted you to be able to kind of like tell us because those were pictures that you let me go ahead and take that sound out and it'll just replay.
Yeah, that was like, thank you. That's touching. I like that. That's very sweet.
I wanted to play a good song because I know like you come from like a really good family and and all of that and that was another big topic in your book that I think a lot of people think that like just because people go through hardships or get into bad relationships like oh it's because you have this issue or that issue but really that wasn't how it was for you.
Yeah, absolutely not. I was raised by my grandparents, but I still maintained a very, very good relationship even now with my biological father. But in a sense, I felt like I had, my grandparents were also another set of mom and dad. And my stability and my just they gave me so much love, and it was so unconditional. And I just grew up really happy in that home.
Yeah, and I think that's so awesome. Like, that's so special.
It really was special, and I don't think I'd be where I am today, or the woman that I am today, or the mother that I am today, if it weren't for my grandfather and my grandmother and my dad. My dad is like my best friend. He's the one that I go to now because I don't have my grandparents anymore. So my dad is pretty much that void right now. And so yeah, looking at these pictures, like, my grandparents were the biggest part of my life, and like my grandfather.
So cute. This is
Yeah,
like so cute. I love that one. It's in your book too, but I was like, oh, I got to put that one in there. And I was scrambling because I have no storage. My phone's like 9,000 degrees in my hand because I don't know. I've just been using it a lot and creating a bunch of stuff. So it's just been crazy. But
No, I'm
yeah, I
glad
just
you
love
did.
this.
That's my favorite picture ever of my grandfather and I, because he would wake me up every day, and I kid you not, every single day, dancing or singing. And so that was one of our mornings, waking up dancing. We just stand there
Oh,
and
see,
dance.
that is so cute. And you had like such a positive male influence too, like, or, many. And I was the same way. Like, my whole family, a lot of, even on my mom and my dad's side, people don't get divorced and like everything, I mean, you have your ups and downs, you have life, like I said. And so I'm just very, used to that too, because so I had like a lot of uncles and around and aunts and, that sort of thing growing up.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a different generation too. Um, I think
Definitely.
marriage back then was a little different than how people value marriage now. And my grandfather, he was just he's always going to be my hero. He was, the perfect husband to my grandmother. Um, just good to everybody in his life. He took care of everybody, and he didn't complain. He took pride in it. He loved it. And
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that's another thing. It's hard. You don't always find people like that nowadays, or um, know people like that are very selfless, but then, if you've served and things like that, that comes along with that as well. Little
mhm.
Miss Sharon says we don't have bad pickers, we just get groomed by the narcissist, and I agree with that.
Well, if you find a good one, you keep them and don't take advantage of them. Because I
Right,
was,
exactly. Yeah, cherish that person. It seems like your grandparents had a great relationship like that where they're just, um so loving and, just like you said, together for so long, or how long were they married?
oh gosh, that's a good question. But they were together since I think they were like really young, like maybe 20s. I'd have to ask my dad how many years it technically. I know they had a golden anniversary at one point. So,
Aw. Yeah, that's so sweet. Like, that's really, I think what Andrea said earlier about being alone also, but I mean, getting to the point where you can compliment another person and lean on that other person, it does help get through life. And I do think that we're, in large part, we're not really supposed to just do it all alone. It's nice to have somebody. And then I just love this picture. So cute.
yes, that's my son Frankie, who I named
Aw.
after my grandfather, Francis.
Aw, he's so cute. They always look like the grandpas, like when they're little babies, like the boys, it seems like, because they have like the hair and everything, just so cute.
Yeah,
So
he
cute.
did. He looked a lot like my
Yeah, they're just so adorable. So,
his
so
first
adorable.
picture. His first picture looked just like my grandfather in like the mini format, and it
Aw, he's just adorable, just so
anyway,
cute.
but yeah, oh, he's a riot.
Aw, that's so awesome. And, just all of the little kids, and then just seeing you growing up, or is that you singing in church here as well?
That was actually at Sebastian's vigil. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Well, I didn't know that. I don't think I've ever seen that picture. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Aw.
gosh, I think I had a heart palpitation that morning. I was so scared. But
I love your shoes and your outfit, so you look really good.
thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah,
Yeah,
and Libra says, "I'm sorry you lost your grandparents, Jen. I only had one grandparent left, and my grandma, or I only have one grandparent left, sorry. My grandma, and she's almost 90. And, I think it's like a blessing, because I don't have any grandparents left either. And, they are a blessing, our grandparents, because, they're wiser than us. And like you said, we can lean on them for advice and things like that.
they are the most special thing that you're ever going to have when you have them. And if I give one word of advice, no matter how old you are, if you still have them, spend every waking moment that you have with them, because
Right.
when you let go, that's going to be like the hardest thing you're ever going to do. It was for me. That was, you know, I could have spent my whole life being abused, but that didn't amount to the amount of pain of losing my grandparents. You know?
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's just, our loved ones and things like that. And it is so hard going through life and dealing with, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly and stuff like that. But it's so important to let each other know, because we just don't know. We're not promised, a set amount of time, and that's for sure. So,
Yeah,
um
life goes fast. So you gotta live it well and the best you can, and you gotta take care of yourself.
well, and I'm just so glad that we met through Sebastian's army too. And, you know, um again, it's so important for us all to come together, especially if we've been in situations. And I think a lot of Sebastian's story resonates with people too. So, that part is very important to remember. And, you know, just kind of being of service and helping others. Um, yeah, I'm just so grateful that Sebastian has good people, that care.
I am too. I feel like Sebastian's army is so strong and loyal, and I'm so glad that Sebastian has that. And Seth, you know, um, I think growing up with my grandfather who constantly helped other people every chance and every opportunity that he could, I think that part of me is a reflection of him. And so when I look around at the world and when I found out about Sebastian, I felt a calling to just do whatever I can. No matter how long it takes, I'm always going to be here at every opportunity to do whatever I can.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And I think we just need people that want to, actually take action. And that's a lot of what I was talking about in my rant too, and I probably could have worded it a lot better. But, it's so important to wanna make sure that we can actually take action because it's really easy, and I hate to sound like aristocratic, but, it's really easy for us to just sit here and, type something out or tell everybody how we feel, but, taking action is a big part of it, and, um, it's been difficult with, Tony and the situation there, and there's been so many changes, again, how much difference you know, a couple months can make. And it's important to just be stronger than ever because we do have to take action and that's the only thing that's gonna help the situation is searching and I mean even theorizing is really important and I know that sometimes we're not always gonna agree, but I think it's really important that we do go over theories and try to figure out what could have happened here because I feel like it's not as complicated as it seems, even though it seems like it's a monumental mess, in my opinion.
No, I think I agree with you highly. I often think the same thing, you know?
Yeah, I just don't, and I don't want to be the ones that are, that says, well, the cops aren't gonna, they're not doing anything, they don't care because there's a big part of me that thinks that they do, but then, when we don't see, for instance, any action when it comes to, even Detective Carter, if he's the lead detective on the case, why has he never addressed the public, especially after 2 years with all the speculation? Um, and I know they put the written statement out, but a lot of that information was wrong, like Sebastian's age. And that just didn't like sit well with a lot of people. And it's hard for being a creator and I want to be honest with the audience about what I'm thinking and feeling most of the time. But then it's also like, am I really going to get up there and be like, they don't care, they've got, but you can't. I mean, if they can't even get his age right, like that, like right off the bat, I'm mad.
I'm
So
the same way as you. Um, there's like 1,000 things that I could say, but then you don't say them because I guess the fear of retaliation. Because as you know, like my husband
mm,
is like in the campaigning world, and so yeah, I don't know whatever to say because I don't want to mess things up because I don't trust a lot of politicians. I don't trust a lot of police officers. Now, don't get me wrong when I say that. I 100% support and back the blue, right? But
yeah, we have to. I mean, we have to at some point realize that they're the ones that we have to rely on, and that's what's hard if we don't feel trust.
I think that some of them care, but the ones that should be caring the most, I think we feel let down by them, and we don't see that. We don't see the care. And I don't have all the answers, I wish I did. I wish I could just see through people but you can't. And so that's what's hard is how do you find answers when nothing's out there?
I think you nailed it because I saw so much support and love, even honking from police officers, like shout out to Gallatin PD. And then we had this like completely different vibe, right, or energy that was coming into it
That
and kind of seeped
was
in, right, and didn't even like it like kind of hit us like, right after we did the prayer and the cake. So I was like you said, so disappointed. Like I had not felt that deflated
I,
in
I
a
was
while.
I was so like, that's the first time I think I've ever seen anything like that happen in front of my face, like, and I was just appalled. Like, why? Uh,
Well, and I also, and I'm sure you probably felt it too, and everybody else that was there, it was almost like everything was going so good and so smooth, and we were almost like over like the, big part of everything, and then all of a sudden it was like everyone's playing this. Did they flip off the, Seth? Did they flip off the people? What happened? It was like a whole whirlwind situation where I was like, "Oh my gosh, like I'm in the middle of this, but everything is like buzzing around me." And I'm like, "This is like crazy." But it wasn't caused by any of us. It was caused by a rogue officer. I'm not going to say that he's representing everyone because many of the officers that I said hello to just snubbed me politely, for lack of a better way to say it. Like they totally ignored me. But that's fine. I chose to say hello. Like you said, I can't, we can't ever
yeah.
control what others are going to do. Right. But I chose to say hello and I was trying to be cordial. But the hitting the sign, then we realized like they hit the sign, they were, so all of those things like started to compound, and I'm like, I didn't personally see the bird being flipped, but I did witness and feel that energy, and I don't know,
Well,
you know.
I remember I was standing right next to you, and
Yes.
I kinda, like, leaned over to you, like, "What is going on?" Like, and
Mhm.
I didn't even realize you were, like, video recording on your phone.
I was
And so
live.
I thought you were talking to me that whole time, and I'm like, "Oh, wait, you're recording." But then
Yep, I
this
was
was
live. Well, because Jen, Astrology for Mystics with Jen went live. And then, I was like, well, after Jen goes live, I'll go live because Betty was live like the whole time. So she caught a lot because she just had her camera, set up. Um, but for my stuff, I was actually talking to somebody else. So I was kind of away from everything when I saw everything going on. And I'm like, what is this guy acting like? I think I said acting like a smart ass or something. And, walked over by you guys.
what I did witness, though, for sure, was when the same officer was asked by another woman there, "Is 2 years too long?" And that officer snapped back and said, "Yeah, well, why don't you go apply for a job and go find Sebastian that way to Seth," or, you know, I
Mhm.
did witness that, and I just remember, like, number 1, why would you say that to a father who's missing his child? And number 2, that's not how it works, buddy. You should know that as a police officer. You don't go apply for a job to find your missing child. You're the
Amen.
you're the one who should be out there looking for somebody's missing child. We come to you, you work for us.
Right.
We don't need to apply for anything. So, that was absolutely disgusting, and I've been trying to figure out who the person was, the officer was,
I
and
have
it's
no
just
idea. I know. I didn't even think to, because I was shocked. I really like, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting, I almost like had a sigh of relief after that part was done and I knew we were kind of winding down. And so I was totally caught off guard.
I just I mean, there's no excuses for that kind of behavior for anything. You know,
Mm-mm.
they acted like it was some sort of violent protest or something, and it's like, I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting to say to any father who's missing a child. It's disgusting to say to anybody, and just the
It really
attitude.
is. Well, it's
Just
kind
the
of
attitude.
like a wicked taunt, right? Because like he's over there saying that, oh, you could just go, get a job, but like he wouldn't have any access to those records or anything about Sebastian, even if he did work for the, like you said. I mean, so it's not even a solution. He's offering he's just taunting the father of a missing child.
Well, you think of all the missing children in this world. So you're saying you're going to say that to every single parent who's missing their child or a loved one, that they should just apply for a job. It's that easy. Like that's offensive. That's so offending.
That is very offensive. It is very offensive. Yeah,
It's
yes,
basically,
Detroit. She was there too. Yeah, Jennifer. Well, and you've attended a lot of the events too for Sebastian, because you're very passionate about finding him, helping him be found, you know? And
yeah.
thank you, little Miss Sharon, too. And thank you very much for your super chat. She says, thank you for talking about all the important subjects, or an important subject, excuse me.
Yeah. I'm glad, all my life I've wanted to help people and save lives, and I guess that's my calling, I guess. So I'm
Yeah, and
happy.
I mean, it takes a lot of us because there's so many people out there that feel compelled to do it, but I think a lot of it too, like you said, it's God telling people like this is why I put you here, is to love each other and be there for each other and help each other. And so being of service to others is a huge part of that, in my opinion.
You're absolutely right. I mean, what are we if we don't serve others? We're selfish, right? I don't want to be a
Exactly.
selfish person. I don't want my kids growing up to see me as a selfish person. I want them to see me as somebody who is selfless.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels good to help people, it does. It feels good to, get out there. And I was so happy that Seth had so much support because, the first time he went out there, he kind of did like an impromptu thing. And, thank God Jen and Jeff were able to be there, and everybody that was able to stop over there and that. But, you know, he really deserves to have the support of people, and just let him know that because nobody can do it by themselves, as much as we want to. We need
Mm-hmm.
help, we need people. Yeah.
Yeah, you need a village. You really need a village. I know I say that all the time, but that's because it's
Yeah,
so
it's
true.
true. It's true.
Yeah, I mean, we're all brothers and sisters in Christ, and that's our duty, is to be not just servants of the Lord, but servants for each other. Because, I mean, really, if nobody ever helped anybody out in this world, that would be like the crappiest world ever. It's
Oh
cheesy,
yeah.
but
Well,
it's
and
true.
we're kind of getting there where a lot of people are kind of, you're seeing it more and more, but then again, you're also seeing a big burst of people who are showing out for empathy and love and care and compassion for other people. And yeah.
Yeah, I think when a lot of people who have been through a lot of pain and stuff, that's sort of their therapy as well, is to treat people the way that they weren't necessarily treated, and love people the way that they weren't loved.
Yeah, I think that was a big part of my gripe earlier too, where I was like, these bigger creators, they have such a vast audience and a way bigger audience than I do. And why are they not taking the opportunity to use that platform to elevate others and to help? And, but many times, especially with a lot of the true crime creators, even good people that didn't, I mean, and I've been tempted myself, but they'll create like a second channel in order to cover the crap and the things that don't matter, and you're just all you're doing is doing as much good as bad then, in my opinion. And I get disappointed there too.
I mean, people can be disappointing, but like I said earlier, let them do what they're going to do. They want to see you get a reaction out of them.
Very
You know,
true.
don't feed them what they want, because then they're winning, and they want to see you lose. So don't do it.
That's funny. Don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the
Yeah,
trolls.
don't feed the snakes and the demons.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that is good advice. And I do need a reminder of that because, and there because there's been times where, I just kind of and then I found out that is effective, where they're like, "Oh, okay, it didn't phase." But if you let them know it phased you, then they're like, "Ha, got her,"
Yeah,
Sometimes, not all the time. I hate to, think of be paranoid, but meh, you know.
no, it you just crush the snakes, crush them. The only way you
So,
do it is smothering them.
exactly. Yeah, and or eat them like, the nasty honey badger. Libra was saying, I saw where BHB is suing a list of people, including Craddock. Do you know the whole list? So, as far as I know, it's Lisa Byington, one of the detectives, Craddock, and then it's the Bower Sox and Stinky Feet, like Katie, Chris, and yeah, Maddie, and Terry.
Stinky toes.
The Stinky Toes. So, um, I think Betty has a good shot at recouping some damages there. I mean, I don't know. What do you think about it?
Sorry, ask me that again.
Like, I think Betty could, is has a good case here to recoup some damages because of kind of the way that things went down and how she didn't violate the order because it was just basically, like staying away from them or not like not
Um,
going over near their house and stuff like that. That's what I read in the court filings, like that she wasn't supposed to do any of that, but attending Sebastian's vigil and that sort of thing, like she was arrested at the vigil and I'm like, well, I actually couldn't believe that happened, and I guess that's why Lisa Byington is listed because she's the one that was there, like that arrested Betty, as far as I know.
well, I think that her rights were obviously violated tremendously, and I've always said that, and
Mhm. Yeah.
I've I've always tried to encourage that she take a hold of that, and I think that she has a good standing. However, I know the courts and how corrupt they are, and I know I don't want to say names because I could get in trouble, but the judge that she had, and I think he's still the judge that she's gonna have, is extremely corrupt, and I only know that because I had him as a judge.
Oh.
And my husband knows him as a judge because my husband has put a lawsuit against him before.
Oh man. Is he like an old is it do you think that some of that has to do with like the older guys like mentality type of good old boy thing, or is it more or less just I mean,
It's a
because some
power.
people are just yeah, some
It's
people
power.
exactly, yeah, yes, because some people like to get drunk on that power and then, "Hey, here's
Uh,
the stroke of a pen, look what I can," kind of thing, so yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm.
let's just say this, that when that judge found out who I was, well, he wasn't my husband yet, but at the time he was my boyfriend. When that judge found out who I was with, he recused. Let's just say that,
Oh. Oh.
because my husband is a force in the corrupt courts. He fights against corrupt judges, and he speaks in legislative houses against these people. They know who he is. They all know who he is. They despise him. They fear him. And so when I could be wrong that that's the judge that she currently will have, but I know that she's had him in the past. And I was very, very scared for her because I know who he is and what he's capable of doing and what he did to me. And I don't think I could say the name. So I'm going to have to leave it at that. But
Yeah.
I think she has a good standing. But at the same time, if it's him, I'm always scared when I see that name for anybody because he is far from a just judge. He's ruined so many lives. Good
I
people's lives.
just hate that. I hate that, you know?
And so I hope she doesn't get him or has him because she's going to have to really, really, really work hard on how she presents herself. And she's going to have to know if he's bamboozling her because I'm telling you, I mean, if you can hear it in my voice right now, but I really I'm praying for her. And like I've offered so many times before, if she needs any help whatsoever, I implore her to reach out to me because it's a fight if that's who she's going to have. It's going to be a battle.
Ugh. And you know,
Can I just say something?
yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
So,
of
so
course.
this is kind of what she's up against. So I'm not going to name names, but here's an example of how evil he can be. I know a family that currently is fighting in the courts. They have an autistic child, and then they had another young girl that died of diabetes, and they took the autistic child away from these parents right as
Oh.
soon as their little girl passed away, and were accusing them of neglect and killing their daughter. It
Oh.
was their daughter. They did not know that she had diabetes. So she got sick, and then she one night felt sick, and they thought that she just had the flu or something, and she ended up passing away.
Oh my
No.
gosh. No. Oh, that is so
So
sad.
so they are fighting.
And they blamed it on the parents?
They blamed it on the parents. And do you know why? It's
Why?
because
Oh,
CPS is evil and the judicial system is evil, and they will find
they are?
any reason and outlet to blame the parents to take children away, because children are worth thousands of dollars, each of them are. And so these parents,
Right.
like other parents, they didn't take their daughter to a doctor all the time for every little thing. And they didn't vaccinate. And so they used that as you killed your kid because you didn't get them vaccinated and you didn't go to the doctor all the time.
Well, but there's no vaccination for diabetes or diabetes, sorry.
Exactly.
I said it like like the
Exactly.
meme.
And that's one of the, I think that was actually one of the defenses they used is, you don't, it's diabetes. You can't really cure that.
I mean, it runs like so strong on my dad's side of the family.
Mhm.
Both my maternal and paternal grandparents had it, even when they were kids and stuff. And I dodged it. I didn't get when I was tested for like the gestational diabetes and stuff. They were like, "Oh no, you're all right." So I was glad about that. But it's something that you can't really tell unless you're checking your blood sugar often. Um, and it is good if you have that family history, but if you don't, it can really be a silent and
Yeah.
devastating disease. I mean, because you don't know, especially in a little kid, you wouldn't expect,
No,
that.
what's so sad is before this happened, I had just seen her like maybe 2 to 3 weeks before she passed away. They were over at our house, and she was such a sweet little girl, happy, well taken care of. They, their son was not nonverbal, but still, they love their kids, and so that's what she's up against. And
Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that, and also that Betty might have to encounter someone like that.
I think she's pretty good at sticking up for herself. She's pretty good at defending herself. So I think she's good, but like I said, knowing who that person is, I have a lot of fear.
KJ Mack really hit the nail on the head here too. Each child is worth thousands for the system. The friends of many who own companies like those that own those schools, which have contracts with social services, always look into the connections. And yeah, well said. And like I said, with Sebastian's case specifically, the only way that they could have gotten that referral to Bledsoe Youth Academy was through CPS. No doubt in my mind, 100% verified with receipts on my channel.
CPS needs abolished.
I mean, I understand but it almost seems like they're trained to make the complete wrong decision, and I don't and it's everywhere. It's not just Tennessee. It's not just, Missouri. It's not just Arkansas. It's not just Florida. It's not just, Maryland, wherever we're talking about California. Across the board, there really needs to be better systems in place. Otherwise, and another thing is too, is it doesn't transfer state to state. And we've talked about that a lot here too. So, say a child was rightfully, taken for safety reasons, they needed to be taken legitimately, these parents will get them back and take them to a new state. And then no one knows anything about what happened before. And then, until we find out they're missing or, something horrible has happened to them. It's sad. There has to be a better way.
It's okay. What I'm gonna say is pretty out there, but
it's okay.
I think they are the pipeline of trafficking.
Oh, I agree with that. 100%. There's also been a lot of evidence that supports that as well, Jennifer. Like really,
Oh, I've seen.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
I ran for first lady with my husband, and I've met a lot of people through what my husband's work is, and the stories are mortifying. And the school systems, they all are a pipeline, because it's just like KJ Mack said. I think it was. Is it KJ or somebody else that said they are
worth thousands?
Yeah, they are worth thousands. And I know that for a fact. And so what's happening is the court systems, the legal systems, the public school systems, they're all getting a cut for each child they can have taken away from parents. If you've noticed lately, I don't know if you know anything about the public school system.
I mean, it's been so long since my daughter has been, and I was very active in her school and stuff, like, especially when she was little. As she got older, of course, high school is different, it's like, okay, mom, drop me off a block away and stuff. But in the same way, yeah.
They have
not as familiar.
They have CPS workers in there on a daily basis in school systems. And
They
they're,
do?
oh yeah, my local school system, the principal literally told my husband and I, it's not uncommon for CPS to come in and talk to children every day. We have them here every day. And you know what they do? They don't tell the parents that they're going in to talk to certain children behind their back. And what they do is they sit these kids down and they try to get information out of them. And they're allowed to lie to children and they're allowed to manipulate to get the answers they want out of them. So,
Oh my.
and it's not a joke. That's why I would
Oh
never send my
my.
child to public school. I refuse to. And so, now what our legislative systems are doing down here, especially in Tennessee, is they're trying to manipulate the Constitution and parents' rights and force children to not homeschool and to stay in public schools. But in the public schools, if you've noticed, they're coming up with all these new bills they're trying to pass where, if a child misses this amount of days, they're marked tardy. And like, I think it was just last winter, they were trying to pass something where children weren't allowed to be homesick at all or miss even a single day of school, or they would go to the courtroom immediately to be found tardy and neglected.
Wow. Wait a minute. But what if they have
Yeah, no, they can't be sick at all. They can't even have a doctor's excuse. That's
No,
what they're
that's about
doing.
money. That's about money.
It's about stealing children out of good homes. It's control and it's dangerous.
Very, very
And
much.
so, and right now I'm actually really scared because they have certain representatives who are trying to pass bills where homeschool children have to be tested every so often, which is so unconstitutional. But, they'd have to go take like these tests to make sure
Like a
that they
standardized
understand.
test or something?
Yeah, like something similar to what they do in like TCAP or something. And if they don't have a certain score, they're forced to go to a public school. So they're violating a constitutional right to the parents because you have a right to homeschool your children. Right? But they're trying to manipulate that and force your children to go to public school. Why do you think they're trying to force your children to go anywhere? It's a system.
Right. Oh,
Because
wow.
because
That's
they want to control.
nuts.
Because children are worth thousands of dollars. It's human trafficking, which, by the way, I went to school to learn to be a PI specifically to take down human traffickers. So I know a lot about it. And trust me when I say I do not trust the public school system for my life. I am homeschooling. I refuse. I refuse to allow the government to control my children and control me and how I raise and teach my children. And I would be damned if they ever get to steal my child under color of law. No way. Nope.
Oh my gosh, that is absolutely insane. And even Detroit says just like 100 a day in public schools, they do a count of each child on the day to get their money, and they push that to make sure they get their funding. And see, where my brain was going with that too, is that like if the more days that they show up, if they're not in school, then they can't put them down, mark them down on the tally list. And oh my God, to me,
Yeah.
I would never tell a parent not to homeschool their child because that's not my position, right? Like that's not any of my business how somebody raises their child. And in my opinion, my view of homeschooling has drastically changed. Like if I had a little one these days, I would probably homeschool if I could because of what they're teaching because of some of what I'm hearing here, especially.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
dangerous. They're also get this one. So just last year, I think it was in Kentucky, they were going to start having each child do a checklist every morning when they come into school. And that checklist was asking about, are you happy today? Are you sad today? Are you mad today? Do you feel safe at home? Why would they be asking these students to write every single day how they're feeling and if something's going wrong at home? Because they're targeting.
wow. That almost seems like they're baiting them for a negative response because sometimes kids will say, "Oh yeah, I mean, if their friend says it,
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to say it, or something like that even because kids are just so
yeah, I mean, heck, when I was little, I'd get
impressionable."
mad if I wasn't allowed candy. So what are we
Exactly.
gonna do? I've gone to school and been like, I'm so mad at my dad or my mom for not letting me have candy. It's so bad. It's so abusive. You know what I mean? Kids don't
Exactly.
understand what they're saying when they're mad. They don't, and so they use that. And that's the same tactic that the CPS uses when they go and they talk to your kids privately. I guarantee you half the people out there don't even know that CPS has spoken to their children because the school systems don't tell you.
Little Miss Sharon says, I thought CPS was to keep children safe from abuse. I used to think that too. I
Oh,
really did. Talk about
no.
being, disappointed.
Ah, I think you'd be disappointed and remember what I told you last time. They were having, it was just here in Tennessee. They had so many kids taken out of homes that they'd taken out. They don't have room for all of them. So they're all sleeping on the floor of these agency buildings. And then
Yes.
another one was telling a girl that if she wanted, because she complained that she was so hungry, and the CPS worker told her, if you're hungry, take it to the streets and go sell yourself and make some money to feed yourself. Go be a prostitute.
See, that to me is like, I would never think in a million years that anybody would do that, but I believe it now. Like, I never would have believed it years ago, but
No,
or
I
even if
don't.
somebody would have told me that, I've been like, "Well, are you sure? I mean, that's gotta be isolated incident," but you find out it's really not.
No, it's all over the news, and that's what makes me even more angry.
Yes.
Is this stuff has been going on for so many years? Do you know how many children CPS has killed? And they're not
Oh
held
my gosh.
accountable. They're not held accountable because it's the system. It's money, it's power. Our children mean nothing to any of these agencies. The only thing they see them as is money.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely correct,
And
and
they didn't help Sebastian. Let's just
no,
be
they didn't.
let's just be honest. They don't help the kids that actually need help. If they did, they wouldn't be going missing and they wouldn't be dying.
I agree. 100%.
And
Um,
the foster care system, don't get me wrong, part of it is a blessing, but again, a lot of children are going into the wrong foster systems because these foster parents are just there for money because they get paid
mm,
to take
again,
care of
yes,
them,
yes. Mhm.
and they end up
Yep.
getting killed or abused, and then the kids end up running away and becoming prostitutes themselves and into human trafficking because they want to escape all that. So
Well, and
it's messed up.
like, even when it came to the kids over at Bledsoe that came from New Hampshire, they were being forced to watch,
There.
pornographic materials, and they were being jumped, and there was kids that had, when Seth did the research, he found out that they had passed away at that facility, and do you know that that facility is also funded by Tennessee mental health funds?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. There's very few like therapists and medical agencies that I trust. You have to be really, really, really careful Like
Yeah.
even pediatricians, you have to know your game before any of them, because you don't know if you take your kid into any of these places thinking that they're going to help your kid with some certain thing. They might be struggling with some mental instability or depression, and these people call CPS because they claim something's going on, and the reason that they're depressed or this or that is the parents, and go look at the parents. And these people invade our homes, and it's not constitutional. They come into our homes and invade our homes and inspect our homes. They have no right to. But you know
I
what
agree.
happens? What happens is these judges, sorry, I almost cussed. With these,
It's night court. You feel free.
well, I'd have to repent.
I'm on my best behavior because you're here, Jen. So,
I'm sorry.
that's the only reason.
But these
Otherwise,
judges,
I'd be a wild
yeah,
child over here. But
well, I'm definitely not a wild child. I am sorry. But
no, it's good though. I understand though, because it's like you get so passionate about it, and you would think, like Libra's saying here, you would think that these workers would be held to a higher standard, and that's what's frustrating.
no,
Gabriel
they're not.
Fernandez.
Yeah, hey, that's what I was gonna say, is that Gabrielle Fernandez. I was talking about that on the last time we were on here. Remember I was telling
Yes.
you, the little boy with the cat litter, the parents were feeding him cat litter?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
they made it into a whole Netflix thing because
Oh
the
my gosh.
he literally died in the hands of CPS. Like, CPS gave no flying crap about him. It's
I just
disgusting.
don't see where they lose their and it's the same for police officers, I guess, because it makes me wonder because I don't really picture people other than the power thing. But I mean, you don't usually picture people going, I want to be a social worker because and then they don't get paid a whole lot either, most of the time. Sometimes just depends. But again, and oh, I want to do this, but usually you're thinking it's because they want to help people, they want to make a difference, they want to be the change that they want to see and I'm going to get in there, but then where do they lose that or what happens to them because it
It's
it just doesn't translate over like
I'm
that.
telling you that most of these people, most of these judges, most of these attorneys, most of these CPS workers, social services, whatever you want to call them, they do go. I think a majority of them go in with the intent of that. They genuinely want to help kids. But then when they get in there, they get corrupted because
Right.
of certain circumstances. You like I'm saying, okay? Trafficking. Okay? Trafficking. You don't know if any of them are being told, "Hey, this kid's $1,000. You want a cut of this? Then be quiet. Hush, hush. Here's some money, or we'll give you a little raise if you just be quiet."
Right.
And then, like I was going to say earlier, it's unconstitutional that they come into your homes and force themselves into your home, or they arrest you, right? So when they come knocking on your door saying, "Hey, it's CPS here. We're going to have to look through your home and make sure that this kid's safe or that kid's safe." And if you stand there and you say no, what happens? Why do you think the police come to the door with them? Because they know that the parent is going to fight against that. But what they do,
Yeah, anybody, right? And the kids do too. It is so traumatizing. Like it's the
oh
most
yeah,
traumatizing thing to put a child through is to take look and think about how a kid feels when you take away their safety blanket or their favorite bear or like, whatever it is, like, but you're taking the literal world out from underneath them when you do that. And not to consider their best interest in that situation is just pure evil in my opinion.
well, statistics have shown and proven that when you take a child away from their parents, especially the mother, um, it causes psychological damage. It literally damages the brain, and I can't express that enough. In any form of abuse and taking kids away from their biological parents. Absolutely, there are children out there who need to be taken away from parents because they're bad parents, right? And
Yeah, because it's their best interest. Yeah, they're like if it's dirty and like there's a lot of instances where I can see that there would, but also I think it's more too that they need to really like work on services for people and see if they can't get them help. And again, you can't make people change; it's up to them. But in the same
yeah,
way, they also put some very unrealistic expectations on people, making them jump through hoops and then making them feel like a horrible parent when they can't meet this high expectation too. So I've seen that as
well,
well.
you know, they shouldn't. Oh my gosh, they have a whole checklist. Did you know that if they come into your house and this checklist, if you have a window without like a busted screen, they mark that.
Oh,
Did you know that?
no. See,
They come
that's
up
like
with all
big
these rules.
government control. I'm sorry, Jen, what were you saying?
Oh, no. Say what you're saying.
I was just gonna say that's just like big government control, and that's kind of why I would, you know, go more towards like a conservative standpoint on things because I don't want big government, right? I don't want Uncle Sam coming and telling me how to run my life. Like I don't think anybody, some people would appreciate that and they need that kind of guidance. I get it, but for me, I no. I mean, wow. What if it's a situation where you either buy a new screen for your door or you feed the family? That to me, uh,
They can make up anything they want to be honest with you. They could come up with
that's
the stupidest
terrifying.
they can come up with the stupidest thing. That you could have this might sound a little crazy, but you literally could have like them come knocking on your door and you have a dog or something and that dog like ends up getting excited or has some sort of problem and it starts peeing on the floor in front of them. They could say, "Oh, you let pee and poop on the floor." It's crazy.
Oh my god. See, now that is absolutely gaslighting behavior.
They know. I'm sorry. I have no respect for CPS whatsoever. And I will never ever sit here and glorify them. I will never sit here and say they save lives because they do absolutely the opposite. And half of those CPS workers, they have criminal records themselves. I think if you're going to be handling children and that serious of a situation where you could take kids away from their families, you better have a clean slate yourself. No,
Well, yeah. How could like that's where it gets me fired up too with the hypocrisy. It's like how do you sit there and point the finger at someone else and how are you in a position of authority to be able to do that is that's concerning having somebody be able to. Yeah, I mean, I've witnessed that too as well, though. Missouri is really bad for that. The judges, all of it is very similar.
you
Um,
know, the 1700s, they stole children just in a different way.
right.
And you know what they stole children back in the 1700s for?
I cringe to ask, or I cringe to answer rather.
Prostitution, trafficking.
Mhm.
They're no different than that. It's just a different generation. It's just a different time.
I agree. I wonder about how that translates to Sebastian's case, especially with the history.
They ignore they ignore everything. Like I don't know everything about Sebastian's case with the CPS. Like I don't know what happened, but like a while ago when this first started going on with Sebastian, I remember seeing something vaguely, and my first initial thought was they just ignored everything with Sebastian.
Right.
They do it. They intentionally ignore certain children's pleas and
that would be neglect. I would, in my opinion, uh, and it also, like, and again, I'm sorry, I'm getting fired up, but it's like, you know, to put him in a place like Bledsoe, or for CPS to even suggest that, shows no empathy or compassion for Sebastian's special needs, and it that really bugs me. But because, especially because his parents were part of, or excuse me, his mother and stepfather, uh, we call him Stepfoot, was responsible for that, right? They were on board with it. They're like, let's go. But it didn't have any specialized programs or anything for what Sebastian needed.
because they don't care. They're just stealing children under color of law because they make money. I'm telling you, it's a trafficking agency. It's not a humane agency. And the reason why they ignore is because they target certain children, and autistic children are on that list of children that they take advantage of. And they
Why
don't,
do you suppose that is?
because autistic children and children with disabilities don't know how to defend themselves like other children do. Especially autistic children who are nonverbal. They can't speak for themselves. They can't, not that any child can defend themselves. They're kids. They're babies. But like, kids with disabilities are just more easily targeted to be easily taken advantage of. And who knows?
Right.
Maybe they're even worth more money. I don't know. I'm not. I don't dare to even go into any of these. Like, I try to stay away from courts at all possibility. You know what I mean? Because they're that evil. And my advice, and my husband's advice, is avoid courts at all costs. If you don't have to go, don't go. It could ruin your children's lives and your lives, even if you're innocent. They
Absolutely.
are so corrupt. And so I don't dare even mess with it. I don't try to, entertain things that might put me there. I have gone through enough with the courts. And God knows the man I'm married to now, none of them probably like me either. So they are looking at every opportunity to, take me down with my husband. So
I hate that because, look, everybody should be able to stand up for what they believe in. And especially when somebody is going off of and not practicing what they preach, because I don't know a whole lot about what your husband does, but what you've told me, but then also just a little bit of things that were online and things like that, and I would just have to agree that a lot of it isn't adding up. And when you see those behaviors, it's not a crime to call it out, and you should never be punished for it, in my opinion.
no, but they will. And that's what's kind of concerning with Betty is, she's pretty tough, and she's not afraid to speak, and she speaks loudly, right? But
Yes.
these guys are so corrupt that they know that they can use anything against you. It's like they are not constitutionalists. They do not care about the Constitution whatsoever. So if you go in there and you think you're going to get justice, you may, but it's very rare. because they don't apply the Constitution. They apply what they want and what they perceive and what their power is going to decide. I think they truly make decisions as soon as they go behind those chambers. They discuss and they know, and attorneys as well. There are many attorneys I don't trust because they're all part of the system.
Oh my gosh, yes. And they're the ones that get rich too, is, okay, well, we're going to fight it and we're going to do this. And it's like, but you're just paying to, you're putting good money towards bad, in my opinion. And I agree, the best case scenario is not to even involve or get involved in the system, because once you are, it's like, again, I mean, I can't believe how intense it is. But then again, I know.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't ever be a voice against that. Oh, I would. Absolutely. I think my husband does very well with that over me, though. He's a veteran he was a force recon Marine, so he doesn't put up with anything no matter who you are. And he's not afraid to come out and say it and call you out no matter who you are. And I love that about him. But again, you have to be so careful, even doing the right thing and being a voice, because these people want to silence your voice at all costs, and they want to destroy you. And they have far more power than people think. But what I would like to see is more people coming together, not just a few, but a whole army of people against it. But you don't see that because people are afraid to speak out against judges. Because these guys arrest people for, freedom of speech. They know that. Like I said, they don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about your constitutional rights, your freedom of speech. But they know that. And it's abuse of power. So, again, if you can defend yourself without an attorney, that's the best choice you can make, because you don't know if your attorney is part of that whole system. And then what are you going to do if they do you wrong?
Yeah.
If you learn,
I get it.
If you learn your Constitution, and I'm not saying, just read the Constitution and know what all the rights are, but really study what each amendment means for you and your rights, and you have all that knowledge, and you know how to fight, and also learn the law yourself. You don't have to go to college. You could pick up a book that teaches you law, and you can sit down at home and read law books. You don't have to be a genius. Just learn your Constitution and learn the laws, study them, educate yourself, and go defend yourself. And I think that's way better than having somebody else speak for you, because these judges and stuff, they think that if you're not represented, they could take advantage of you because they think you're stupid and you don't know your rights and you don't know how to defend yourself. And they know that, and they love that. But if you come at them unrepresented and you catch that judge or, the opposing attorney saying things that's not unconstitutional or unlawful, you can respectfully say, actually, no, this is what this amendment says, and this is what it means, and these are my rights, and what you just stated isn't lawful. It's incorrect. Then they look at you like, come again? You aren't stupid? You know what you're talking about.
Well, and I will say too, if you show up to family court without, representation in Missouri, you might as well just forget it, because and it doesn't matter, because they only want to talk to a lawyer, and they treat you like literal dog duty um if you show up there without and you know,
Yeah.
I know that because I ended up running out of money and had to represent myself, and it was not pretty. It
Yeah.
was not pretty. Like, I know real estate law, but back then I didn't even know real estate law. So, I mean, and I agree with you. It's really about understanding, you know, what our rights are, because it's it could be a matter of, like you said, if you get into a situation, like I'm sure nobody thought Betty was going to be arrested at, well, I mean, let me take that back. There were certain people that were facilitating her arrest, in my opinion, but most of us were like, oh, well, she's not going to get arrested at a vigil, like just for going to a vigil and supporting the cause. Like, and
Mhm.
so it was kind of blindsiding, in my opinion, even though they were bragging about it far before it happened, too.
Yeah, I gotta tell you this, and this is gonna ruffle your feathers here.
Uh
So,
oh.
about I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago when my husband was running for governor of Tennessee,
Hmm.
he went down to, I think it was Brentwood or something, where a bunch of local judges were having a citizens bingo. What does that sound like to you? Before I explain what citizens bingo is.
I mean, I just pictured like a bunch of senior citizens, like with the bingo, and they're turning the little basket, and then, you
No,
know,
no,
B9,
no, it's bingo.
bingo.
It's bingo. But and he has this on video on YouTube if anybody wanted to check it out. The proof is in the pudding. I'm not making this up. These judges from all over Tennessee got together and literally their tables had little bingo chips and bingo papers, right? They were
Yeah.
they were literally playing citizens bingo, like mocking citizens.
No. Like people
Yes.
that have been in trouble for stuff, or
No, just like basically like I don't know how to explain it. You'd have to go
people
watch
from
the
the
video.
community, like just citizens of the community.
Like people who go into court hearings and stuff, like they're mocking how
Oh
they're treated.
my.
Um, you know, um, I'd have to find it exactly what the bingo, uh, what they were saying. But get this, my husband was down there, and a few others that we know that are like into journalism and stuff, and they had police come up. Like this is a public place, right? It was like a hotel that they were having this in, and it's open to the public, but they refused to let my husband in. They refused to let other people in, like journalists and stuff. It's public to the press. They wanted to hide it of what they were doing. And they made this big fuss about it, like you need to leave. But my husband, knows the Constitution. He's like, I don't have to leave.
Right. Oh, how strange is
Well,
that?
they ended up arresting our friend that is a journalist from Chattanooga because he was refusing
Oh.
to get up. He went into the room and sat down at a desk, and he was like, I have a right to be here. I have a right to watch what's going on in here. And they were like, no, you don't. You need to leave. You need to leave now or be arrested. And he's like, get your hands off of me. I have a right to be here. It's a constitutional right. They literally forced him onto a stretcher and wheeled him
Oh
out,
my.
took him to jail. And the cops there didn't even know what they took an oath to. My husband's like, are you aware of this amendment and that amendment and what you sworn, to do in your job? And they're like, no, I didn't know that. It's like, technically, you have no right to arrest anybody. It's a public place. But those judges didn't want anybody knowing what was going on in there because they were playing citizens bingo.
Oh my gosh, that is like disturbing in my opinion. And
Yeah, you're a
even
mockery.
if you don't know, just because you don't know that you're breaking the law doesn't mean that you can't get in trouble for breaking it, which is, whatever. I can't say much about it, but it's just the way it is. So, I mean, just because they weren't aware they were being unconstitutional doesn't change the fact that they were being unconstitutional, in my opinion.
I think I found it.
I was gonna say, if you want,
No, I didn't. The video's on YouTube.
I was gonna say I could look it up too.
It's on.
Or if you want to
John
send
Gentry.
me. Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and.
I don't want to bring it up and then it blasts or something. But.
Oh, I have to go to YouTube. Hold on. I'm sorry. I went to the wrong one.
KJ Mac 239. I'm not sure if he knows Chris Sanhall. He might. I'd have to ask him if he knows who that is. I don't think I've ever heard of her myself, but
Is it at Gentry for the People?
Yeah.
Okay,
and
great.
Great.
I found it.
Yeah, did you find it, or you're gonna probably have to go through some because that was a while ago.
Oh, no worries. Let's see.
But
was it a video that did he upload a video of it?
Yeah. It I'm sure if you just type in Gentry for the People and the word judges, and it might pop up then for you faster. Okay. I don't want to do it on mine. I don't want to mess up your feed. But
no, it's okay. I'll find it, I'm sure. Is it called Citizens Bingo, or is it called, or you said Judges?
Judges.
Press member arrested as Judges Cheer 2 years ago?
It was probably about 2 years ago, yeah. But I didn't hear what you just said the title was.
Oh, okay. It says, a room full of judges cheering at constitutional violations. This is a first for SOS.
Might be it. I'd have to see. Sounds like it, but I don't want to.
Oh, I found it. Yeah, I did find it.
You found it? Okay.
Yeah. So where do I go? Should I start it from the beginning? It seems like it's pretty.
I haven't watched it for a very long time, so I would just kind of
just play it from the beginning.
Yeah, I'll tell you if it's
okay. Great. Give me 1 second. Let me remove this here. All right, and then bear with me 1 second.
While you're doing that, I'm going to answer a question. Libra loyal Tennessee Constitution. So not a lot of people know this, but each state has their own constitution, not just the federal constitution. And each constitution in each state has their own rights or whatever you want to call it. But not everybody knows that every state has their own constitution.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is this the comment? Okay. Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
Because we're we're, United States, but we're also individual. And, that's another reason why, you might have certain laws in one state that you wouldn't, see in another state type of a thing.
Correct. And they don't teach that in civics, do they?
No, they don't. And I mean, I also think that that's another thing that when it comes to DV situations, because when I was isolated to only, Walter's side of the family, um, in Missouri, I didn't know what I was getting myself into and how they ran crap because I grew up in, like the Chicagoland area, and that's where those are, kind of the laws that I was used to or that I was aware of, but didn't realize that moving even, 8 or 9 hours away from home, that I was in a different world completely.
Yeah, they don't want you to know this stuff because they don't want you to know how to defend yourself.
Well, and even my brother did say something really smug to me too, come to think of it, because we were talking about it earlier, but he's like, he's not the mayor. And I'm like, he might as well be, because he's got pull and he's got people and family members that know people. Because they had lived down there, for a couple of years before we moved down there. So it was like, you don't understand. And in that kind of system, that good old boys thing, it's always like who you know and who you fill in the blank, and people like lived by that. They do live by that, as far as I know. I haven't lived there for a couple of years, but
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I was like, you've got to be joking me, right? Like, it's like, so you're not judged on your merits here. Okay, awesome. Well, I'm not going to do that. Sorry, I don't know anybody, and I'm definitely not doing the second part. So, what the hell,
Right? It's crazy, isn't it?
All right, so I will play this through really quick, because I'm really interested. This is something that I was not expecting at all. This is interesting. Oh, hold on, let me unmute.
But man, you start getting in the press, and man, I don't know. I just don't know.
Before you guys got here, that was what my chain advised. Like, hey, you need to get the hotel to declare them trespassing. Otherwise, we really
can't.
Yeah.
Unless the hotel says.
And when they enacted 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, that you can bring civil suit for anybody that oppresses your right.
This is not a disturbance of the peace. You're making it one. These people have been doing things in secret for a long time. And that's why justice is so difficult to obtain. And we're going to be on YouTube. He's there under Article 1, Section 19 of the Constitution, freedom of the press. Right. Also, the Open Meetings Act, which says no government business shall be done in secret. And that's what's happening here. It's being done in secret. This cannot stand. It simply cannot stand. It's not proper.
I know who you are, Dave. And you're not a member of this conference.
These guys and us, we're all just
cogs in the wheel.
Just cogs. If they want to try to trespass me, please trust me and let's go.
I do not have strength to be unlawfully arrested in front of 60 judges in this room.
You'll have your chance to redress this, but
no, sir. No, I'm sitting right here.
Please, to leave this meeting.
I can't do that, ma'am. I have a right. I have a right to be here.
Gentlemen, as far as I'm concerned, he's trespassing at this point.
If we write him a cite and take him loose, he's going to come back. So we got to take him, I guess.
Have you ever read it? You swore an oath up. Yes. You ever read it? Okay.
But I don't memorize all the code.
Okay. Article 6, Section 7.
Too. I memorize all the verses.
But you know what's in
Article 6, Section 7. No judge shall hold any other office of trust or profit. You're a judge. You don't get to have any other office at all.
Don't resist arrest.
Here in the city of Franklin, we're family.
There's the bingo right there.
Okay, yes, this is how I noticed. So again, I do want to reiterate. So this is a public event, right? So this is why it's unconstitutional to trespass people just because you don't like them or like what they have to say or disagree with them, right? Or
no. So like I said, there's a bunch of these judges from all over Tennessee who came to do this sovereign citizen bingo event. that they, you know, use this hotel for. And because my husband, along with our friend that you just saw there, the guy getting arrested, he's a journalist. David Tolis. He was in the beginning. He was the one sitting there on the seat, and they're arresting him. He says he has a right to be there. He's a journalist, and that's what you asked me, right?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to make sure, like, that everybody knew, you know, that this was like a whole public event,
Well, no,
that they were just
no.
trespassing.
So the event wasn't publicly, you know, for the public to come in and to attend. But what I'm saying is like this was in a hotel building, so under law, anybody is allowed to come into that building and go into where they are and just sit there and see what's going on. There's no trespassing laws. You have a right. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so these judges didn't know that my husband, who was at the time who's John Gentry, you know, was going down there with David Tolis and some other people to go expose that they were playing sovereign citizen bingo.
Wow, and that is so brave, you know?
And so, so when they found out, when these judges and stuff found out that, hey, okay, these people are coming in and video recording and seeing what's going on here, then they tell the hotel, you need to get these guys out. They have no right to be here. They're trespassing this event that we have. And so my husband and David Tolis, and I forget who the other guy is there, but they're telling them, you know, under Constitution, I have a right to be here. You can't arrest me. You can't get me for trespassing. This is a public building. This is, you know, this is open to the public. Just like in a court, you know, all courts are open to the public.
Right.
So yeah. And so that's the bingo. So not to spend too much time on this, I just, this shows.
I think it's so interesting. Like, I love this because this is something that I would expose too, because I would find it to be, well, let's just not say only unprofessional and that, but also, like, doesn't it show bias that you're picking out certain citizens, like this is moral high ground for, you know, B7. No, just kidding. I don't know. I'm not a bingo. You know, that's my.
Oh, and look at the last one. It says, I'm not a person.
Oh. What is collateral slavery about?
I don't know. I gotta look.
And then we have the Magna Carta.
Okay, wait. What is it? Collateral
slavery, and it'll be BINN all the way at the bottom. So this one, yeah.
I'm not getting two good results here. Hold on a second.
And then it's a little u, and then an SA, and then of course in my mind, because what we have to abbreviate certain things.
Oh my gosh. Okay, dude. Okay, this is what collateral slavery is. It's a system where enslaved people are legally classified as personal property. The absolute right to buy, sell, inherit, and trade them, stripping them of all personal freedoms and basic human rights. Can you believe that?
I'm sorry, I just had to pick my drop from the floor, put it back where it was.
Okay, so can you see the magnitude of what's going on in our state? And these are judges from all over here, including Sumner County.
And this one, Black's Law Dictionary.
Black's Law Dictionary is my husband has it. It's the basically the law dictionary, you know. that lawyers read. And yeah,
Oh, okay.
so but that one, collateral slavery, what? Ugh, it just,
Wow.
even seeing this now from, I'm glad I brought this up so you all can see what is going on in this state. Not just this state, this stuff goes on everywhere. And so you could see my concern for Betty, right? Can you see a little bit of why I'm kind of
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
because this is what they do. If they can go behind citizens' backs and play a bingo game mocking citizens, which I am not a person.
Or I do not consent. Like, that makes me worried when we hear that Snuggle Struggle is such a top pick in the area and everyone's okay with it. Not everybody, but you know what I mean. It's like, wow.
So you need to know what's going on. And this absolutely has everything to do with victims. Because these are the people who are making these life decisions for people and children. And this can't happen. This cannot happen anymore. But the only way that we're ever going to fix this is if the citizens themselves start doing what they're supposed to do, and that's remonstrating.
Right. Well, and that's the thing too. Like, I told KJ Mack with the Black's Law Dictionary. Thank you for saying is it's a necessary as defines legal terms correctly. They're making fun of those who have them and tell people to get them. The meaning of the word is not the same. So thank you, because my mind went to the worst after we just read what we did, and then so again they're poking fun at and mocking the citizens, which is
Yeah. Yeah, and then arresting our friend for his right to be there and to expose this. And then when you see my husband asking the police officer what he took an oath to, and he says, I don't know about that. Like, we've got to do better. We've got to do. I don't need to make this all political, but like this.
No, it's a huge part of it. It's a huge part of it.
But this absolutely has everything to do with justice for victims, because they are essentially mocking victims. And
I would agree.
So I'm glad I brought that up. I forgot all about that. But
same here. I mean, even like what's with the judge's oath thing, because that seems like that's also being.
I don't know. I can't tell you, but if I'm reading that, in my opinion, and what I get out of that is they have some sort of brotherhood oath. I don't know. I don't know what half of this crap means, but red ink. I don't know what red ink would mean. See, maybe they have.
Oh yeah, and it's caps. It's all well, sort of. They're both capitalized, but
some of those I can't even read. So,
there's a lot of like in loco parentis, and then there's also like Malarian syntax and different ones that it maybe has. Well, I know this has got to be Latin, I guess. So they're definitely like masking some of the things that they could all be figured out. I've never heard of seal lioning before.
Oh boy, do I even want to know? I would have to ask my husband, because my husband would probably know what every single one of these things mean and what they are mocking. I mean, he's so highly intelligent with this stuff that.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, he was over there schooling them, and they were like, oh, well, we don't know all of our codes and stuff. Well, maybe you ought to get to know them a little bit, especially if you're enforcing or meant to enforce them. But I can't believe how they weren't taking it seriously, in my opinion. I'm not talking about, anybody on your guys' side. I'm just meaning like law enforcement came in there kind of like, I don't want to say nonchalant, but they weren't. I don't know. I guess they seemed arrogant and like they weren't taking it seriously.
No, I think that law enforcement needs a lot more civic training. You know, um, I, I think a lot of them don't truly understand rights and what they're taking an oath to. Just my opinion. And I don't think a lot of them do it intentionally. They're not educated enough.
Yeah, and I mean just to act that way is very it's just so wrong on so many levels. I can't even
It
I
is.
mean,
It
wow.
is. It's disgusting. It's deplorable. I like, and this is why I'm saying sometimes it is so hard for people to go into these courtrooms and actually receive justice, because this is the crap that's going on behind closed doors. We're all a bunch of idiots to them.
Right. Well, yeah, it appears that way.
But seeing what you're seeing, okay, you can now go and say, I'm not a moron. I know your game. And you can one up them by going and learning the law, learning the Constitution. Because, like I said, they obviously think everybody that comes in there are idiots. You see it right there.
Right. And that's taken advantage of the fact that we didn't go to law school or or maybe we just don't we're not interested in the subject, but it should be, especially if we're thinking about them doing things like this or seeing them do things like this.
There's a lot worse than that bingo, I'm telling you. And
Mm.
so I think you really need to, if you're going to go into the court system for anything at all, you really need to know what you're going into and to know how to really honestly defend yourself against tyranny, because that's what it is.
Oh, absolutely. I just posted something about a gal out in Texas, and all she did was talk about the water situation because their water was in really bad shape coming out of the faucet and different things like that, and people were getting sick off of it. And she was actually arrested for whistleblowing, essentially, or just talking about it. She's just like a citizen, journalist type of a thing, kind of like any of us on YouTube or something like that. But I can't imagine them, oh, we're going to arrest you because you were trying to tell us, tell people about your experience or share others' experiences. Like that's absolutely true, in my opinion.
Yeah. And in my book, I have a section where I talked about how you can defend yourself in a court and what to expect. So,
I'm sorry.
I put a lot of stuff in my book.
Yeah, say that again. I'm sorry. You were kind of breaking up a little bit.
Oh, I said in my book, I write about, helping people understand what they're going into with the courts and how to help them, defend themselves and what to expect. I have to, right? Because this is what my family's about and my husband, and I've learned so much from him, and it's all tied together. So, yeah.
Yeah, I love that he's looking out for people and showing us and exposing what is going on, because it's something that I would have to see it to believe it. And the fact that he's, I appreciate receipts. Like, please don't say the sky is falling and then not show me anything, to back it up, because that is important. And here we see it with our own eyes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot worse that people don't know about. And it's out there. People got to look or no, Because these guys will do everything they can to prevent you from knowing what's going on. You know?
Yeah, especially when they're using the brute force and calling in the authorities, and again, if you're willing to partake in these activities, why are you all of a sudden ashamed that you don't want to, you don't want people to know about it? But you're doing a very big event. I wonder how many people, do you know how many people were in attendance for something like this? Or how were they invited? Did they get like
That I don't know, but if you watch the video, it seems like it was, oh gosh, probably about 200 people in there that know the judges or are judges and past judges. I don't know. My husband would probably know, but not sure.
Yeah, that's
I can't remember because it was like 2 years ago or something. And
okay. KJ Maxx says, aren't most of these events through their professional associations? That's been my experience. I bet you that's a big part of it. I would guess. Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah,
Wow, that is so interesting. Okay, so should I play a little bit more and just kind of get some more context too?
yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, I do. I think this is very interesting. I think people need to know.
All clear, sir.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What was going on?
Well, this is a yellow ribbon for the Tennessee National Guard. They're being deployed to like Iraq and Kuwait and whatnot for a little bit. And so we're all here to give them a brief on all their benefits and support programs before they go.
No.
I don't know what's going on in here. It's another.
Gotcha. I'm going to go find out.
So we've got somebody in there that doesn't belong in there. So we need them removed. But as I understand it, the hotel has to tell you that because they're on their private property. Is that correct?
I would need to check on that. I mean, you guys are running the conference?
Yes. Yes. So, but there is a gentleman in there that needs to come out.
He's refusing to leave?
Yes. And then these guys are.
So there's a guy out of Nevada here that is running the show, Brian Walker, Senior Judicial Education Manager, National Judicial College, UCLA. Wow. So I mean, these are professional people, as KJ Mac was saying too.
Yeah, they hold on just a second. I plugged my laptop in and I'm just making sure it's not going to cause a fire.
No worries. I caught you off guard there, but I was like, wait, let's just see, because I didn't expect to see. I expected this to be more of a local, but this seems like it's people from all around just involved.
People of lawyers and all that fun corrupt stuff,
Wow, see, and this is what makes me understand how it can be so screwed up across the board, not just isolated to one area. Like we can't just be like, man, we really need to fix things in this area, right? It's on such a larger scale.
It is, and my opinion and what I've heard is Sumner County is the worst county in Tennessee with the corruption. Don't get me wrong, they're all corrupt, but Sumner County is pretty bad.
Damn, it's so surprising because, again, I just find it to be such a nice area, and I know a lot of good people from there, so I'm just like, wow, it's just disappointing,
It is, but like I said, the citizens have to be the ones who put an end to all this because as it stands, these people know they can get away with it. because
Right.
they're allowed to get away with it. Not there's not enough people coming together to do what needs to be done. But
No, and we need more. We need to, that's how we get movement and apply the right kinds of pressure is by standing tall and standing against it and, staying in the right and just doing the right thing. And that's how you can really win against it, I think.
yeah, I think so. And like I said, I just, you don't want to go to court just to prove a point because
No.
it's just, I mean, I can't even tell you. People out there who have been through it, they know what I'm saying, but I don't ever want to go back. I'm somebody, I don't have a criminal background whatsoever, and I like to stick to it. you know.
Well, yeah. Well, especially, yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
exactly.
But
Yeah,
these
nobody
people,
likes to have to go to court for any reason, like not even speeding or anything.
no, no, and I'm not saying anybody's bad for petty stuff, but for somebody like me, I could go in there for something simple, and they can persecute me if they want to make up what they want to make up.
Well,
So
that's what's so scary because you don't have to be a criminal for them to criminalize you. And again, that's going back to villain syndrome again, I mean,
yeah,
just
it's
that mentality.
it's everywhere. It's in power.
Wow.
It's in abusive relationships. It's everywhere. And, stuff like this just makes it all the worse for victims. And so I think that's why God put me with my husband, is so we both have that desire to help people and to be a voice and educate people and prove to people that this is what's going on and you have a voice and you can stop this from happening. So
Absolutely. We can all stand together against it and, fight the corruption. Cinderella says since Betty's lawsuit was filed in Florida, won't the court proceedings be in Florida? I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, when we read it, it was filed in Sumner County.
Yeah, it was filed
Yeah.
in Sumner County. It's just pending for a court date. But what is the lawsuit that did she do it against Sumner County?
No, she listed Eric Craddock and she listed Lisa Byington and everybody the Proudfoots and the Bowersox, and they were all listed individually, and she's suing them each individually. But excuse me, the paperwork that I read didn't mention, like Sumner County or any type of, the sheriff's office or nobody. It's individual Sheriff Craddock, individual Byington.
Well, yeah,
Proudfoot.
personally, I think, and I could be wrong on this, you can look it up, but I think that it would be Sumner County because who she's suing, this all transpired here in Sumner County. So,
Right.
if you were in like Kentucky and you went and committed a crime in Kentucky, even though you live in Tennessee, your court hearing and proceedings are more likely to be under a Kentucky courthouse because that's where you committed the crime than Tennessee. You just live in Tennessee. But if you commit a crime in a different state, I think that's where you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Well, and also, like you said, it occurred in Sumner. This all happened in Sumner County, and then also with a civil lawsuit, you would have to file it where it happened, I would believe too.
Yeah. So I guess again, I could be wrong, but I think that's pretty much, or unless a judge in Florida wants jurisdiction, but I don't see that happening since nothing happened in Florida, right? So
Right.
that's my take. That's my opinion. I pretty sure it'll be under Sumner County. And
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah. Well, and that's where they filed it at too. So it's wherever they file it is the best of my understanding.
They'll delay justice though. I think they did that with her before. Even though constitutionally justice is not to be delayed, they delay it on purpose because it gets more money and, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I put one of my signs says that for Sebastian, justice delayed is justice denied, and you can't be doing that. It is against, our own rights and again, I just don't see how they could not I just don't see how they could carry this out, I guess, without her specifically violating even one portion, because you're not allowed to violate any of it, right? So even one little thing she could have violated, but she didn't violate any of it to the best of my knowledge.
I think the whole
in terms of she didn't go to their house, or whatever.
I think the whole thing is stupid. It was stupid from the beginning. She shouldn't even be in that she shouldn't have been in the courtroom at all for anything. She didn't do anything wrong. So absolutely her rights were violated. And I'm dumbfounded by all of it.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah, I did read it. I did, Libra. Let me I'll take a look too here. I'll play this really quick. Because I know I read it off. It's very short and to the point. I will say that. All right, hold on one second. I just want to show this too. Sorry, I didn't mean to click off of it so quick.
That needs to come out.
He's refusing to leave?
Yes. And then these guys out here are trying to tie everything up that they believe it should be an open meeting, which it is not. Okay. So.
All right.
The speech there with the press. They went into this room. It's a closed meeting, members only. One apparently went in, and I repeatedly asked him to step out in the hall to discuss it. Advised him it was a members only meeting. It was closed to the public, that he can sit in there all day, but they're not going to proceed with anything in there while he's in there because he's a non-member.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at.
Okay. All right.
But as I understand it,
what I was advised by my chain of command was to get somebody from the hotel to declare them as trespassing.
Okay.
You can't arrest them.
Is anyone here with the hotel? Or do I need? Let me go see if there's a manager right quick. Hey, how y'all? Hey, is there a manager I could talk to?
That would be me, sir.
All right. Hey, they have some people. I guess it's a closed conference.
Correct.
And they want someone who's not supposed to be in there. So I think the highway patrol officer said that her superior asked if someone from the hotel management would get out here.
So here is our struggle. That we were kind of wondering why, because they came up to us and asked if we would call you. And
who's they?
The gentleman, Brian Walker, that is coordinating the conference.
Okay.
And we said, well, you have a security over there. And they said, yes, but would you mind calling them? And we said, a little confused because it's your conference and you have law enforcement. And so we then proceeded to give them your number.
Okay.
And so, Lisa, could I get your assistance over there? And so, ergo, then we had the contact call you.
Okay.
Officer is informing us that the conference has asked if we would inform the unwelcome guests to vacate. And so I've now kind of given him a background as to how this all initially transpired and why we're not really comfortable with how this has all transpired. And so now the officer, I guess.
Yeah, see, this is an extra job that the state trooper's working, and so she asked me to see if management could her superior asked if you all could or say, hey, you all need to leave, so therefore we could pay trespass and either get out or.
I'm not real sure.
All right. Okay.
I can try to call my boss and see,
Okay.
but I'm just not.
I'm going to be hanging down there where the fun's happening. Okay. Thank you. Bet. Yeah, I spoke with someone I spoke with the THB deputy who's working this. She said her supervisor asked if someone from the hotel could say, hey, you all need to get out of here. So could you trespass? And if they didn't, they're not comfortable with that. So I don't know where we stand. My sergeant's about here, so
Okay.
see what he says.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it seems like if they would tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they're not letting the press in here. And the Tennessee Constitution, Article 1, Section 19, it says that the printing press is free to every citizen to examine the proceedings of any branch or officer. And so, we've got the administrative office of courts here controlling entry. And so this is a proceeding of a branch of government. And they're acting unlawfully by preventing the press from going in. So I'm just here watching that, I was hopeful that they were going to be allowed in there. They're talking, they're conducting business in there.
1 second.
Section 19.
What's that?
He's just.
Sir, you've been asked to you're not allowed inside. Okay?
I'm a member of the press.
I understand that, but there's also sides to a public meeting. It's not a public meeting.
Public meeting. That's right. It's a public
closed
meeting.
meeting.
It's a public meeting. Thank you, officer. That is correct.
That's fine.
And it is a public meeting, and we're paying for it by taxes.
Okay. Well, they have stipulations stating that you have to be invited.
Yeah, the stipulations don't overwhelm the constitutional right in Article 19.
Problem. You'll have your chance to address that later, but as of right now, they do have a sign up saying that it is a closed meeting.
They've got the administrative officer courts here. That makes it, it's public. It's a proceeding.
Okay. Well, I don't know what capacity they're here under. I don't know if it's.
They're judges. Yes.
Okay. You should be concerned as a citizen. That we've got a branch of government acting without transparency. It's like, are they doing something wrong?
Well, I don't know if they're acting in an official capacity today.
Why would they not want the press in there? I mean, you should really be concerned about that yourself. So my name is John Gentry. I'm a candidate for governor, and the press just asked me to come down and witness this today. What's going on? A large part of my platform is reforming corruption in the judiciary, and we've got the Tennessee Board of Judicial Conduct. They have judges that oversee judges. The Constitution expressly prohibits that. The Constitution says no judge shall hold any other office of trust or profit under this state of the United States. So when you have judges in the Board of Judicial Conduct overseeing other judges, they're holding expressly prohibited offices. Why do you think the founders did that? Why do you think the founders said no judge shall hold any other office? You get to be a judge.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. All I see, and believe me, I'm just walking up here. I don't want to step on anybody's rights. But I see a sign posted right here, only conference members and staff permitted in the session. So,
well, is that administrative office of the court?
I have no idea. I just walked up.
I would say, if there's administrative office of the court personnel in there, I believe there is, but it's not members only. It's who they want in there, and they don't want the press. So, if you're going to keep them from being in there because they're not members, you got to go in there and see if there's any other people that are not members of the judicial conference.
Well, we're not. Apparently, you're the ones we're called about. So
administrative officer of courts here. That's gatekeeping this thing. And the Constitution says the printing press is free to every citizen to examine the proceedings of any branch or officer. And this is a proceeding of a branch of government, talking about how they're going to conduct themselves with a certain class of litigants. That's what they're talking about. And so you should be extremely concerned as a citizen of this state that you've got a branch of government acting without transparency. And I would say, you know, are they doing something wrong? Like, why would you not want the press in there? You know, our legislative process.
Okay, so I just think that he did such a good job, and I also it reminds me of when you were saying, Jennifer, how he just kind of like commands that respect, and but and people are also like not as smart as as he is.
Yeah, he
In my
blows
opinion.
me. I can't talk like him, and I wish I could. But no, he's just, he's spent many, many years teaching himself and learning the Constitution, and he's just intelligent and perseverant to really take this stuff down. I mean, he's the most passionate person I know out there with this.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it too, and I do appreciate how like calm he is and just confident, and I think that that's another really big thing that, to be calm and confident and also, knowledgeable.
Oh yeah. He it amazes me that, look, I know the Constitution, but like he could just read it in his mind, snap a finger, like,
Oh
and
yeah,
he's
he knows it like the back of his hand, right?
he does. And like I'm telling you, there are representatives that he knows, and they just look at him like, wow, dude, wow. Like, I thought I knew my
Yep.
stuff, but you, wow. How do you do that?
Yeah, it's a really part of a gift, I think, too, just because it's like a lot of people don't have that memory and don't have that fast, like quick-wittedness to, be right there to, give an example or use it as supporting evidence, but he can do that really, he makes it look easy, I'll say,
Oh,
than
it's not
anything,
easy.
really.
It's not easy. But yes, he does, doesn't he? But I guess when you're passionate and you really know something like the back of your hand, maybe it is easy to him, Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's like, singing for me. That's easy for me because I know it. I feel it, and I'm passionate about it. So I don't think the easy part is going in front of these people, though. Calling them out. I can't imagine that's the easy part.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I wanted to show you guys this really quick too, because I know there's like a lot of, or not a lot of confusion, but some confusion. And this is the docs, and I sent one to you too, Libra, so you have a copy of it. But yeah, it says right here in United States District Court, Middle District of Tennessee at Nashville.
So this will
And
be
then
a
here's, yeah, and she's demanding a jury.
Oh yeah, go Betty. You always demand a jury, no matter what you're going for. You get a jury.
Okay. See
No,
that that's
I've learned
something
that.
that not everybody knows, right? Yeah.
I've learned that from my husband. He would tell you the same thing. Never go into a court without a jury demand. And never go without a court reporter either.
Right, because that's documentation, huh?
It's documentation, yeah. It's because if you don't have a court reporter, then the reporter can say whatever they want, or the court, I mean, can say whatever they want to and make up things.
Right. Yeah, you want it to be fair and square. And I mean, I think Betty is does have some strong points in here also, or I'm sure her lawyer helped her with this, but she's named all of the plaintiffs. So, Sheriff Craddock, Lisa Byington, Katie Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, Terry and Maddie Bowersox, and then it does say that, and she brings up that she's seeking declaratory and equitable relief. compensatory and punitive damages, as well as other relief against defendants for violation of her Fourth Amendment rights to be free of unreasonable seizures and prosecutions except upon probable cause, which I suppose she's saying here that, without any type of probable cause, she was unlawfully arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does go into, because I do remember reading, like, everybody is going to be a separate defendant. Um, but like for Craddock, it says that in his capacity as sheriff, he was the sole final decision maker for Sumner County related to establishment of policies, customs, and procedures, including hiring, supervision, training employees such as defendant Byington. So she's basically putting Byington's actions on Craddock because he is the sheriff.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I will say here, Sumner County Sheriff's Office is listed, but also that the defendant Craddock is sued in his official capacity only. And then it does list the rest of the defendants in the same way. And talks about her being an online journalist, talks about her covering a lot of high profile cases. And sorry, my thing went rogue here. And it also talks about how, because when this all happened, not everybody got their ROs at the same time. So like it was Katie, Terry, and Maddie Bowersox that got theirs first, and then Chris's came later. And it really got my goat because we witnessed Chris, especially those of us who have followed Sebastian's case like real closely from the beginning. I mean, time after time after time, Chris Proudfoot has accosted neighbor Bobby in the street, yelled at Seth's sister and his mother, threatened Seth himself. I mean, so many things and so many people were threatened by Chris Proudfoot, and then here he goes to the court playing the victim.
Yeah, I noticed that. And, I don't know, it's all in video evidence that, what was it? The video of Terry following her.
Yes, I played that too.
When she gets out of the car and is like, why are you following me or whatever. I was thinking, how did he get away with that? Because
I know.
Literally, I believe she was in front of him when they stopped, right?
Yes.
So that would mean that he was following her, not her following him. So, because how can you be following somebody who is behind you?
Exactly. And then he was like, but you're following me. And she's like, no, you circled around me. And the best part is that because her camera was positioned and rolling, that's how Mandy from Spirit Seeker Squad was the one that put that video together, like with timestamps and the whole nine, and really well done. But she's the one that demonstrated that Terry was in fact stalking, in my opinion, Bullhorn Betty, because he was circling around her. And then when you go to the area, you realize, well, if they live over, is it Enoch? Am I saying that right?
I think so. I'm not familiar with that road, but I know what you're talking about because of.
Yeah, so like if they're living in a totally different area, like what was he doing over there? I guess is and he only bought 4 items. That was another thing It was like he went all the way to Sam's Club and bought 4 items.
Well, remember, not to bring him up because he's a doofus, but in the beginning, Terry and his wife, they were getting out of a car, or their vehicle, going after JLR. Wasn't there a video or something where JLR was like driving through there making a video, and then the Bowersox are like following him around aggressively, and he comes out and starts like yapping? And
oh yes.
So, you know, there's multiple situations where they have done something like that, you know? So to me, that would suggest they are the ones who stalk people.
I agree. And that, you know, and I think that's such a strong point. And also with JLR, I mean, or any of us that would go by or try to investigate the situation, an innocent person would invite that because they would know that it would yield the results that would help them become vindicated in some way, in my opinion. When we look at Seth, he's like all fine with it. You know, I mean, but then when you look at Chris and Katie, they're the ones that get their panties in a twist, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think guilty people are always the ones who are defensive. They want to hide the truth. They want to silence the truth. They want to silence people who know the truth. And guilty people flee. I know that from my ex-husband. When you're guilty, you flee. And that's exactly what they did.
I agree. And, you know, she was asked, they do, or she does put this in here too, that after they were given the restraining orders, right? Ex parte temporary orders of protection. The stipulations were not to abuse, threaten, or abuse, hurt, or try to hurt, frighten petitioner or petitioner's minor child or children under 18. Do not put petitioner or petitioner's minor children under 18 in fear of being hurt or in fear of not being able to leave or get away. Do not stalk or threaten to stalk petitioner and or minor children under 18. Do not come about the petitioner and or the petitioner's minor children protected by this order, including coming by or to shared residence for any purpose. Do not contact the petitioner and or petitioner's minor children protected by this order, either directly or indirectly, by phone, email, messages, mail, or any type of other communication or contact. So no contact order in place. And you must not hurt or threaten or to hurt any animals owned or kept by the petitioner or petitioner's children. Other orders do not interfere with property owned or kept by petitioner or with utilities of the home. After August 22nd, 2024, the hearing, the court ordered the following: to obey all orders of this form and not to abuse or threaten petitioner or minor child, right? Don't stalk, don't contact, stay away, right? But it doesn't say anything about talking about Sebastian's case or prohibit that. It just says, you know, just everything you would expect, but it's also adding the animals in and saying that they were taking away her right to bear arms, which is typical in an ex parte order.
Yeah, I saw nothing wrong on her end. So
I mean, I didn't either, because as far as I knew, Betty, all that stuff happened in June, right? Where Betty was putting the flyers up. She had the run in with Terry Bowersox. And then fast forward, she went home to Florida. She continued to talk about Sebastian's case and everything like that, as you would expect, as I've done after trips there myself. And then all of a sudden she was slapped with this. And then all of a sudden, when she went back to do the rescue ride for Sebastian, that's when they arrested her. But to my knowledge, she attended that event and she did not go to or contact them directly or their children or their animals or none of it, in my opinion.
They didn't even attend those, so they've never attended a vigil or. So how can she be? It just doesn't make any sense to me, because I just don't see how threatening somebody can be when you're not even showing up to be there in the beginning to begin with.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And then also,
Like,
how
you're not
was
there.
what was that, Jennifer?
It's like you're not there. Your physical forms are not there in person. So how could anybody be a threat to you? Sorry, it just makes me angry because it's just so stupid.
I agree. Right. And then no proof whatsoever. So I think that's like where, she's standing on too. I think that it is so frustrating, especially because
It's not a crime.
it's right. She literally didn't do anything besides show up to the rescue ride. And then also with Chris Proudfoot, uh, using Texana Fernandez to sue Seth Rogers in court, using Chris Proudfoot as a witness when he wasn't, again, at the event, as you said. But his mother and her were both witnesses in the filings.
Oh, what?
I know.
I am so sorry. It gives me a headache because I'm just sitting here like, what crime was done? I mean, did she just punch the air?
I know. Well, and the thing is too is, we can't forget, and I did, kind of hit it home last time when we talked about it too, like Clue and Cletus were driving around the area and it was also alleged that they were having other people do that as well. Like driving around the area, filming things. Why would they do that? They're antagonizing a situation, not the other way around. Betty and the group were not going to any of their events or sending people to their events. But let's be honest, they weren't even doing any events for Sebastian because they've never, in my opinion, other than the billboards, done any proper
Yeah.
awareness.
I mean, I remember for this last vigil, being there were like talks about maybe stuff would happen and being dangerous and stuff. And it's just like, I think they were invited to come to that. I could be wrong, but that's what I heard, is that they were politely invited to attend the vigil for Sebastian.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And again, they didn't show up. I mean, why would they?
Right.
And
I mean, I would. I know that. I mean,
I just don't get it because, as a parent myself, if any of my children were missing, especially that long, I would be attending everything that I could, like Seth. And, even if the world was saying evil things about me or claiming that I did this or that, that would not stop me or prevent me from wanting the transparency for my child to be found and to support my child missing. I mean,
I know. Oh, yeah. Oh,
so much that cries out that, I mean, there's got to be a reason why they avoid everything possible. I just don't get it. They don't want flyers out, right? People are saying that they took flyers down.
Oh, I heard that too.
If they did. So I'm not saying for sure that's what happened, but why the hell would you take or want to take down flyers of your missing child?
Yeah, I've not heard. I think that's so rare. I mean, I know that in Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, his mother showed where they had taken down some banners and some signage that was put up, and I was appalled. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that," but it wasn't as big of a shock when I heard that Chris and Katie were doing it, and then I had clipped a piece where Katie was, mocking and saying that she hands out Sebastian's flyer and gives them like one of those little plastic baby Jesuses and, just really being disgusting in my opinion. Um, I understand that people find that to be cute and stuff, but I personally don't. Especially when there's a missing kid and it's your missing kid and you're not there when he's getting, his FFA award. You're not there when these special moments are happening. And again, like you said, I don't care if I hated, my ex-husband, it wouldn't stop me from showing up for my daughter ever.
None of my kids, I make sure 100% I am always there for my children at the best of my ability. And I'm telling you, I just, as a mother who bared her children for 9 months and gave birth to children, and then raising them, and if they ever went missing, I would be out there every single day to find out what's going on. I sure as hell wouldn't be driving down the highway on a motorcycle, eating barbecue and watching the sunset.
No, I would be. I mean, how do you go to Disney either? Like, knowing that Sebastian would love that. And, and I also agree, when it comes to like the fact that I'll just say in my opinion, Betty was doing the most that she could do to help spread some awareness for Seth. And it's something that she's done in other cases. And I just don't see how that could be so badly misconstrued or what the big difference is with Sebastian.
I don't know. There's so much wrong. It's hard to keep up with everything that's wrong with the behavior, the emotions that aren't shown.
And I believe it was the last time that Katie spoke publicly about Sebastian before she started only doing, well, actually, I take that back. There was some other little instances where she was on panel, but um, yeah, May 23rd, 2024, they were on Queen Bee's panel, um, Katie and Chris. And Chris was in the beginning only, and then Katie was like, "Hi," doing her thing that she does in the background. "I'm here." Um, and before that, Chris was going on and telling everybody that Bullhorn Betty could go ahead and contact him, and all she has to do is reach out. And I'm just disappointed in the way that she handles things. I thought she was smarter than that. And you creators need to really do better, and da 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 da, and lecturing us and telling us all this bull crap. And he was baiting her even back then in May of 24 to reach out to him, and he told several creators and people, subscribers on the internet, just hit me up on my Facebook. But he's setting it up so he can turn around and say they're harassing me, and act like the little pee pee pants little boy that he acts like when he wants to throw a fit.
Right? Yeah. I don't know. It's I've tried for so long to figure out the reason they act the way they do. I mean, I kind of think we know why, but I mean, I just don't know anymore because it just seems like no matter what they say and no matter what they do, there's no transparency from law enforcement. There's no transparency anywhere. You know, to say,
Yeah.
hey, why are you acting like this? Like I've said from the very beginning of this, Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, they should have been separated and questioned separately. That didn't happen.
Yes, we talked about that last night a little bit at the end of my live because I know I did a long one last night, but at the end we were kind of really deep diving into some of the topics on Sebastian, and that was one of them. Um, because Chris, made it very clear that not even law enforcement talks to Katie without him present, and I was like, "Wow, are you her lawyer or her husband?" Which I get, our husbands are gonna want to, stick up for you and stuff for your boyfriend or whoever. I get it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's not really husband behavior of protecting. That's controlling, and that's manipulation. And yeah, no, my husband doesn't tell me what I can and can't do. Trust me. You know,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
he
yeah,
can
because he's not
say
your
his
dad or your lawyer or yeah, yeah,
he
exactly.
could say his opinion about something, but if I want to go down the street and tell somebody something, he can't stop me. You know?
Right. And he knows that you can trust your own judgment to make your own decisions. And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
So I don't know, but then again, if it were my child, nobody could control me at that point. I would just be like, I don't know. It's so weird. It is so weird to me. It is weird behavior. It is confusing behavior. It's like something I've never seen before, to be honest with you. So
yeah, it's bizarre.
I just I struggle to understand any of it, and I think that's the whole purpose is they want to confuse everybody. They want to manipulate everything to a point where it confuses you so much that your brain just shuts off from it. So you won't, know how to even see reality.
I agree. And I think it's distorted too, and a lot of cognitive dissonance when it comes to YouTube because, we have a lot of people here that have obviously picked a side, and it's because of a lot that's gone on. But if you just go out into the real world and hand somebody Sebastian's flyer, it's a completely different vibe. And I didn't have to tell anyone my raw narrative or what I think of Sebastian's case. I handed them the flyer, they read it themselves, and they asked me questions. And every single time they would look at me because I was trying my damnedest not to be biased at all or sway their opinion, and they would look at me and say, "The parents." It was the parents. And they weren't talking about Seth. I mean, they asked about Seth. They'd say, "Where's the dad?" Well, he was at work that night at a jail. Okay, well, where was the mom? Where was the stepdad? Right? These are like normal questions when you're using deductive reasoning that has been completely thrown out the window, and then people have been absolutely gaslit on the internet, and a lot of them are fine with it, which is a big reason for my rant tonight because I was like, look, enough is enough. Like, I'm so tired of having to convince or say the same things over and over again when really it's because people are refusing to listen.
Yeah. It's been way too long. It's enough is enough, And a lot of this stuff is not helping Sebastian. It's not helping to find him or find answers. But it's been going on so long. It just needs to stop, and you just need to focus in on finding Sebastian and really just letting all the other crap go and like where's Sebastian? Let's focus in on that. You know, I don't pay
Yeah.
attention or watch any of those. So some of them I don't even know who you're talking about. You know what I mean?
You're better off. You're
I
much better off. Trust me.
I used to kind of like here and there just to see what was going on, but my brain was so fried after so long in the drama that I just didn't want to be distracted by that. I just wanted to look at the facts and focus strictly on Sebastian and helping Seth and doing everything that I can possibly do and offer, because that's really what matters is Sebastian.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I don't watch any of those podcasts or whatever you want to call them. I have no interest because it's just garbage.
They don't show receipts ever. Like that's one thing that's super frustrating. Well, just very frustrating for me because I try to show receipts because I feel like if I'm just telling people stuff, like I can make anything up and say like, "Oh yeah, I know this or this is this," and then,
Mhm.
unfortunately, like there's a lot of people that are taking their trust is taken advantage for and for granted, and you know, it's well, and again, when I was part of Terry Lynn's community, that was my first mistake.
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah.
have to take personal responsibility for that, but I mean, I didn't know at the time. Believe me, it wasn't like one of those things where, I mean, I was completely shocked to know and find out what I found out. But
Wasn't.
then
I wasn't.
I mean, I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Oh, I thought she was like a really nice lady that was just very quirky." Like, because I like people that are interesting, quirky. So I
Yeah.
was like, "Okay, fine." I mean, we all got our personalities. You have to have a silly personality or a weird personality to do YouTube, in my opinion, and I'm not an exception to that. But so I was like, I chalked it up to that. But really, then you find out like, oh, she's taken advantage of a lot of situations, and then I think she was playing both sides since the beginning. That's just my opinion or what I've concluded.
I think that you have multiple moles out there who are acting like they're on Seth's side, but they're really just trying to gain information to take to the
Right.
other party. And I mean, that's what I have, you know,
Why
that's
is it
my
like a spy movie? Like, why is it like a remake of Austin Powers, but it's not funny or entertaining? It's sad and
because
depressing.
some people thrill that, they want to be famous for the wrong reasons and bad attention because it's like a narcissist, it's they feed off of that. And
Mhm.
bad attention is good attention for them, and it's a thrill. It's a superior complex. They want to be superior, so they're going to do everything possible to get that and earn that. And I don't know, I just personally, like, I understand that these people put out lies and garbage, but I tell you, if you just shut it off, don't pay any mind to it. Just focus in on Sebastian. I mean, they're gonna say what they're gonna say. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, and they're gonna keep doing it. And it's to get under your skin and to get under everybody else's skin who cares about Sebastian and wants to see Sebastian found, and break the army apart and turn people and divide people against each other. I mean, that's what they want to do. And so, like, if you keep feeding that monster, the consequences are that, you know, it's going to stress you out. It's going to make you mad. And it's not healthy. I think, just me personally, I just wouldn't pay any mind to him.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. No, you're right. And I think that has been part of my campaign, and that I'm trying to like practice what I preach on that, because again, you know, I woke up to the fuckery, and that's not a good place to, you know, I don't like having my coffee with a side of crama, because it does, like, I'm sure my blood pressure rises and everything. No doubt. It's
Yeah,
unhealthy.
I just think people need to just don't pay them any mind, don't watch them, don't even click on them, and forget them, because you know that they're just not going to stop. So if you feed the system, you feed them and give them the opportunity to talk about you. I mean, if you stop that, then you suffocate any options for them to talk about you, because then they don't have anything after a while to talk about.
Well, you know what's so funny is that I made a video almost a year ago that has resurfaced, and they've been talking about it, and you know, there's people that have just misconstrued the whole situation. I mean, even BJ was like laughing and thought it was like so funny, and I'm like, no, I made a anti-bullying PSA for adult women on YouTube. There's nothing funny about it. It's pathetic. And yes, I made it humorous because that's part of my personality, but in the same way, it's really gross, and I was hoping that it would make an impact on people. And it was odd who like got it and who didn't. But at the end of the day, you know, there are so many on here that if you talk about Sebastian and you have a difference of opinion, or if you're siding with Seth, like you said, it's all designed to divide. So if you're going to side with Seth, then we're going to come after you, you know, harass you, stalk you, bully you, lie on you, and different things like that. So it's so difficult, and I try really hard not to watch some of it, but again, you know, when I feel like I have to make sure I'm in the know, that's where I'm torn, because I'm like, I want to know at least so I can be prepared for my next step. Um and I know, you know, people will be like, well, it's not that serious, but it's scary. Like, we even talked about a couple days ago, one of the creators even went to Facebook and stole some lady's picture and was using it as her own, just because she shared the same name as her. And then she's like upsetting people who are real lifers, who will show up to your house and do crazy things and hurt your kids and do all this stuff, you know, call CPS on you and do all these things. And she doesn't care that she's portraying herself to be some other lady that's completely innocent and probably has no idea about any of this, you know. And it's just like, because I know about it, I feel like I have to intervene, but it's not always my, you know, personal fight either. You know, I mean, I don't have to tell that lady, you know, but I did because I felt like this is so dangerous. Like, it's to the point where we have like completely unhinged individuals, and then we have other people co-signing on the actions, and it's just like amazing to me. um and to be honest with you, Jennifer, there's not um a whole lot of people that are truly in it to help Sebastian. They're truly in it to watch the drama. They're truly in it to see, you know, what's going to happen next with the creators and how they're going to fall out. um it's like, in my opinion, like I said earlier, it's interesting to watch the events unfold because it's almost poetic justice in some ways, but then again, they're never going to be truthful with their execution or what they're telling people. They're showing no receipts whatsoever. um and again, they don't care who gets hurt by it. It doesn't
No.
matter to them.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
know.
just
No, you're lucky that you don't, or you've never, had to deal with it, because it's completely unhinged behavior, and it's from people who are mentally very ill. And it's not even about Sebastian at all. It's about their deranged way of thinking. And the only way that I can give an example for this, and I don't know if you guys are fans of Stephen King or if you watch his movies, but The Stand, it's a very long little series, mini series they did. Um, Big book. Um, no, a lot of people probably don't read as much on the internet like these people were talking about, but there's this crazy little guy, and in the good versus evil battle, there's this guy that'll just do anything for the devil, and he's like, "My life for you," and he's like completely batshit crazy. Um, and that's these people. Like, they don't have to have a dog in the fight. They're doing it in order, like as a sacrifice. Like, look what I did for you, master. Like, it's very creepy, and it's just flying
Mhm.
monkey. It's really flying monkeys, That's really what it is. It's like flying monkey syndrome.
Well, yeah, there you go. Villain syndrome, monkey syndrome.
They're just going around, "I'll do it for you. It's okay." And then they go in and they'll tell people about it. They'll be like, "Guess what I did for you today?" And the person will pat them on the head and give them a treat. And then they go about their merry way thinking they did so good. And the creators who are in the position, who hold the, platform, are not discouraging this behavior. They're encouraging it. And especially now that some of these creators have been taken off of YouTube and demonetized and, kind of kicked off, it's gotten worse and worse, with them trying to stay relevant and, um, double down on the actions that have put them exactly where they're at. Like, they can't blame anybody but themselves, yet they'll find someone to gang up on. And
Yeah.
I never thought I would ever deal with this in true crime. Like, when I decided, oh, I'll do a true crime channel, and, we'll talk about these different issues and missing children, or these different cases. Never did I think that I would ever deal with this. It's wild.
It is. Yeah, I agree. But
Well, thank you very much, Libra, for the 199 super sticker. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so, I mean, it's wild. It's wild. But I think a lot of it speaks to what we were talking about in the corruption, and how easily it is to be corrupted and to jump on that bandwagon where it's not healthy, and again, I'm guilty of it too, because I'm like, I gotta see what's being said, specifically. Because, like, in the beginning too, I didn't realize that there was such a hatred. Like, I don't care who reviews me. I understand in a public position, or a position where I put myself out there, people are going to take my content and they're going to say what they want. It's freedom of speech. But then
Mhm.
when you go into these chats and you see what they're saying, they're like, "Where does she live? Where's her daughter? Da 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 da." And it's very, again, unhinged. And it makes you think, like, what the hell? What am I getting myself, what am I dealing with here? What have I gotten myself into? But a lot of it is fear mongering and acting like, they're big and bad, when at the end of the day they're not. They're not going to do really anything but you can't really chance it with people who are unhinged like that, you know?
Yeah.
Libra says don't click because it gives those clowns money. You're right. You're right. But I can't tell people, like, I can't be like, well, guys, don't, you know, and this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, you know, don't do it, because then I'm like, oh, I don't want to tell people who to watch, or I don't want my people to think that, like, I'll be upset with them if they watch or some, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to tell people where to go, but then also, or what to do, but I'm also like, please don't, you know? Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a double-edged sword.
It is, and I think this is just my opinion from listening to you. It sounds like you're worrying too much about what people think or what they're gonna, you know, use against you. And I get it because I'm kind of the same way sometimes. But again, you can't continuously worry about what other people think of you.
No, you can't. And well, because you can't control it. So it's also like putting your energy towards something that's it's a waste of time. It's a definite waste of time. No one reviewed me, KJ Mac, but I was sent something and people were like, look, they're talking about the crime chronicles. I call her grimy crime. But I went over and clicked into it, and the part that I watched was like J is for Justice telling everyone that I sent a video to Nancy Grace that was never sent by me. I made the video and it was given to Nancy Grace, but I had nothing to do with that process, nor did anyone who sent me the image have anything to do with that process at all. And Jay is for Justice thinks she knows everything and she doesn't listen or remember very well because she reviewed all of this a year ago and it's all coming back around again because of these weirdos, in my opinion. And she's like telling everybody that I tried to pass off fraudulent um, evidence to Nancy Grace. And in my opinion, you're not going to defame my character or slander me and have me just sit here and be like, oh, yeah, that's all right, Jay, you're a bigger creator. Like, I'm not afraid of these people. I am not afraid of anybody. I just, my give a damn has been busted several times. And so I stand up for what I believe in. I'm not afraid, and I show receipts every single time. Um,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep.
Yeah, she just did it today, and you know, like it was just today, and it's sad because instead of focusing on the people that they should be focused on, they're dragging me into it. And my channel absolutely suffered major consequences from their slander and defamation, and I even proved that in court when I got my restraining orders. Um, you know, I have people that tell me all the time, they're like, your channel should have a whole bunch more people, and what happened? It's because they literally will blackball you behind the scenes, and they'll be like, don't follow her, don't go in her chats. If you do, you're going to be put in a bad position. I mean, I had a managing mod that was with me from day one that I started going live, and they doxed her, and she's a woman that lives by herself. And she's no longer affiliated with my channel because of it. Because I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be either.
Yeah.
Especially if my life was in danger, because I stuck up for what I believed in. I mean, in my opinion, I don't fault that person either, but they literally had that same man that's my stalker pull up all of her personal information and blast it everywhere. Her picture, talking crap,
Yeah.
and it was bad. Like, I felt so bad, Jennifer. Like, I felt like I was responsible for her. I still feel that way. That's why I'm like, I understand why you don't want to have anything to do with my channel. Go help another creator that isn't been blackballed by everybody. And I didn't even realize that I was blackballed until I heard like a random clip of someone bragging about it. Oh, I thought all of those people were supposed to be blackballed that were involved in that picture. And I'm like, oh, okay, now the truth comes out. Like, now it makes sense. But you don't want to think like that because you're like, I don't want to be paranoid, but it's the truth. They all talk behind the scenes and then they tell you who to hang out with. It's kind of like middle school at best.
Yeah, yeah. High school drama.
Drama, krama, and that's the thing. I don't know if you know what krama is, but they literally take true crime and talk crap and create drama within the true crime, and that's why it's called krama. This particular creator was true crime for a very, very, very long time, but then she realized she could make extra money by doing an extra channel, like I was saying earlier, and um, doing just straight krama. And it gets you more views and you make more money. But if I was to do something like that, I wouldn't be giving my whole heart to what I really want to be here for, and that's the victims and mainly finding Sebastian, Devlin Tate. Like, there's so many cases that I talk about. Krista McCory Jones, this other little girl whose death has been ruled that she took her own life, and I don't believe that. The evidence supports otherwise. So, I mean, those are the things that I'm super passionate about, but then you have the distractions.
Yeah. Well, God bless you, but like I said, I don't really focus in on all this drama and YouTubes, and you know what I mean? So I don't know much about any of them other than like you and Jen's channel. Like you two are like the only ones that I really pay any mind to. So
Oh, I just love Jen with astrology for mystics. That was another thing too, that they were alleging that we were drinking at the gathering, that Jen was passing out Xanax at Pigfest to us. Um, and it made me laugh because I was like, well, if I need anti-anxiety medications, I just could go to a doctor for that because of what the conditions that I have. But in the same way, um, Jen was not pleased by it. Like, she was thoroughly upset by that because obviously they're bull-faced lying. And again, that's just another thing that is just so upsetting because I believe that that's a big part of why people are afraid to support Seth, is because they don't want to deal with all of it. Because it comes with a lot of it, especially if you're online doing it.
yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
But I get what you're saying too, because if I don't um watch it, it is better for me, like I'm a lot happier. you know um
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah.
it's also scary if I don't. I'm like, ooh, I kind of need to know.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I do. But
Yeah, and I mean, it just sucks. I do again want to get back with, just focusing on Sebastian and how we can maybe figure some of this out or untangle some of it or revisit it. So I want to focus on that more so. And then I'm kind of also revamping the channel in order to just continue on. And I do need to be a good example, because it's, in my opinion, having the platform, that's my responsibility. What others do, that's all on them.
Yeah. It's it's gonna stress you out if you really continue to just I get where you're coming from. I really, really do. But at the same time, I don't think these people are really worth it. Cause
Oh
like,
gosh, they're not. Oh, you got that right.
do you know what I mean? Like, are they really worth? I think you have curiosity to go look and see what they're saying or doing, but like that curiosity is going to like kill you inside because you're
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Because every time you do it and anytime you click on there and listen to them, and if they say your name or they say something, you're automatically suppressing your immune system for these people. And it's not healthy. And let's just be honest, like these people aren't really known. Okay, it's not like they're big and famous. And I mean, that's just my opinion about them. They're not. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I do, because I consider that too, because like you said, it's like I could be spending my energy making a video, or I could be watching what they're doing and getting mad as hell. And just oh my gosh, I can't believe they said that, or lie, 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 and it is. It is frustrating, and like I said, if it didn't directly affect me so much, or I see how it so much directly affects even Seth or Sebastian's case, I think that's what also, draws me to listen, so I could be like, "Oh, well, this is not true," right? And address it. But then again, why give them that energy? So it is.
Well, that's the
It's a
energy
waste
they
of
want to suck
time.
out of you. That's what they want. So, I mean, if you feed them that, then I guess the consequences are, it's gonna affect you.
Yeah,
And
and I've been tempted to make a second channel myself and be like, "Okay, I'm gonna get these guys," but then again, I would be putting more energy into that, I think, because it's easy to get sucked into, like Libra says, and thank you, Libra. Yeah.
I mean, it is, but I mean, if we spent all that time focusing on Sebastian, do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
What if we took the time and the energy that we're watching these guys on and getting upset with them, instead use all that time and that energy to focus in on Sebastian and finding answers with Sebastian? You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in a rude way. I'm not discrediting how you're feeling and what you're doing. I don't want to sound that way. I'm just saying, that the time and energy needs to be spent strictly on Sebastian. And
I think they're deliberately taking the focus off of him. I really do. Like, I hate to just put that tinfoil hat right on, but I mean,
yeah,
it's
so
one of those things.
I,
I really think it's deliberate. I think that they're, it's like, for instance, the creator that I'm talking about even has had Chris Proudfoot on a soundbite saying, "Welcome to Cooterville, please close your legs," as her tagline, as her, that's what her memberships are named. It's all about the Proud Feet, and it has nothing to do with Sebastian whatsoever. And it is, it's a major distraction. It just, by design. But right now there's like a whole, situation because, they don't care about each other. They don't care about the cases. And it's just showing, like, it's all coming to light, but it's equally frustrating just because of the
They're they're
circumstances.
they're literally just doing it to get money and clicks and attention and followers, and um I don't know. I just don't focus in on it. And I don't have the time to also. So, I've got kids, I've got life going on, and I just don't have time to focus in on, all these people making stuff up and the drama.
Oh
Um,
yeah, it's exhausting, and it is like almost a full-time job because a lot of these streams are really long ones, and they're going over different creators and different things, but nothing is victim based, nothing is going over any of their story or the timeline details or trying to figure out what happened. As a matter of fact, they'll like make fun of people that are actually trying to figure it out, and it's not only discouraging, but that kind of propaganda is so um what's the word, oppressive, that people start believing that, and they're like, well, if I can't beat him, I'll just join him and I'll just go over here, and it's cool to be, on the dark side, and I mean, hey, pick whatever you would like to do, it's your life, but also, I want people to know that it's not welcome over here, because there's been people that have infiltrated the chat, like like we were saying earlier, like double agents and weird things where people will use alt accounts and come in and be like, "Hey," and they'll pretend like they're um they play both sides, which I
mhm.
get that. I understand that they do that.
Well, you know what I do?
What?
I just keep things private.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know?
I kind of had to
So
learn that the hard way in a way, because it was like I want everybody to be able to be included, but then I'm like, not so much.
if I'm gonna go out and look for answers for Sebastian, I'm not gonna tell anybody what I'm looking for unless you're Seth or somebody else that is professional. You know what I mean? I'm not going to talk about what I think is going on per se, but
Yeah.
so if you're private, what can they gain from you? If they don't know what you're doing, where you're going, where you're doing it, how can they make up anything about you? But I get it. You want to be transparent as well. I'm just saying, I think when
It's
you're,
weird that their biggest gripe with me is, like I said, that photo that I took off of Justin's. Well, that it was sent to me. I did not screenshot it myself from Justin's. Um, but yeah, that's the gripe with everybody. The reason why I was quote unquote blackballed, which I don't know what that even means. Um,
blackballed.
except for I know that, like, in the discords and stuff like that, that's where um it's been exposed, like a lot of people will be plotting and being like, okay, don't talk to this one, don't do this, or they might blame somebody and then get everybody riled up, but really they don't even like show proof of anything, people just believe it, and then off they go to again, be like the evil guy in the stand, and just my life for you. It's like, why though? Like, what are you gaining? But a lot of times, what's sad about it is that a lot of these people don't have a regular life, Jennifer, and they don't have things to look forward to or anything like that. So when they feel um disenfranchised, but then all of a sudden they have like a place. It's almost like why people would join a gang or have gang mentality is because they feel like that's their, people, and they're going to try to stick up for them no matter what. Um, Even if they're 100% wrong, even if they're being lied to, even if like it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
It's strange, but it speaks to human nature. I mean, it's just like why would anybody, join in and be a part of something so horrible like a genocide or a Holocaust or something like that. I mean, it's the same mentality. It's like they're so afraid and they don't want to bear the brunt of being the odd man out or the one to take the stand. And yet there they are, participating in things that they never would, especially in real life. Like the way that people act online is not how they would act in the grocery store.
Yeah. Well, girlfriend, I think I've got maybe about 30 minutes left.
Yeah, no, okay, so we so have to do the Darvo conversation again because I know, but I enjoyed the topics that we talked about, and I also think that like what we talked about in terms of some of what directly affects Sebastian's case is also really important stuff,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know,
Yep. It definitely does. So did you want to talk about it or
I mean, I think
something else
do you think that we could like do another live on it? Because I'd like to get some more slides and I ran out of space, so I would really like to do another live, like if you have some time. Um
Yep.
Detroit says Darvo.
I know. Will we get there? I feel bad, but I got a 4-year-old and sometimes he wakes up in the middle of the night, and I don't think it's fun for anybody to hear his little screaming fits. You know what I mean?
Oh
So,
yeah. No, I totally understand and I've kept you on too, but all the topics that we've covered tonight I think are so important for people to remember. And thank you, Fine Summers Army. Good to see you, the turds. Um, but I mean, I just think it's so important to keep the conversation going. And again, with your book, I just think it's going to help so many people. And I would much rather spend time discussing that than, or even, some of the political issues that are coming up and things like that than I would the trauma stuff any day.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love to come back and however much you need me, I'm willing to come back on.
Oh, that's so awesome. Because I want to get into Darvo because I think people are aware of it, but I don't think they understand everything. And I want you to help, because you articulate it so well. I would like you to help us with that and understanding it because again, a lot of these issues are not talked about, and a lot of the concepts that you bring in and how your book came about and even naming it. um I think it's so important because a lot of people just don't understand how serious it is and how it can affect people and how it can make people feel or just tear people apart that they wouldn't typically be like that. It causes a lot of issues, you know.
Yeah, it does. And what's really important is if you understand it, you're more than likely able to see it, understand if somebody is using Darvo, and it helps you understand how to heal from it and get away from it, and how to essentially defend yourself in abusive dynamics. So it is,
Right.
yep. And yeah, I could talk all night with it, but there's just so much to say about it. There's so much education to give, and yeah, I think it would take us maybe like 40 minutes to talk about Darvo. maybe
I
less.
think so too. Yeah. Well, and I really appreciate it because even in chat, people were feeling so um just comfortable to share their experiences and their stories. And the more that people do that, it helps somebody because there might be somebody in the bushes that is feeling the same way or dealing with the same thing. And maybe they have questions or, but they're just wanting to listen in. And it might just help them that we don't even know that it changed their life completely. Like they decided, okay, today's the day that I'm going to get out. Today I'm going to pack a bag and I'm going to get a smart plan in order and a safe plan. And I'm going to, do the necessary steps. Um, that will help me change everything completely, right? Because like your life is completely
Mhm.
different than it was when you were going through all of this, and it's same thing for
Mhm.
me.
Absolutely. That's 100% correct. Yeah, you're not who you were yesterday. You're not who you were 7 years ago, 10 years ago. You adapt, you live, you learn. There's still things that I'm learning today, that I didn't know 10 years ago. And I'm just happy that I get to learn and continue to learn about stuff so I can help other people. And I can
Yeah,
actually kind
exactly.
of, yeah, I can actually like reflect back on certain situations and actually say, wow, so that's what that was. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And like hindsight is always perfect vision or 2020 vision, and it does help to go back and reflect and then you're also learning more, and having a deeper understanding.
Yeah, and you can also have an understanding for other people that you might know are going through something that you can, not do the typical, hey, maybe you should get out. Maybe he's not a good person or she's not a good person. You know, you have the intelligence and the education to learn about specific psychology on this stuff to understand and grasp, you know, to help them even more.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, people coming out and talking about it more, it just shows people that they're not alone at all and that it's something that a lot of people are going through. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's nothing to, beat yourself up on or be like depressed about because it can cause a lot of feelings. But the important part is you're still here. You still have life ahead of you, and it can really be a positive change in people's lives. I really believe that. The awareness is the big one because when we know better, we do better. Not to quote Oprah, but she said it best.
Well, I mean, when you quote people who are inspiring, it helps people. So I'd say quote
It does.
away. Yep. But, I think for me, it's just my faith has gotten me through everything. I think that's the number one thing that has helped me to still be standing here today. And so, again, if there's like one thing I pray for, it's not that, people remember my story, it's that my story brings people closer to God. Because I know there are people listening right now who may feel like seeing God is impossible, feeling God feels completely impossible. And maybe life has hit you so hard that you're wondering where He is. And maybe you've cried prayers that felt like they hit the ceiling and came back down, or maybe pain has made you feel abandoned. But I'm still standing here, like you said, and I'm living proof that God is still here. So Just because you can't see him does not mean he cannot see you. Just because you cannot feel him does not mean he is not holding you. God is still moving in places you can't see yet. And so I think sometimes we spend too much time pointing our finger at God and asking, why would you let this happen to me? When we should,
Yeah.
that, God is not the author of destruction. God is the healer and the restorer, and he's the deliverer. God is the one reaching into broken places and saying, I'm not leaving you here. So I wish people would point the finger at the enemy instead of blaming the one trying to save us, because the enemy is the one that wants isolation. And I'm bringing this up because I think we've kind of gone, over a lot of things tonight that reflects this, that the enemy wants hopelessness, right?
Right.
The enemy wants people to believe that they're too far gone. The enemy will spread lies, like people spread lies about you, and it upsets you. But, God says otherwise. God says there's healing, there's purpose, there's hope. And I know this with everything in me, that if God could reach his hand out to me and promise me that I was going to be okay, then I'm going to carry that promise with me until the day that he calls me home. No matter what you're going through, whether it's depression, abusive relationships, addiction, a missing loved one, grief, loneliness, never for 1 second believe that God has abandoned you, because it's not true. Because one day you're going to look back and you're going to realize he never left you. In those moments that you've cried yourself to sleep, in those moments you wondered why you had to endure such anguish, and in those moments where your heart was truly breaking and you felt completely alone, he's there. And you may not understand it now, but I'm telling you, he sees you. He knows your heart. He knows your thoughts. And I believe with everything inside of me that he grieves with you. Jesus wept. So in John 11:35, the shortest verse in the Bible, actually carries one of the biggest messages, that Jesus understands sorrow. I don't think a lot of people know that. He understands grief, he understands pain, and he sees tears people never see. He feels the weight people carry in silence. And his word says, I will never leave you nor forsake you. So how did God help me through it all? Because I think you wanted me to go over that, right? The end of
that was going to be our closer after, we talked about Darbo, but yeah, absolutely. I want you to share it, because I think that there's so many people, and even myself, it didn't hit me as hard because of what I went through, but I also, was very, how do I say, what you're describing, where I felt like I was just so alone, and like there was no one, I'm helping everybody, I'm holding everything together, but who's helping me? And and I never even, though I had a Christian upbringing, Catholic upbringing, I'm aware of all of this, um, goodness of the Lord, and like you said, such a powerful Bible verse, but then I also was just so much into my feelings, and why would this happen? I try to be good, and look what happens, and it really has nothing to do with that. And I think it's important to discuss it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you asked me, how did God help me through it? Well, I'm here, right? I'm still standing. I'm still living. I've got air in my lungs. I have a voice. To be honest with you, my whole life, I struggled to come out of a shell. I've always shaken at the thought of speaking to people or in front of people. But it's crazy because the last couple years, I've just come out of that shell, and I don't fear it anymore. I don't have an anxiety, and I think it's God, comforting me, telling me there's nothing to be afraid of. Just speak. I've given you a voice. I've given you the platform. Now go forth and help people. And so with me still standing, after all these years, I'm still standing. Not because I was strong enough on my own, and not because I had all the answers for sure, because I don't have all the answers, but because God never stopped carrying me, even when I didn't realize I was being carried.
Oh, absolutely. And I know that I was, I would just joke around and be like, I have 9 lives, ha ha ha. But that was more or less because I was so amazed that I'm still here, right? But I never attributed it to where I should have. So that's why I think it's so great that talk about that in your book and how powerful it is because, even though we don't know, in my opinion, God is always watching over us and taking care of us. Even when we don't know it, even when we feel so alone, we don't realize it.
If you're still here and you're still breathing, He's not done with you yet.
Exactly. Exactly. And when you can turn that pain into purpose, like it is so empowering. And so that's another reason I wanted you to share that because it's like it is empowering. It's part of like a greater empowerment, right? A higher power.
Well, if He's not done with you yet, that means you have something to offer, right? He wants you to go out and go forth and do something because He's given you life. There's many times in my life that I could not be here right now. Many times I thought I wouldn't be here, but I am. And so that means something, right? And I'm not here because of myself or because I saved myself. I'm here because God saved me, and more than once. Too many times that I can count. And so
Same.
why would I waste that blessing when I can do something about it, right? And I think
Absolutely.
it took a while for me to kind of figure out that maybe this is my purpose. I've spent so many years asking the question of why am I here? Like, what am I supposed to be doing? What do you want of me? What do you want me to do? Just tell me. And with patience, I think He's finally clarified what my purpose is. And sometimes it takes people a very long time to figure out what that is. But
Yeah,
don't
and I
lose.
think I think the experiences that we go through also shapes how we can help and that's part of what God's trying to show us too. In my opinion or from my experience, I've witnessed that, it's like this is what you're supposed to be doing, and I've taught you these lessons because I have a greater purpose for you.
Absolutely. Um, this might sound cheesy, but you have to walk through fire to get to the other side. And man, I tell you, I know there's so many people out there who lose faith because of walking through that fire, but once you reach the other side, it's unbelievable. The fear that you don't feel no more, the passion and drive that you have to live for something else, for someone else. You come to a clarity that this world isn't about you. It's about others.
Exactly, and being of service and helping others is a big part of it. Sammy says your voice is your power, and I think that that is, so powerful. Jennifer, your voice is so powerful. Your book is so powerful, and just well executed, especially for people who know. But then even for someone who doesn't, it's really informative on supporting why these things happen, and then of course going into Darvo and going into red flags or things to look out for, or um, the journaling aspect of it. It's just all part of taking that power back and empowering yourself, but also giving the glory to God, because again, you know he's working through us.
He does, and he works through some of the most amazing people who have been through so much heartache. He came for the lost, the weary. He didn't come for the perfect, did he? He came for the lost and the weary and those who are struggling. And
You're so
we,
right. That is so right.
yeah, and I just want to say before we get off here tonight, I may not know any of you, but if you need somebody to talk to any day or on any day or any hour, you just message me. If you need somebody to talk to, if you're lost and you're like, I got nobody to talk to, but I really need somebody to talk to, I'm here. I may not have all the answers for you, but I'm here to listen and try to help you through things. Because I know what it feels like to feel like you don't have anybody in a time of crying or grieving or, people hurting you. So if you ever need somebody, I'm that person. I don't care who you are. I don't care that I've never met your face to face. I'm here.
Oh, I so appreciate that too. And I know other people will too, because, again, that's what it's all about. It's not intended for us to do it all alone. We're supposed to help each other out. That's a big part of it. Like that, that we all have our own purpose, our own thing that we can bring to the table. Um, and that's another reason I hate getting so upset about things. And I'm like, because I do think that everybody has a lot of value that they can bring to the table. Like any person. And we talked about this last night too. There might be somebody in the bushes that is holding the answer to what we're all searching for, right? They're holding it and they're afraid to say it. I never want people to be afraid to put their opinion or their point of view out there, because it could be something that none of us have thought about. And, who am I to say that they're wrong, or, you know what I mean? Arguably, there'll be times where I'm like, I have no idea where they came up with that, but okay, let's roll with it. Let's check it out. But in the same way, I again, like, everybody is important. Everybody is, you know,
Worthy.
entitled to have that opinion, and to have a safe place to share it.
Absolutely. Everybody should have a safe place, but not everybody has a safe place. But if you don't have a safe place, you can feel safe with me. I promise you.
Well, and you've helped me tremendously too, Jennifer, because, like I told you before, at the time when I read your book, and I want to go back and reread too a lot of it and do the work part of it. Um, I really needed it, and this is years and years afterwards, but the aftermath does stick around, and you can always brush up on, those skills and those tools, or those red flags, and also use them to help other people. So, um, it's very personal to me, because I see the value in self reflection, and then also just looking back on the past experiences and growing from it.
Yeah, that's something that I really hope everybody who reads my book can accomplish, um, to just help save themselves from entering into this darkness that people can have and carry with them. It's very serious, and I know people talk about it, but I don't think we really get into the depths like we should, and really educating people, the before, the during, and after. If you're educated on all three of those, I think it's going to help you tremendously in life. We can't start from the middle of teaching people, because we're not teaching anything about the beginning and how to avoid to get into the middle.
Right. Yeah. Prevention is super powerful too. Well, especially when we look at our young ladies and young men, we want them to be successful. They're our future. They're the future for our grandchildren and everyone, the legacy. And we'd rather see them do well and not get it, not fall into these toxic situations or relationships, because it really it can take years off your life, and some people don't live through it. Mountain Mama says, I'm a listener here, but wow, this has been wonderful. This has helped me so much. So, yeah, thank you, Jennifer. I mean,
Yeah. Well,
yeah, the impact is great. It is.
that means a lot. It really does. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Um, Detroit's so cute. I feel like Five. Can you feel the love tonight? Detroit. Yeah, and I mean, it gets me emotional just, seeing that, and thank you, Mountain Mama, also. I mean, it's just, you just never know who you're going to reach, and it can be a matter of, you know, especially when we talk about mentally, like you said, changing everything and all of it. It's just, it can be so taxing on somebody's soul even. But knowing that you're not alone, and that there's other people out there that are willing to lend a helping hand, like you, Jennifer. I mean, that's just so generous and kind of you.
Yeah. Well, that's me. I I'm always striving to be kind. Like I said, I feel like that's my grandfather speaking through me, because that's how I was
Absolutely.
raised, and that's how he was. He never missed the opportunity to help somebody, make somebody laugh. I'm also very goofy. So,
Oh, me too. Me too. Well, and I like to do that too. I like to be jovial because, I think it helps. I think laughter is a great, medicine. I think it's I think it can really, brighten somebody's day. And then also, just, it's always nice to just ask somebody how they're doing, even if they're, your server at a restaurant, or you're in the checkout line or something. Ask somebody how their day is. It's important to be kind and just do those random things for people, because you just never know who you're gonna encounter, or how it's gonna impact their day. But you could also equally impact their day in a negative way. I'd rather be, I'd rather, make them laugh, so, or happy, but um,
yeah, me too. Um, well, I don't think you're a very good person if you were wanting to make people have a bad day. So,
oh gosh, there's so many people that just wake up and they can't wait, and I'm like, oh boy, let's get some coffee first. And but yeah, no, I mean, I think that the more people focus on that, and show love to each other, I mean, it's as contagious, excuse me, it's as contagious as the negativity can be. So yeah, it's just which one do you want to do, you know? Um
You gotta love
Detroit says your words are golden. You need more of it, or we need more of this. You are so beautiful, Jennifer.
Thanks. Well,
Or Detroit. She's so sweet. Well, she's Cheryl on here, but we know her as Detroit Rock City. So if you hear me say Detroit, Cheryl.
yeah,
But
I was wondering what the whole Detroit thing was. I saw a bunch of this. It's like, okay. But
sorry, I throw everybody off with that. I throw everybody off.
you're okay. You gotta understand I'm a newbie here, okay? I
I
don't know.
know.
I'm just kidding. Well, I mean I am a newbie, but
I love that though, because again, you know, like I said earlier too, with keeping the focus on Sebastian, I think it's so important for us to be reminded of that, especially from somebody who isn't so far into the crap, you know, because it's easy to get into, but also it's just nice to, um, you know, to remember like, hey, we Sebastian needs us more than the trauma drama needs us, you know, and that's why today I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a post. I'm gonna, you know, set some situations up where, you know, I need to like refocus and everything. Because yeah, he deserves so much better. Sebastian does, and I can't even pinpoint where it got so out of control, but it was so fast that it happened, especially online. But that tends to happen with
yeah.
social media.
Yeah, I think we're in a spiritual war out there in this world too. So a lot of this happens. It's not just Sebastian's, even though I feel like Sebastian's situation is probably like way more dramatic than most things going on out there, but like with the drama. But you know, I don't know. I don't pay any mind to it because I would just I would get easily distracted and then I'm not going to accomplish anything. And what I really want to do is accomplish things to find Sebastian, to help, to find answers, and focusing on all that other stuff is going to prevent me from finding what I want.
Oh,
I mean,
definitely. It's a definite roadblock, like it or a hurdle, or you know, yeah, it is. It is.
so yeah, but that's just the PI mentality, you know what I mean? Like I'm just other than the book and stuff like that, I'm a pretty private person. And my grandfather was very private. So, you know, this book, obviously I'm transparent as much as I can, honest, and not afraid to be a voice for it because I feel it's necessary, you know, to not stay private on that. But other than that, I think privacy is a gift. And I think the world has become so eager to not be so private that like it's really destroying a lot of things, a lot of relationships and how we connect with people.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's like so willy-nilly out there. Like it is just
like yeah, like it's
I
crazy
agree.
to me because there's like so many people now who are just like out in the open to talk about who they're doing things with in the bedroom. And I'm
I
just
can't
sitting here
stand that.
like, why? Why are you like saying this stuff? Why are you proud of this? Like that's private, you
Oh,
know?
it's
Like
it's so bad on here because that's another thing that's like part of that. They'll be like, "Well, you're not getting any at home or something," and you're like, "Why would you say that to another woman?" First of all, second of all, why is
yeah.
that your business? Third of all, mind your own business. Like, so I don't want to hear about it. Like, I mean, you know, it's a private, sacred thing,
I'm just
or it
saying
should
that's
be.
like in an example, like it's just crazy. So it's like, I think if we just go back to certain things being private, the world could be a little less crazy. Like,
I agree.
I don't want to know. You could be the best looking person in the world, and I still don't want to know.
Same here. I'm like, I just don't. It's okay. Like,
Except for
don't.
Johnny Depp, right?
Right, unless it's Johnny Depp. I keep up with who he's dating and see who's. No, because I do
Are you
wish him the best.
serious?
Because he was another one. Like, I totally was mad at him, and I was like, I can't believe he's this person that they're saying, and everything. And then when you like watch the trial and stuff, you realize that there was so much reactive abuse and like so much toxicity on both ends at points. But then also, when you hear Amber telling him like, no one's gonna believe you because you're a man, and it was just like, wow, like then you really realize that it's like what we were talking about earlier. It's not just a man on lady crime. It's also lady on man crime, and then making him feel bad, like no one's gonna believe you. Wow,
Who the heck cuts a finger off of somebody? What the heck?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Is
And I'm
that
like,
crazy?
oh boy, yeah,
I
it
think,
was really wild.
oh, I
Yeah.
know. You got to be wild to poop on somebody's bed out of anger.
That was, like, to a whole nother level. Um, that was so disturbing, and then also he made it funny though, because he's like, "She dropped a grumpy in the bed," and I'm like, "Oh, what the heck is a grumpy?" But it was humorous, but also it was like, "Oh my gosh," like, who does that? And then imagine being, the people who have to call their boss Johnny. I hate to break
I,
it to you, but
I kid you not. I was like Johnny Depp in my trial with my ex-husband. Like, it was just humorous. Like, the things coming out of his mouth were just like, I couldn't, like, I'm the type of person, I can't hide my emotions. Like, if you're making me angry, you're going to know you're making me angry. If I think something's absolutely stupid, I'm going to show the expression. And that just cracked me up because the way he was sitting there and just smirking sometimes and the sarcasm that came out of him, that's exactly how I was during the trial with my ex-husband at times, because my ex-husband like brought up this picture. He printed out this huge picture, right? Like, we're not talking about like a 4x8. We're talking about like bigger than an 8x10. And he whips this thing
Oh.
out. It's a picture of my current husband and my daughter and my son. And he's like, do you know who this is in this picture? Yeah. you know, like,
Right.
that's
Oh
me.
gosh.
That's a nice picture, actually. Like, that's my favorite picture of all of us. Like, what are you
Oh.
asking? Like, do you know who's in this picture? Yeah. Yeah. I would say that's, the daughter you lost. And like, what are you getting at, dude? But like, I would just sit there and
Yeah.
laugh. Like, I was just like, I paused, actually. I remember pausing in that moment going, what kind of question is this? And you're obviously stalking my Facebook
Ah.
because I have, I don't have you on there. So you're obviously like digging pretty hard there, buddy. Good job.
Right.
Yep, good job. Yeah.
Well, and to assert that control and be like, I'm still watching you. And, there's like so many little underlying things that can be so creepy. And a lot of people wouldn't even really put two and two together,
Mhm.
on that if they never dealt with it, right? They'd be like, well, what's the big deal? So he took a picture off your Facebook, but it's like, but it's weird that you're still looking at my personal
Oh, he still does. He friend requested me like a month ago, and he's done it
Oh,
before. He makes like so many fake profiles, but I'm not stupid, you know? And
right.
so like all I keep doing is just like blocking, but like I get like these crazy profiles that I know that are him, and it's always like I don't even know what's like the mentality that he's thinking, but like he will pick like foreign dudes or something. But it's like the dude only has like 2 pictures on it, right? And a few friends. And
Oh, yeah.
it's like, dude, seriously, come on. What are you because he's just wanting to see what my daughter's doing, and he's not supposed to be doing that, but like I just sit there and I just think, "Oh my god, dude, like you got to stop doing that because it's really annoying and it's actually kind of freaky." But
Well, yeah, and I think too, like with Detroit, she's saying, my son's a perfect example of, abuse of a male, and just the insane, nobody's gonna believe it, because it's so crazy. But a lot of times good people do get caught up in that because they're good people. And again, there's men out there that are wanting to, see a wounded girl or something and help her out and take care of her and love her, but then not realizing that, maybe she doesn't is not deserving, or there's issues. And it definitely goes both ways.
yeah, it does. But yeah, I would love to come back on and um talk about, the Darvo and whatever else you want to talk about, then and
Yeah,
but
absolutely, absolutely. No, I think that will be so much fun. Like, we should definitely do that. um so we'll get together, whatever works best for you too. Because I know, like, my schedule's a lot more open, so I can always just,
yeah.
we could just figure it in. So yeah, but I know everybody enjoys, hearing from you, and also just learning so much about your book. And these topics are, they affect all of us. Like, I think that if we took a poll, you know even if you weren't directly in a toxic relationship, you might know somebody, a friend, a family member. It's definitely a major issue still, which you would think we would have come so far ahead of it. But I think a lot of it has to do with the lack of consequences for those who are perpetrating it as well.
Yeah, I talk about that in my book too, so maybe we can go over that as well.
Yes.
That would be great as well. And um, this has been a really great conversation, I feel. And
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer, and thank you for the advice too, because I do need a reminder, and also chat. Just I appreciate that, because it does get heated from time to time. But yeah, it's important to just remember what we're doing, and what we're fighting for, and um, to make sure our time is spent more wisely.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, thank you
Well,
so much. I so appreciate you. But yeah, we will get into some of those really great topics that you talk about too, especially now that you've been on a couple times, so people know. Um, and I'll make sure I share out, the live and everything. So, because I think people are gonna, really be interested to check out the bingo. The sovereign
oh
citizen
yeah,
bingo.
that's crazy.
I was thinking senior citizen bingo, and I'm like, oh, that's like my mom's and her sisters. Or my mom and her sisters do that, like, that's what I was thinking. It totally went over my head.
Yep, the nursing home full of judges, but yeah,
Oh my gosh.
we could go on for hours and hours and hours, I think, with all these different subjects. So I'm looking forward.
Definitely. Yeah, and thank you for everything that you do for Sebastian's Army and just, being a steady person there because we need to keep each other focused. So,
Always, I'm never gonna stop being here, you know. And you do a lot yourself, so thank you
aw,
for
thank
everything that you do for Seth and Sebastian. And I love when I get to see you. I know it's only been a few times, but every time I see you, it's like I feel like we've known each other our whole lives, We just it's like an
I
instant
know.
friendship, Well, you are my friend, but you know what I mean? So
Yeah, I do. I do. And I think like we have so many good people. Like that's, I absolutely want to get together, next time and do, even a dinner or something like that would be just so fun or lunch or just whatever. Um,
absolutely. You're always
yeah.
welcome here. You're always, I know you're far away, but you're always welcome here. So,
Aw, thank you. Aw, thank you, Jennifer. That means a whole lot to me. And yeah, I just feel blessed knowing you guys and especially being able to be at the gathering and meeting more people and, just really seeing, who we all are, working with is wonderful. I mean, it really, takes a lot of pressure off because we're all trying to find Sebastian. I mean, I even think some of the people that are, the most hateful in my opinion are still, I mean, they just want we just all want him to come back home. I think we just want some resolution to the situation. So, um
absolutely.
yeah.
And I believe we'll get there. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'm I'm hoping and praying that, heck, even tomorrow we get some answers. But no matter how long it takes, just can't give up. I'm not giving up on Sebastian at all. I've made a promise and a vow to not give up on him since the day it began, and I'm gonna keep my word because I'm a woman of my word. So I'm
That's
here
right.
for the long
Yeah.
run. Hopefully not. Hopefully, like I said, I mean, I don't know. It's sad and depressive in so many ways, but we gotta keep fighting,
Yeah,
right?
it's a good fight. It's a good cause. It is. It's just as good as any, I think, and keeping the kids out there, the people that don't have a voice, the people that we feel like, wow, this just isn't right. It's important to, continue to advocate and yeah, I appreciate you for that too.
Keep his name out there. Say it as much as you can.
That's
So
right, and show people his picture. I mean, gosh, everybody I give a flyer to there or I show them on my phone, they're like, "Oh my gosh, he's so cute. Oh my gosh, where's he from?" Or they'll just it's like and even people would be like, "Can I have an extra flyer that I could put up in my church so we could pray for him?" I'm like, "Of course." You know what I mean? Because that's a big thing too. Like people underestimate the power of that sometimes. I know I have, and it's so powerful for everybody to get together and, intentionally say prayers, for Seth, for Sebastian, even for Chris and Katie. I've said prayers for them for clarity and truth and honesty and, you know, um,
yeah, pray for your enemies.
yeah. I mean, I really have. And I mean, it's like, I've said it before. It's like, I don't have any type of really anger except for the blatant stuff, right? Which I think a lot of that is just kind of fueling it again, but in the same way, I wouldn't be focused on Katie if she wasn't the last one with Sebastian. So it's not personal, it's just because that's where the facts and evidence are leading. And she hasn't denied that. She's like, yeah, I was the last one with him and I was the only one in the house. I mean, she told everybody that. So,
Well, pray that at some point they let go of the evil that they're doing, and that they see God and hear God and just give it all up. Whatever that is, give it all up. Give it up for Sebastian. Just come clean.
Yeah, I think there's others that know, um and it's just got to be a really heavy burden to carry too. So we talk about that here as well. It would just really help if we could get some information from the ones that know. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The truth will always come out. It may take a long time, but it's coming. I believe it. I feel it. I know it. And so I have faith. We're going to get there.
I think we will too. I believe that too. And again, I just don't feel like it's that far away. I think it's just like maybe one or two little things that we've missed or that we didn't pick up on. And, a lot of times when you're so focused in, it does take a fresh set of eyes to come in and be like, oh, well, look at this. And you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I've been staring at this forever. And here it is. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I might even just go back to the beginning and rack my brain from the beginning.
Yeah, that's what we've been working on. I need to get together a better timeline to kind of work off of, just to the best that I could put it together, but then, revisit a lot of that stuff. And again, I didn't really review Seth's interviews like I should have in the beginning, but it was more so because I'm like, well, he was at work and this and that, but he also says a lot in his interviews and gives a lot of clarity too. And I think a lot of us just, we're focused in, okay, where can we find Chris and Katie and catch them in this, or, the micro expressions and the behavioral stuff and body language, like we were talking about, linguistics, all of that. But also listening to Seth and all the information he's given us can really help too. So.
Yep. I agree.
Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for being here. And again, we can't wait to have you back and discuss these topics more in depth in the book and just kind of, spread awareness and hope for people.
Yeah. Can't wait, and we'll get together on the phone, and I'll get you a day and time. I'm good to come back, and much love to you. Much love to everybody in here.
Same to you. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you so much. And everybody just really showing you a lot of love and just love having you here. So.
Well, I appreciate it, and I feel the love, and I'm very humbled by it. So thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I just think your book is going to help so many people. Like I said, I will recommend it anytime over any of the books that I've read because I just think it's so authentic and, just so powerful and empowering. So,
Well,
thanks, Bo. Yeah.
Thank
We can
you.
do it again.
Yeah.
And I saw your guys' comment earlier. I know I quoted Oprah. I would love to be in a position to give each and every one of you in chat a car if I could. I would give you all a car.
You get a car. You get a car. Everybody gets a car. Yeah.
You get a car. You get a car. Oh my goodness. And I would also love to just like give out your copies of your book too. Do you have I meant to ask you, do you have a digital copy? Like if I was to do, because I've done like giveaways and stuff on members, or we'll do like a trivia thing. Is there like a way I can do a digital copy?
I'd have to look how we could do that because I'm not certain that I'm allowed to do it.
Okay.
With the platforms I'm using, Um, let me look into it, and I'll let you know tomorrow at some point, because I'll see if like there's any way I can do that.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, because I would love to just do like a giveaway or something like that. Just something fun. That way, I buy a copy. Um, and it's just like because I've done that with Crystal McCrory Jones's sister wrote a book as well, and I did digital copy on that too. So, but
I
if we can't, it's no big deal because I could always just do the shipping thing. But
yeah, I would love to do something like that. That would be great. I have to look into how that would, how we would do it. And there's probably a way to do it. I just don't want to get in trouble with the platforms that I use.
Yeah.
That I'm self-published and I have copies, but like digital copy, Amazon pretty much owns the ebook, if that makes sense. Like I own it, but they get like a certain percentage of royalties.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, so if it Amazon, I think that.
Yeah, if you're talking about like ebook, like that's digital. So like I don't know, there's rules. So I have to see if that's possible. I think they actually have like an option on there that if you want to buy it for somebody, but
Okay, like a gift. Yeah. Oh, I can do that then probably.
yeah. So, and I don't know, like I said, like I have copies, like physical paperbacks, but gosh, the shipping is so expensive.
Oh, I know. I know. That's another, yeah.
Like
Well, and then
if you're gonna buy
also,
the paperback, if you're gonna get the paperback, it's cheaper to use shipping through Amazon, or like Barnes and Noble is going to be available on Barnes and Noble hopefully like next week. It has to like process and everything, so like shipping on those are cheaper than what it would cost me to ship out a copy. You know what I
oh,
mean?
okay. Yeah.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, like if I were to ship out this copy, it would cost me probably like $20, because they go by weight, and it's a pretty thick book. But if you order it off of like Amazon, Barnes and Noble, that shipping is either like, depending, I don't know if you have Prime or anything, sometimes the shipping's free. So it's not costing anybody, it's not costing anybody anything for the shipping. And so, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't afford $17 to $20 to ship, but
Yeah. Oh, it adds up so quick. It does. It does.
so, but I'm sure there's a way. So tomorrow when I get up, I'll look into it and message you and see what we can do about it.
Yeah, that would be great. Just because, I think that would be a fun thing to do and also support your book and um oh yeah, the audio version, I'm not sure about either.
No,
Um
I haven't done that yet. I would like to do that. I'm looking into it. So um yeah, there's just so many like crazy things, like if different formats, if you want
yes.
audio. I mean, it's really a complicated it's very complicated. Let me put it that way. There's all these things you have to do, and ISBNs, and who owns it, and who, you know what I mean? So,
Yes.
yeah. So like my ebook right now, since I used Amazon, Amazon's rules are kind of strict. Like, I can't use that same ebook on a different format, because when you use Amazon for ebook, like, they kind of claim that as ownership with you.
Oh.
So, like, if I were to, like, use it, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's very difficult, and I'm learning myself. You know what I mean? So I'd have to find a way, like, I'm not gonna get in trouble for, like,
Distributing it without giving them their percentage or their role. Yeah, I know what you're saying, or I think I know.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, that's why, like, I have to look into it, and also how to do the audio. I thought I had set up some sort of, like, I don't know what they call it, Lexi or something, that would speak with the ebook. But I'm not sure that it does that, because it doesn't show it now that I've published it. So that's something else that I'm, like, really, really interested in doing. But it's a process. So it's going to take me some time, and I don't know, maybe somebody else around here in Nashville can do, like, like, recording. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be really neat. I mean, because a lot of times people do like to, listen to the audios. I like to read, and I've been a reader for a long time. And so I'm so used to the physical copies of books, but I'm getting more used to, like, the ebooks and stuff. Because you can just bring it on your phone, so that's really nice. You don't have to bring the actual book. Um, but
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I'll
yeah.
definitely look into all those questions and let you know as soon as possible as I figure them out.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, because I mean, like I said, I will recommend your book to anybody, especially with all the different elements that, come into play, and that really help with the healing process and kind of give you, like, a little bit of a, playbook on how to navigate through a lot of that stuff.
Absolutely. But hey, I gotta get going. It is like 4 in the morning here. And
Yes, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you a lot.
thank you. And like I said, much love to you. And
Oh,
looking
yeah.
forward.
All my love to you too, Jennifer.
Thank you. Y'all have a
You're
good night.
welcome. You too. All right, guys. So again, give up a lot of love in the chat to Jennifer. Jennifer is so gracious to be here with and share her experience and time with us and her book, and um just so lucky and blessed to know such a great person. And I'm so glad that we've had these conversations tonight, and I appreciate all of you guys being here. Um I think tomorrow, since it's Sunday, I'm gonna do a day off, but then we're gonna come back, and I have to be doing 2 shows for you guys. I have to do my day shows. But we've had some rain this week, so it's kind of um slowed things down a little bit, but we'll be coming up full speed ahead. Um, of course, I do want to go over more of the information and the church stuff that we kind of uncovered that Chuchi and I have been looking into. I think you guys will enjoy it. Aw, thank you, Bo. Yeah, when she says my hubby likes Speechify for audio on book listening. Okay, cool, Witchy. Yeah, and since it's just so new too, I'm just so grateful that Jennifer wants to give us different ways that we can get in on that, because especially if you do the audio, you can always just get a notebook and do the exercises and things. I really think that that is such a big part of it, the interactive healing and, reflection part, journaling. So, um, but I love you guys also very, very much. And I will see you guys all next time.